Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers: Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 11, Crash Landing, Metal Clanging. It was strange that he had not done this sooner. Then again, looking back on these past few weeks, he didn't have the time or place to do such a thing. But now, he had that moment. And it was terrifying, overwhelming, and breathtaking all at the same time. He wondered if this is how Tony felt when he went through that wormhole in New York all those years ago. That image of an alien armada coming to Earth prompting such a drastic change in the billionaire. Steve had seen it even with Tony's many attempts to deflect such a notion. That was until Ultron. When his AI went array, the event literally forced the Iron Avenger to admit how woefully underprepared and equipped he had felt in facing such an overwhelming force. Granted, he had felt the same, but Steve felt an unwavering faith in his comrades and friends. They would fight, win, and lose together. Yet now, the Avengers were splintered with practically all its members scattered across the cosmos in the very literal sense. Clint and Tony were back on Earth, Thor was off doing God knows what, Vision, Hope, Pietro, Wanda and Nat were more than likely somewhere in this galaxy, and God knows where Bruce had disappeared to. Thinking back to Earth, Steve figured how woefully underdefended it seemed with 11 of its globally recognized protectors all missing right now. But Cap's faith was never institutions, governments, or organizations of any kind. Not truly. No, his faith was in people. And Cap knew without a shadow of a doubt that should if push comes to shove, others will undoubtedly step up and hold the line. Besides, knowing Tony, the Shellhead is more than likely already working his ass off to find them while preparing for endless contingencies. If he recalled correctly, Tony had mentioned something about a recruitment drive. Apparently other enhanced individuals were starting to make their presence known, getting on the radar of the Avengers. Steve is all for it. They have to be. They stepped up after S.H.I.E.L.D's collapse, and the Earth will need new defenders when the time comes. But he'll focus on that later. Right now, his top priority was finding the other lost Avengers and keeping them together in order for the group to be found. And since Anakin had so graciously offered, here Cap stood in the right-wing hangar of Skywalker's flagship Venator of his fleet, the Resolute. Currently, Anakin's fleet resided in the Quell system in the outer rim of the galaxy, where the Republic had been on a defensive campaign to prevent separatists from gaining easier access to other systems. It was a difficult plan, as most Republic fleets within the rim had been stretched thin. Off to the side rested Scott Lang, who had his headphones plugged in and his foot tapping to the beat of his music. Sam and Rhodey were somewhere behind Cap, learning more about piloting and ship operations from the other clones. He along with Scott were also learning, though at a bit of a slower pace, but they were making progress nonetheless. Enjoying the view. Tilting his head back, he saw Ahsoka Tano approached with a cordial smile. Giving her a slight nod in greeting, Steve resumed his gaze back onto the endless expanse before him. "Kinda overwhelming, honestly," Steve said. "Makes me realize how small I am." As generic as that sounds. It is strange, really. Tano mused, crossing her arms and joining Cap's stare out into the stars. "I've lost track of how many times I've seen this view already, but I never really took the time to soak it all in." Ahsoka nudged the captain in confirmation, getting a small chuckle out of him. The two stood side by side in companionable silence, the ambient background noise of the hangar bay behind them. "I never would have thought I'd be up here in the cosmos," Steve said, breaking the silence. "Then again, in my line of work I should have seen this coming." "At least you're open-minded, Cap," Ahsoka said. "Sometimes I can't tell if that's a good or bad for my health," Steve wryly retorted. Ahsoka giggled once again, making Steve smile at her. Though in the back of his mind, Steve felt conflicted. Here was a young girl no older than 14 or 15, and she was thrust into a war. He along with the others were vehemently against such a notion, but it was not their place to say. The Jedi had accommodated them in their time of need, and for the four of them to publicly go out and state their opinion of young Jedi being in war, well, while most would agree, the simple counter would be that it's war. And Steve along with Sam and Rhodey would know. War causes people to do things unlike themselves. Stick their hands in the filth so that others would not. Compromise so that people would be free. Yet, that same familiar nagging feeling Cap had with insight is just written all over this war. After the 3 years since the Avengers formed, Rogers could no longer deny the disillusionment that he has with his own government and the governments of the world as a whole. It was a rather difficult pill to swallow, but he had to. Fury once told him that S.H.I.E.L.D. took the world for what it was and not what it would like it to be. That he had to get with that program. He instead chose to hold on. Hold on to those old-fashioned notions that so many before him had been willing to die for. His old friends, his commandos, Phil Coulson. Cap refused to let go in the belief of people. And right now, he had to focus on keeping that faith in himself and in his friends that they would find their wayward lost allies. Captain Rogers. I see my young Padawan is keeping you company. Both turned to see Anakin Skywalker approaching the two with an easygoing smile. Yeah, helps when looking out into space. Steve plainly said. How are you holding up? Steve only shrugged. Fine, more or less. As well as I can be considering where I am. Just glad I'm at least on a ship with friendlies. Nice to know we can be of service. Skywalker jokingly remarked, moving to exit the hangar bay with Rogers and Tino following after him. I do have to ask something important though, Steve. Anakin said through a somewhat serious tone. Steve tilted head to the side a bit in response to this sudden change in demeanor by Anakin, sharing a momentary look with Ahsoka. What about? Does this sound familiar to you? Anakin proceeded to do a bit of a bizarre action. Stomp stomp clap stomp stomp clap. It took a moment for Steve to process just what Anakin had done. Oh, you've heard that song too? Ahsoka suddenly said aloud happily. Wait, what? Anakin looked to his apprentice. You know about that? The boys have been doing it in their spare time. What is that? Steve couldn't contain the snort of amusement that escaped him as soon as he realized just what these two were referring to. I guess Scott's been keeping himself busy then, just the temple. Scott. Anakin repeated, taking a moment to process what Steve could be talking about. Wait, does it have to do that music we heard the other day? Yeah, pretty much. Steve confirmed. Looks like Scott's making sure to educate the clones and the Jedi about his favorite bands. I can't really blame him. Ahsoka said with some excitement. I've never heard anything like that before. Queen is amazing. Scott's showed me and some of the boys a bunch of their songs. And he said that that's only the surface level of music back on your world. Well, you wouldn't be wrong about that. Steve stated, a fond smile on reminiscing about the songs he had grown up to along with the exposure of all these brand new genres he had been listening to since waking up in the modern world. Maybe when we find Earth, you guys can visit and really experience Earth. Not to brag about my planet, but it's like a galaxy of cultures crammed onto one planet. Now I'm definitely interested. Anakin admitted. Suddenly, their conversation was cut short by an urgent message coming through the comms of the ship. General Skywalker, this Admiral Yularen. You are needed on the bridge at once. Locking eyes with Steve for a brief moment, Anakin gestured his head in the direction to the bridge with Steve nodding. The trio broke into a run, with Steve relaying a message to the Avengers to be on standby. They arrived at the bridge soon with Yularen waiting for them. General Skywalker. Yularen greeted with a professional tone. We have received a distress call from Jedi Ayla Secura a system away. She is taking heavy losses and damage by a separatist fleet. It appears to have been a separatist-controlled planet. Anakin immediately knew what to do. Prep the fleet for hyperspace, Admiral. We're heading over there. Yes, sir. Yularen said, quickly sending out orders. Anakin went over to the holotable and brought up the distress call only to see that it was Ayla herself speaking. Skywalker. Ayla spoke in a relieved tone, though the sounds of her ship being bombarded was heard from the other line. Glad to see someone got my message. Padawan Tino, Captain Rogers. It is good to see the two of you as well. What's the status of your fleet? Rogers asked straight away. We're getting hammered on all sides. Ayla replied tersely, momentarily looking ahead and sent out instructions to her troops. The separatist fleet is planning to pincer our movements. We're already on our way. Anakin stated. Hang on for as long as you can, Ayla. We'll make it. I promise. I'll hold you to it. Ayla said with a light tone before the transmission cut out. Anakin turned to Steve. You ready for this? Always am. I'll help get the troops ready. Steve rushed off, leaving Anakin and Ahsoka, the former of which held a contemplative expression. Ahsoka noticed this. Master. Is everything all right? Anakin mused internally for several moments while the fleet entered hyperspace. I'm not exactly sure, Snips. Anakin said, brows furrowing in thought. The Force, it's acting a bit strange. Do you feel it? Ahsoka stared at her master before looking down and closed her eyes. Reaching out to the Force, she was greeted to the familiar chaotic sensation that was becoming more frequent within the energy that was the Force. It had been like this since the shockwave when the Avengers arrived, and now. What do you think it means, Master? I have guesses. Anakin said truthfully. But all we can do right now is wait and see what happens. Steve had returned to the hangar bay, seeing that clone troopers and pilots were running about while preparing the ships and themselves for combat. He instantly spotted Sam, Rhodey and Scott all suited up and ready to go, speaking with a few troopers. Jogging over to them, he saw one of the troopers have a 5 tattooed on his temple. Cap. Rhodey greeted. What's going on, Steve? Sam asked. A Jedi needs reinforcements. Steve quickly explained. And it's someone I know from the temple. Who? Scott asked. Her name is Ayla Secura. Oh, from the 327th Corps, right. One of the clone troopers spoke up, though he was nudged to be silent. Steve stared at the troopers, noting there were 4 of them in total. Oh, that's right, you guys haven't met yet. Rhodey quickly realized. Cap, this is Domino Squad. The clone troopers from the Rishi Moon base I landed in. Yeah, I remember you guys. Steve said, taking a moment to gauge each one's name. Fives, correct. Yes, sir. Fives said, tapping his tattoo. Kind of a giveaway though. I'm heavy. The clone holding a minigun stepped forward. This is Echo and Cut Up. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. The pleasure all mine. Steve said, holding out his hand for Heavy to shake, which he did. Good to see soldiers like you helping out my friends. We kinda owe Colonel Rhodes a lot. Echo admitted right away. Yeah, me especially. Cut Up stated sheepishly. Otherwise I'd be living up to my namesake, or lack thereof. Good to see he's making friends. Steve said with a teasing tone. God knows how his friendship with Tony affected his taste with others. Rhodey only rolled his eyes, knowing that he couldn't really rebuke that considering the headaches his best friend has given him over the years. Scene cut. General Ayla Secura stood on the bridge of her flagship Venator of her fleet, doing her best to direct her forces and keep them alive. Commander Bly, what is the status of the other ships? As 2 is dead in the air, General. Bly grimly said. Any escape pods? Ayla asked in concern. None so far. Get word out to them if you can. Signal them however possible and tell them to abandon ship. I will not have them die like sitting banthas. Right away, General. Bly quickly ran out while Ayla addressed the rest of her crew. Status report. We're holding out but only barely. One of her pilots stated with frustration. Our shields are dropping fast and half our cannons have been destroyed. Our fighter squadrons have been depleted by half. Another clone reported. Ayla clenched her fists, hating to hear so much of her fighting forces being killed off like that. As much as she tried to deny it, Ayla had grown fond of her corps as they had grown fiercely loyal to her in the short time the war had begun. Bly was a faithful soldier and friend, and she had found herself confiding in him quite often on battle plans and strategies. His astute knowledge and battlefield awareness had aided them on a number of occasions, minimizing casualties a great deal. But right now, all they could do is hold on and wait for help. Hurry, Anakin. Ayla murmured. You're our only hope. Speaking of said Jedi, he along with Captain Rogers and Admiral Yularen had quickly smacked together a plan of action. We'll need a 2-pronged attack. Yularen said, pointing to points of entry. Judging by the level of damage General Sakura's fleet had sustained, it will be only a matter of time before they deploy boarding parties to sweep up the rest of the Republic forces. They seem to be focused on hitting the front for the moment before they go in for the pincer. Steve noted. If we hit them in the back hard and fast, it'll throw them off balance, giving us time to send out some gunships and fighters to back up Ayla's fleet. Anakin said. We'll need to evacuate their ships. Look down here. Some of their escape pod bays have been damaged. We won't be able to get everyone out of there. Anakin turned behind him to see Rex awaiting orders. Prep the gunships, Rex. Anakin instructed. We'll need Sojet troopers for this one. Right away, sir. Rex left with Anakin and Steve running after him as the fleet pulled out from hyperspace headed right in the middle of battle. Avengers. Steve quickly contacted his friends. We're heading right in the thick of it. Sam, Rhodey, I want the two of you in the air as soon as possible and get some crowd control. Scott, you're with me. The trio ran into the hangar bay to see a row of gunships with Y-wing bombers and V-19 Torrent fighters all whirring aloud. Spotting the gunships with the other Avengers and his Padawan, Anakin, Rex, and Steve quickly boarded the gunships. Falcon placed on a breathing apparatus that the clones had provided for him and even held a blaster rifle. Soon enough, the Venators entered the planet's atmosphere, immediately engaging the enemy. The gunships, bombers, and Torrent fighters all lifted up off the ground and took to the skies, with the smaller fighters moving to attack the Separatist starfighters. In an instant, the gunships were rocked back and forth by the blaster fire and explosions going off around them, with the battle raging on. Off to the side, a squadron of V-19s got into a figure 4 formation and shot down a cluster of vulture droids, though one of their own got destroyed. General Sakura, do you read me? Anakin spoke through his wrist. COMM. Reinforcements have arrived. Not a moment too soon, Skywalker. Ayla's voice chimed in from the other side. Our shields are gone and life support systems have been damaged. Begin evacuation of your troops. Anakin instructed. I've got gunships coming in to assist you. Appreciated, Skywalker, but you're going to have a problem. My ship is crawling with super battle droids and they're boarding my ships. That's why I've got backup. Anakin said, looking to Steve, who got the silent message. Rhodey, Sam, you guys are up. Let's go, Sam. Rhodey said to the pararescue Avenger. Helmet snapping around him, War Machine dropped out from his gunship, with Falcon doing the same. Both began engaging the flying supers, with their superior weaponry and tactics slamming through the droids one after another. I need to get me one of those suits. Heavy murmured beside his squad, with them nodding in agreement. Falcon weaved through the countless falling droids with ease, as both his skill, instincts, and HUD on his goggles assisted him in maneuvering through the skies. Barreling towards two droids, his wingsuit being as intuitive as it was, curled forward and grabbed the two in midair. Spinning around in the air to add some momentum, Falcon flung the supers at other droids, with both crashing and causing a small litany of droids getting knocked out of the sky. Choosing not to admire his work, Sam went on to his next set of droids. War Machine meanwhile smashed through one after another, using his advanced armor as battering ram. His self-automated minigun was firing left and right at any droid he passed by. Grabbing a super by its arms, Rhodey's minigun whirled round and shredded through the droid before he threw one of its chunks at another super. Clipping its rockets, the droid spiraled out of control and crashed into a vulture droid, which made the fighter look in the direction of Rhodey. Oh boy! War Machine muttered to himself, quickly turning around and flying away with the vulture droid now in pursuit. Steve in the meantime told Scott to shrink down and stay on his shoulder and hang on. As they neared closer to the Venator, their gunship was rocking around much more violently, as some of the supers and vulture droids had taken notice of them. They were firing at them, hoping to prevent them from getting close and rescuing the ship's personnel. Anakin had his lightsaber out, deflecting some shots here and there, while Sam flew around them to keep other rocket droids off their ships. Looking ahead, Skywalker saw multiple droids entering Sakura's Venator through a large gaping hole. Those droids are boarding Ayla's ship. Any ideas, Master? Ahsoka asked. A few. Being the impulsive Jedi that he was, Anakin leapt out from his gunship and landed on a super. Using his own weight to move it in his direction, he spun it around several times to shoot out several super droids out of the sky before letting go and falling straight into the breach on Ayla's Venator. Of course he'd do that. Ahsoka murmured to herself. It was sloppy. Steve shook his head in disappointment. This how you really do it? Without further provocation, Steve dived headfirst out the gunship with his shield arm out. Nearing a super battle droid, Cap reeled his arm back and smashed his shield into the upper body of the droid. It immediately began to fly about erratically until Cap grabbed onto its arms and forcefully sent it down in the direction of the hull breach where Anakin had just jumped into. Scott, who was on Steve's shoulder, clung onto the captain for dear life. The clones and Padawan on the gunship could only watch with wide eyes and jaws dropped. Holy criff, these guys are insane. Heavy said aloud with clear admiration. And I thought the general had a wild streak. Rex murmured to himself. No wonder those two get along. Ahsoka deadpanned, the gunship drawing nearer to their objective. Back down with Anakin, he landed in a corridor teeming with battle droids, activating his lightsaber and going right to work. He sliced through several supers in quick succession, using a force pull on one and cut it in half. Hearing a thump behind him, Anakin whirled round to see Captain America cocking his arm back, flinging his shield forward against the walls. The shield bounced against the walls in a diagonal fashion, angling around Anakin entirely and proceeding to cut through many droids until it hit an angled indent and bounced its way back to its owner. Anakin merely sidestepped the shield, which was then caught by Steve. Giving the captain a grin of approval, Anakin and Steve stood side by side as the super battle droids that remained turned their attention on them. Then, several up front jolted about violently, receiving dents from seemingly nowhere until Ant-Man grew to full size to deliver a dropkick to the droid closest to him before shrinking back down again. Anakin's grin only widened upon seeing Ant-Man in action. Did I ever tell you guys how awesome it is that you're on our side? Steve only smirked in response. Outside, the gunships drew closer to the damaged Venator with Ahsoka, Rex, and Domino Squad jumping down into the hole after their allies. Other gunships deployed jet troopers to take care of the super rocket droids crawling all over the ship. Meanwhile, Republic starfighter squadrons along with Falcon and War Machine provided enough of a distraction and fight that most of the enemy's attention had been turned onto them. This in turn gave the new gunships time to swoop into Ayla's hangar bay and get the 327th Corps to safety. Inside the ship, Captain Rogers, Skywalker, and Ant-Man were cutting a swath right through the droid troops until blaster fire came from behind, taking down several droids in front of them. Looking behind them, they saw Rex, Domino Squad, and Ahsoka running to catch up to them. "About time you guys got here," Anakin jokingly said. "You're missing out on all the fun." "Apologies, sir," Rex Riley stated. "We didn't pack our jetpacks and super juice with us today." Anakin only grinned at his second-in-command. The assembled group pressed on through the droid-infested Venator until they saw Ayla Secura fighting off droids with Commander Bly and several other clones by her side. "Nice of you to join us, Skywalker, Ahsoka," Ayla greeted. "Captain Rogers. Mr. Lang. I am grateful to see that Anakin is taking this rescue seriously." "Pleasure to see you again, Ayla," Steve said in turn, slicing a droid in half. "I hope you didn't come in rushing without a plan, Skywalker," Ayla said with a knowing tone sent the Jedi Knight's way. "As a matter of fact, I've got my fighters and gunships evacuating your ship as we speak. There's a Corvette coming up for us in the lower hangar," Anakin quickly said, the large group of Jedi, Avengers, and clones all running down the corridor while taking out droids along the way. Said Corvette was currently floating up to the docking bay, cautiously making sure to align itself properly with the ship as the larger Venator was beginning to fall through the planet's atmosphere. The clone pilots were soon leveled with the lower hangar bay. "Activate docking port," the main pilot instructed. The Republic forces and their Avenger allies made their way to the lower hangar bay. "It's just up ahead, everyone," Ayla said aloud, leading the group. Several seconds of running later, they saw the doorway out of the ship. "We made it," Ahsoka declared happily, despite the ship violently shuddering just now. However, while everyone ran forward to the bay door that Ahsoka opened, Anakin looked back in dread as a raging inferno of explosions were coming right for them. "No. Anakin let out a powerful force push that sent his comrades hurtling into the Corvette waiting for them. "Master!" Ahsoka cried out in fear as the door closed. "Anakin!" Steve slammed his fist against the metal door. He turned to Rex. "Get this damn door open." On the other side, Anakin had closed another door in front of him to hold back the fire. The metal groaned and creaked until it gave in. The pressure build exploded violently, flinging Anakin back, making him slam down to the floor hard. Ahsoka got the door open at last and saw her down and out Master on the ground. "Master!" "I got him, Ahsoka." Steve was already beside the Jedi, easily lifting him up and carrying him into the Corvette. "Get us out of here, pilots!" Ayla ordered quickly, with the soldiers complying with calm professionalism. Getting out from underneath the lower hangar bay, the Corvette flew upwards towards the Resolute, though they immediately encountered resistance. "Sam, Rhodey, we need some cover here," Steve said through his comm link. "Easier said than done, Cap." Sam grunted, evading a pair of vulture droids on his tail. "This place is a goddamn clusterfuck. As crude as an assessment Lieutenant Wilson's of the situation may be, you cannot risk docking in the middle of this battle, General Secura." Admiral Yularan chimed in. "We have no choice, Admiral," Ayla said firmly. "Skywalker received critical injuries during the evac of my ship. Are all Jedi so reckless?" Yularan inquired, half joking, half frustrated. "Only the good ones," Ayla quipped with a mischievous smirk. The Corvette was flown at Anakin's main venator, with it positioning itself beneath the lower hangar. Then, several stray vulture droids flew by while firing at the ship, damaging it. The main controls of the Corvette sparked chaotically in the face of one of the pilots, which knocked him out. Falling forward, his helmet smacked against the controls with a red, green, and yellow panel glowing repeatedly. "The hyperdrive's been activated," Bly said in alarm. "Shut it down," Ayla said frantically. "I can't." On board the Venator, the alarms were blaring, greatly worrying the Admiral. "General Secura, what's going on?" he asked. "Our ship has sustained damage," Ayla said rapidly. "The damage inadvertently triggered the hyperdrive. You need to detach, now." "Cap," Rhodey called in. "My suit's picking an energy spike, what the hell's happening?" "Looks like me and Scott are going for a ride," Steve grimly informed. "Return to the Resolute immediately, you two." "But Cap." "Now, Sam, trust me on this. We'll be fine." The Venator moved away from the Corvette just in time as it zipped away far into the recesses of hyperspace. "Plot every trajectory their ship had," Yularan ordered the troops. "Once we finish this battle, we need to find them." Sam and Rhodey had returned back to the hangar bay, both face each other anxiously. "Oh man," Sam whispered, looking back out onto the raging naval battle in the air. Separating from his friends and leader in a galaxy far, far away didn't exactly sit well with the aviator. Unfortunately, that was circumstance of this battle, and now all he could do is place his faith in Cap and Scott that they'll return in one piece after all this blows over. "They'll be fine," Rhodey reassured, though he himself didn't like this any more than Sam did. "It's not them I'm worried about," Sam said. "It's what they're gonna run into." Even Rhodey couldn't find a solid argument against it. His time spent here and with how Tony described it to be in his brief time up there showed him that space didn't play by your rules and was as unpredictable as a raging tide on the seas. Scene cut. A lone Republic Corvette sailed through the black and blue tunnel of hyperspace with one critically wounded Jedi on board and several other individuals in a bit of a bind. "Great," Scott bemoaned aloud. "First there were 4 of us and now we're 2 apart and Sky Guy's hurt." "Take it easy, Scott," Steve calmly stated, helping Ahsoka move Anakin into a more comfortable position in the med bay. "Sam and Rhodey can handle themselves just fine. We'll be back with them before you know it." Ahsoka meanwhile looked down upon her master with a sorrowful frown, placing a hand over his chest. His heartbeat was stable but his overall condition was not. She was shaken from her internal strife by a gentle hand upon her shoulder. "Ahsoka," Steve said softly. "He's gonna be fine. You've got nothing to be worried about." "How can you say that so easily, Captain Rogers?" Ahsoka said, hands clenching tightly. I've never seen Master banged up like this. Because it comes with the job, Ahsoka. Steve said succinctly. Scott, Sam, Rhodey, the Avengers, myself and I bet even Sakura has dealt with these types of injuries before and they've pulled through just fine afterwards. Anakin's a tough one. He's not gonna let a little back pain and concussion keep him down. He's too stubborn and reckless to allow it. Ahsoka let out a shaky laugh, giving Cap an appreciative smile. He's really good at that. Scott said with pure admiration. Really knows how to lift your mood up in an instant. Ahsoka couldn't help but laugh at the random comment while Steve turned to a bashful Scott who waved his hand off. Shaking his head in amusement, Steve looked over to the medbay door that had just opened up to see Aayla Secura stepping in. Is everything alright down here? Aayla asked, glancing at Anakin. More or less. Steve shrugged. How are things with the clones and the ship's course? The troopers are fine. Aayla promised. Though the ship's trajectory is a bit difficult to pinpoint considering it was punched in via explosion. Ahsoka, head up to the cockpit and assist Bly for the time being. I'm pretty sure Anakin has taught some of his flying skills, no. He has, Master Sakura, but I'd rather stay down here and watch over my master. Ahsoka said firmly. He needs my help. You can help your master by getting us to safety, Ahsoka. Aayla said understandingly. And you don't need to worry about your master. Captain Rogers and Mr. Lang is here and they can watch over him for the time being. Biting her lower lip, Ahsoka wanted to argue but she knew that she really couldn't say much against Aayla's reasoning. However, Tano wouldn't get a chance to say anything by the sudden arrival of Commander Bly. General Sakura, we've got a serious problem. Bly said grimly. What is it, Commander? Letting out a sigh, Bly walked over to a terminal showing their current trajectory. In our haste to escape, the Navi computer's coordinate were inputted incorrectly. Outside our control. And now we're headed right for a star. Scott's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Scott, stay here. Steve instructed, leaving the medbay with everyone else and rushing off to the pilot's cabin. On the way they saw Domino Squad, Rex, and 3 other clones all working on repairing the damages done to the ship with Rex joining them on the way. Entering the cockpit, Bly and Ahsoka seated themselves with Aayla, Rex and Steve looking on. Both Jedi and clone frantically pushed buttons, flicked switches, and attempted to override the Navi computers until Bly slammed his fist into the controls. It's no use. He said irritably. The navigation computers are completely fried. Shut down all the power circuits to reset the coordinates. Aayla quickly ordered. But Master Anakin's life support will get cut off. Ahsoka said. He'll survive for a few seconds. Steve said. That's all we'll need. Captain Rogers is right, Ahsoka. Aayla said. We need to this now. Ahsoka bit her tongue, gripping the steering tightly. Switching off primary power units. Cutting it close, Commander. Rex said, looking at the ship's distance from the incoming star. Steve. Aayla gestured the captain over to a control panel. Press this at the same time with me. Then hold that lever. Following her instructions, the two did just that and Aayla turned to Tano. Ready to shut off auxiliary power. Aayla said, both hers and Steve's hands gripping their levers at the ready. On 3. Ahsoka said. 1. 2. 3. Ahsoka shut down all power and the recoil of exiting hyperspace was strong with Rex, Steve, and Aayla now dangling in the air whilst holding on for dear life. The blazing star was dead ahead and they were approaching it fast. We're out of hyperspace. Bly yelled out. Resume all power, now. Both Steve and Aayla pulled their switches down and Ahsoka instantly fired up the engines. Narrowly skimming the star's upper atmosphere, everyone could feel the momentary intense heat of the star until Ahsoka flew out of its range. Then came the warning systems of a damaged thruster. Well, we're not crashing into any star but we are gonna hit that planet. Ahsoka miserably announced. Rex went over to a speaker for the ship and spoke into it. Brace for impact. Ahsoka grasped the controls firmly. Get ready to pull up with me, Commander. Bly silently nodded, copying the young Padawan's movement and held on tightly. The ship shook heavily as it entered the new planet's atmosphere, the corvette momentarily ablaze, which only served to further damage the engines that were now breaking apart. Now, both Ahsoka and Bly pulled up as hard as they could, the ship jolting up a sharp angle. Eventually, after several seconds of falling, the back half of the ship struck the ground first, with the rest coming down hard. Rex, Ayla, and Steve flew up into the air and landed on the ground sprawled out. Grunting, Steve hefted himself back up to his feet, going over to help Rex up a second later. He turned to see Ayla still down, though she was sitting up massaging her temple. "You all right, General?" Steve asked respectfully. "Yes, Captain." Ayla nodded. "A bit dazed from the landing is all." Offering her a hand, she graciously accepted, easily being lifted back up to stand. "Thank you, Captain." Steve only nodded, holding up his wrist. "Scott, what's your status?" He heard a soft grunt, followed by metal scrapping. "Alive. But I think I hit my ass on the way down." "And Anakin?" "Kept him on the bed," Scott said. "He's breathing and all." Ahsoka heard all this and let out a relieved sigh, leaning back on her seat and placing a hand over her rapidly beating heart. Rex had departed from the pilot's room to check up on the other clones. He saw them all, with Heavy and Fives assisting cut up while Echo was over with the other 3 clones from Bly's corps. "Everyone all right in here?" Rex asked. "Any injuries?" "Just rattled mostly, sir," Heavy answered. "Just need a moment to catch our breath. We'll need to do a quick inventory and status check on the ship," Rex said. "I'm good to go, Captain," Fives spoke up. Rex nodded. "Cameron, you're with us. The rest of you, gather what you can and get off the ship." Meanwhile, Ayla, Ahsoka, Scott and Steve carefully took Anakin out from the medbay onto the crash-landed planet's surface. "We made it," Ayla said, somewhat alleviated from this whole mess. "And Master Skywalker is still alive. I'm just glad he wasn't awake for that landing," Ahsoka quipped. "You would have made him proud," Ayla said sincerely. "In what?" "Crashing 101. Scott couldn't help but remark, earning a pout from the Padawan. After retrieving a few supplies from the ship, the clones, Jedi and Avengers began to set up a makeshift camp. They had tried to get some of the other ship's functions going, primarily the communications, but unfortunately it was too damaged from the crash. A small fire was going while Rex and Steve made a tent of sorts to keep Anakin somewhat comfortable. "We can't stay here for long," Steve said, looking around at the endless savanna-like planet surface. "There's not enough supplies to keep Anakin here stable." "Agreed," Ayla nodded. "Skywalker will not last much longer if we simply sit about. We must find help tonight." "How do we do that?" Scott asked. "This place reminds of a continent back home, one with a lot of predators. We'll split up, cover more ground that way. We've got the numbers for it," Steve said, getting a nod of agreement from Ayla. "Captain Rogers is right," Ayla said. "Bly, Flash, Lucky, Cameron. The 4 of you will come with me and Ahsoka to the south." "What?" Ahsoka clearly was not expecting this. But I can't leave my master behind like this. If it were me, Master Skywalker wouldn't abandon me either." "Ahsoka," Ayla placated, placing her hands on the young Togrutan's shoulders. "Believe me when I say that I understand your concern for your master. Master Voss and Tholm always did the same for me. But the only way you can help your master is by finding it. We must keep calm and rational heads right now. For all our sakes." Rex stepped forward. "Don't worry, kid. I'll stay behind and watch out for the general." "Scott," Steve said to the ex-con. "Stay here with Rex too. Don't want any surprises for him or Anakin." "Are you sure, Cap?" Scott asked, not exactly keen on the idea of separating. "We have to if we want to help Anakin and get off this planet." "Hey, everyone." All heads turned by the sudden call from Clone Trooper Echo, who ran up to them holding a strange wooden plank. He held it up for all to see. "I don't think we're alone on this planet. On the plank was a bipedal sapient being wielding a spear in the face of a quadrupedal beast of some kind. Soon after, the group had gathered their supplies and weapons, with Domino Squad being assigned to Captain Rogers as he was heading north. General Sakura. Bly spoke up. What exactly is the plan here for us? As risky as this sounds, we'll need to find the natives of this planet. Perhaps they can be of assistance. Ayla answered. With respect, General, how are we going to find them? Bly inquired. Ahsoka took a moment to walk over to Echo, who was still analyzing the wooden plank. Echo, may I? Ahsoka politely held out her hand, with the clone handing the plank over to her. They went through great lengths to make that tree really intricate. Echo noted as he handed off the wood. They did. Ahsoka agreed, hands grazing over the carvings. I think that the natives of this planet may live by large trees. Probably around or within them. An astute observation, Padawan. Ayla praised. Come, we need to get moving while we still have light. Ahsoka went over to Anakin, who remained unconscious, and kneeled down to him. I'll be back with help soon, Master. Ahsoka said assuredly. Rex and Mr. Lang will keep you safe. Don't worry, Commander. Rex said resolutely. No harm will come to the General. Yeah, cross our hearts. Scott said, earning bewildered looks from the clones and Jedi. Blinking a moment, Scott let out a small O of realization. Right, keep forgetting. Sorry guys, Earth expression from back home. Ayla turned to Rex. Captain, keep your locator on. We'll be back by daybreak with whatever we find to help. Yes, General. Rex said, placing a hand on Ahsoka's shoulder for a brief moment. Good luck, kid. Giving him a strained smile, the two groups soon split off in their directions, leaving Rex and Scott with Anakin. A moment later, Scott walked over to the tent and plopped himself down in front of it, letting out a long sigh. All right. Scott groaned, helmet snapping off. That was a long day. Though this was the first time Rex had been left by himself with an Avenger, he didn't disagree with the sentiment. You said it, Mr. Lang. Ah. Scott waved Rex down. Just call me Scott, Captain. Scene cut. Captain Rogers walked ahead of Domino Squad, helmet on, with his shield held firmly in his hand. The rest of Domino Squad marched behind him, a bit of distance from him though not far. So that's the guy who's the leader of the Avengers. Echo murmured in slight awe. The guy who leads Colonel Rhodes. Fives whispered. Wonder how a colonel follows a captain. Echo mused. I don't get how that shield works. Heavy murmured, eyeing the star-spangled metal circle. Does he throw it or something? From what I hear, he does. Cut Up said. How does that work? Echo said thoughtfully. Well, he must be really good if Colonel Rhodes follows him. Fives remarked. Steve continued walking ahead until he heard something, halting in his tracks and holding his free hand up, signaling for the clones to stop. He motioned his hands down, getting to his knees with the clones copying his movement. Glancing to the clones, Steve motions them to get closer. There's something moving out there. Steve said in a low voice. Something bigger than us. What was it? Fives asked, his voice also low. Steve looked to the squad. Echo, correct. Yes, sir. Those binoculars on your helmet work. Always. Understanding the unspoken order, Echo lowered his Marco binoculars over his visor and scanned the area. He looked around for several moments until halting upon several large hulking figures not that far from them. The creatures were quadrupedal with fur around their front hind legs, 3 claw-toed feet and a head and beak with features similar to that of aviation-based species. There were about a half dozen or so, possibly more, and they all moving together as a pack. They don't look friendly. Echo said straight away. What is it? Heavy asked. Not sure. Echo said, going into his pouch strapped to his left thigh and handing a second pair of binoculars over to Heavy. But they're definitely predators. The 5 of them each took a moment to look the creatures over. What do we do, Captain? Cut Up asked. Stay back and stay low. Steve ordered. We'll move around them carefully. We don't want to spook them. If they're a pack, there might be more nearby. Nodding, Cap remained crouched down as he slowly moved forward with the clones right on his tail, though he told them to try to remain as low as possible. Their white armor with the blue accents was a bit too obvious to see. However, Steve signaled for them to stop again. The creatures were making loud sounds, with the head of the pack letting out a screech before they all ran off into the distance. Seeing that they were in the clear, the group rose up, though clearly confused as to why the creatures just ran off. What was that about? Cut Up asked aloud. Must have been spooked by something. Echo surmised. That may be the case. Fives said. Steve instead chose to walk over to where those creatures once prowled, seeing if there could be anything useful. What he found was a spear and some rope. What did you find, Captain? Heavy asked. Looks like the locals encountered these creatures earlier. Steve noted, picking up the spear and inspecting it. Think they were hunting them. Echo guessed. More like defending their homes and... Steve's eyes widened upon seeing something off in the distance. Get down. Steve said sharply, as he dropped to his stomach with Domino Squad doing the same. Sir? What's wrong? Fives asked. Did you see something? Crawling over to them, he held out his hand to Echo with the clone trooper handing him a pair of macro binoculars. Looking through the scopes, Steve's jaw clenched while holding out the scopes to Heavy. 11 o'clock. Steve held out his arm and said direction only to get a bit of a stare from Heavy. Blinking, Steve realized. Oh, right. That's a military expression on Earth. I'll tell you about it later. Look there. Complying, Heavy looked through the scopes in the direction that Steve pointed to and his form immediately tensed up. Is that droids? Steve confirmed grimly. Looks like we landed on a separatist-occupied world. From the tank and infantry, it's safe to say that it's a patrol. What the hell are droids doing on a backwater planet like this one? Cut Up asked, now holding his rifle up in case any blasting needed to be done. Keep that blaster down, Cut Up. Fives hissed. You'll only alert them to our presence. He's right. Steve said, eyes on the AAT tank off in the distance. Ayla, Bly, Rex, and the others may be unaware of the SIS being here. Are our long-range communicators working? Yes sir, but the closest one is only Captain Rex so far. Echo responded. Contact him right away and tell him what we found. Steve ordered. What about the droids, sir? Fives asked. We're gonna follow them. Steve answered. If this is a patrol force, then there's a chance that they'll lead us to a base. A base we can possibly infiltrate and use to get into contact with the Republic. Great thinking, Cap. Heavy praised before backpedaling a bit. I meant Captain. Captain Steve. I mean, Rogers, sir. Steve gave the trooper an amused grin. Cap works fine, Heavy. Scene cut. During Cap and Domino's squad trek up north, Ayla, Ahsoka, and their group of clones ran southward with some moments of respite in between. Currently walking at the head of the unit with Ahsoka by her side, Ayla scanned the seemingly endless horizon for anything other than tall grass with patches of barren land. She took a moment to look over to the young Padawan, finding the still dejected expression present since the start of this journey. I sense you are still conflicted on leaving Anakin behind. Ayla abruptly said, cutting through Ahsoka's thoughts. She looked up at the older Jedi Knight and gave her a sheepish face. Am I really that easy to read? Only to a professional. Ayla said good-naturedly. Then again, it takes one to know one. Ahsoka gave her a curious look. What do you mean? Ayla looked ahead with a reminiscent gaze, her lip quirking upward for a moment. My masters basically raised me. Ayla said with a fond smile. Quinlan Voss, Tholm, Trasaa. The three of them are the closest thing I've ever had to a genuine family within the Order. I can't deny that some of their more rebellious tendencies rubbed off on me, and I can see the same attitude in Anakin and yourself. Ahsoka blushed somewhat embarrassedly at that statement, upon remembering all of the quirks her master had that she herself had now. Especially with the constant crashings of a ship. And there's nothing to be ashamed of in that. Ayla said kindly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Ahsoka gave her a grateful smile only for it to drop a moment later. I still don't like that we left him behind. The Jedi Code tells us to be detached, yet compassionate. That we shouldn't care about ourselves but for everyone as a whole. Ahsoka said. It feels contradictory really. Masters, Tholm, Voss, and Saa would like you a great deal, Padawan. Ayla remarked. They too constantly question the Jedi Code's tenets, though not its purpose. Something they made sure I am aware of as well, and it appears Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi, whom you train under, follow. And what's that? Our duty to the galaxy. Ayla said. Contradictions and all. But you must also remember a lesson that Master Tholm taught me a long time ago. Don't throw away 1,000 lives just to save one. Ahsoka looked down to the ground. I know that, Master Sakura. That doesn't mean I can't try to do it anyway. Ayla only gave the Padawan a light smile, understanding her plight when Bly spoke up. General, up ahead. Looking up, both Jedi and clones saw a distinctively large tree not far in the distance. Let's move, men. Ayla declared, with the group breaking into a sprint. They soon arrived at the base of the tree to find it relatively deserted. Okay, so a big tree. Ahsoka mused aloud. But no life around it. Could be in the tree itself, Commander. One of the clones, Lucky, guessed. Possibly. Ayla said. I found something. Bly's voice echoed from around a large root jutting out from the ground that made its own archway. Moving around the root, they found Commander Bly along with Flash standing before an oddly shaped ovular rock. What's that? Looks like a boulder or something. Cameron said. Ahsoka approached the strange object and rapped her knuckles against it. I don't think it's a rock. Ahsoka said. More like an oversized nut or seed. But looks like there's no life here to put this to use. Bly said. Look out. Ayla cried out, using a force pull to rein in Ahsoka, Bly, and Flash. The spot where they once stood was suddenly occupied by another one of those large seeds/nuts from the overgrown tree, with several more falling around them. No wonder there's nobody living around this place. Ahsoka exclaimed. You'd be crazy to dodge those on a daily basis. While the clones and Padawan kept their eyes above at the tree canopy, Ayla instead scanned the area and found several peculiar sights. The sites being a group of craters near the base of the tree on the other side, with a trail going off in one direction down the hill this tree stood upon and over another far in the distance. Maybe nobody lives around here. Ayla said aloud, gaining her group's attention. But someone or something intelligent enough seems to have found some kind of use for these things. The trail leads in that direction over the hill. Scene cut. Back with Scott and Rex. The former of the two sat within the tent, taking the time to make some adjustments on his suit and see if there were anything wrong with it. Rex sat at the front, helmet lights on as he checked over the tall grass. You hear that rustling again? Scott asked from within the tent. Yeah, there is definitely something out there. Droids? Scott asked nervously. Nah, less they have stealth models, they would have just outright attacked us by now. Rex stated. They had remained here since the departure of their allies, though they were now more tense than ever after they got the message from Steve and Domino Squad about a separatist presence on the planet. Rex had gone back into the crashed Corvette and managed to withdraw some heavier weaponry and bombs along with a portable shield generator in case of any surprises. Scott had been going over his suit in the meantime to keep himself calm while waiting for Cap and the others' eventual return. His work process was cut off suddenly by a pained grunt from beside him. Scott looked down to see Anakin had at long last regained consciousness, though the pain he held was clear as day. Anakin. Scott said softly, gaining Rex's attention, who moved over to be beside his general. Don't move so much, buddy. You got really hurt. Scott is right, General. Take it easy, you've had a long day. Rex said. Anakin only shook his head, throat dry and head sore as he craned his head up. There's something out there. Anakin hissed out with a pained breath. Just as he said that, an inhuman screech echoed around them. Out from the grass in front of them, a quadrupedal beast with a bird beak for a mouth sprang out from the tall grass and sprinted full speed towards them. Scott's eyes widened in shock while Rex shot forward, blasting at it. However, it was too close by that point, and with its heads, barreled through Rex. The clone captain was sent flying back through the tent, causing it to collapse upon Scott and Anakin. Sensing that the latter of the two closest to it was the weakest, the creature jumped forward at Anakin with its mouth wide open. No. Only for Scott to shove himself forward against the beast. The beast didn't take too kindly to this, responding by biting into the Scott's arm and sinking the sharp edges and lower teeth of its beak into his left arm. Org! Scott yelled out in agony as the creature attempted to thrash him around, though he resisted as much as he could. Just as fast as it had its jaws around the ex-con's arm was it let go, as Rex had recovered quickly and shot the creature in the head, killing it. Wrenching his arm away, Scott moaned out and cradled his bleeding arm while testing its movements. Just looks like a flesh wound, sir. Rex assured, using the cloth of the ruined tent to quickly wrap up Scott's new injury. Scott winced from the tight bandaging of his arm but gave the captain a grateful pat on his shoulder with his good hand. Looking over, he saw Anakin was still conscious but only just. Check on him, Scott said, shakily get to his feet with Rex helping him, and the two went over to see Anakin was relatively unharmed. Well, no more unharmed than he already was. Which he was, badly. Hope they return soon, Rex said grimly. Otherwise we're a sitting meal ticket for both the Seps and whatever the hell that was just now. You said it, Rex, Scott grimaced, nursing his injured arm. The day went on into the night until daybreak came, with Ayla's group at long last arriving at a large village with the pods from the trees made into makeshift homes. Pod Central, Ahsoka said in relief, sharing a smile with Ayla. The group entered the village and found it inhabited by short, thin, furry, lemuriad type of species that reached up to their waists. Many backed away fearfully and nervously, staring at the newcomers to their village with great fright, save for one distinguished individual with a beard and yellow robe. Lurman. Ayla recognized the species. You know them? Ahsoka inquired, unfamiliar with the species. They are natives to the planet Mijita. I was unaware that they had a colony here. The chief-looking Lurman approached them with a purpose, eyeing the group suspiciously. Who might you be? He asked, somewhat hostile. More of those aggressive separatists? Come to claim yet more territory for your glorious revolution. Separatists, Ahsoka repeated in alarm. We are Jedi from the Galactic Republic, Ayla quickly answered. We come in peace. Our ship crashed with one of us being gravely injured. Please, I beg of you, we need your help. The chief, however, could only look at them bitterly. At the outbreak of war, we came and colonized this planet to remain neutral and hold a solace of peace. Instead, those wretched separatists and their incessant battle droids found this colony and since then has been harassing this village and my people. None of us have been killed or injured, but with your arrival here that unstable peace has now been threatened outright. But we're on the side of good, Ahsoka said determinedly. We're fighting for freedom, not enslavement like this. We are not enslaved, the chief shot down. Nor are you freedom fighters or peacekeepers. You Jedi have deluded yourselves into believing that while the entire galaxy rests on the brink. Now, I must ask you to leave at once. I do not wish to incur the wrath of the droids stationed upon this planet. We can't do that, Ahsoka said resolutely. If there are droids on this planet harassing you, then it is our duty as Jedi and clones to fight them. Violence only incurs more violence, the chief countered. It is an endless cycle that is perpetuated by your own aggressive words and thoughts, young one. It's bad enough that other off-worlder has been harassing the droid base. I knew I shouldn't have helped her. Confused as to who they were talking about, Cameron abruptly yelped, waving his arms around for a brief moment. Cameron? Bly inquired. What's wrong? Taking off his helmet, the clone looked around intensely with slight bewilderment. I thought I saw something fly in front of my helmet, Cameron explained. It looked like a human. Or a fairy. It had little insect wings. Ah, there she is, the chieftain said with a roll of his eyes. Father, a young Lurman with a vest and rusted hat admonished. Don't be so rude. You know that were it not for her, we would be in a much worse state than we already are. Though the chief wished to argue against his son, he knew that the boy wasn't wrong. Grumbling a bit, the chieftain spotted a small dot zipping about. Hope, reveal yourself. These are not the separatists. They mean us no harm. Ahsoka's eyes snapped in the direction of the chief, before looking around rapidly. Wait. Ahsoka strained her memory to way earlier in the day, before the battle, before the crash landing on this planet. Back in the Resolute's hangar bay where she and Scott Lang shared a brief conversation. Hope. Ahsoka said aloud, making some stare at her now. Hope Van Dyne. Also known as the Wasp of the Avengers. At this point the clones and Aayla gaped upon hearing Ahsoka's call-out. No sooner, something or really someone appeared before them in a manner identical to another enhanced individual currently looking out for an injured Jedi Knight. Her suit, while color-schemed and patterned differently, held clear similarities to Scott's, with the helmet being a dead giveaway. Said helmet retracted, revealing a young woman with long hair tied back into a ponytail. She stared at Ahsoka suspiciously, yet the Padawan could only smile brightly at her. How do you know who I am? She asked warily. Ahsoka only laughed heartily. Scott is going to be relieved to see you again. Hope Van Dyne's heart nearly stopped, her breath stalling momentarily. Scott. Hope whispered, praying this wasn't some joke. The chieftain had watched all this and only sighed. Wag too. The chief spoke to his son. Gather some supplies and go with them. As much as I do not wish for it, I cannot ignore a plea for help. Hearing this, Ahsoka beamed, though the chief added to his statement. On one condition. One of you Jedi must stay while the rest of you leave. If the separatists return and discover a sizable presence of you all, it would mean the end of my village. Aayla was all too willing to step forward and volunteer. She told Ahsoka and the clones to get back to the campsite near the crashed ship with post-haste. Not arguing her orders, Ahsoka was already running out from the village back in the direction of her master while calling on the Wasp to follow her. Scene cut. Scott Lang, Captain Rex, and Anakin Skywalker had survived a rather long and arduous night. Since their first attack, the trio has had to deal with an entire pack of these bestial creatures all night long and well into the morning. Rex stood in front of Scott, who was supporting Anakin up with his uninjured arm while the Jedi shakily held up his lightsaber. The clone captain faced off against the last two that were standing a few yards away from them, pawing at the ground and hissing at them. They're determined, that's for sure. Anakin strained dryly. Did we crash land on their turf or something? Scott asked aloud. Seriously, is there nothing to eat out here other than us? Here they come. Rex announced aloud, leveling his rifle at the now charging beast. What they did not expect was a red, silver, and blue circular disc to bash into the neck of the head creature that was running towards them, while the other one was quickly gunned down by blaster fire. Cap. Scott said in utter relief, watching the shield return to its owner, who stood before Domino Squad. Sorry we took so long, Captain Rex. Echo said aloud. Yeah, we got sidetracked by clankers. Fives said, the squad approaching them. We followed a patrol back to a base stationed on this planet. Have the others returned yet? Steve asked until he saw Scott's bandaged arm. Scott? What happened here? Did you guys get attacked? Yeah, by those assholes right there. Scott said in annoyance. But we're alive. Master. Rex. Captain. All heads turned to see the return of Ahsoka, Bly, Flash, Cameron and Lucky, along with a strange rolling creature that soon jumped up and unfurled itself to reveal an odd bipedal simian. However, that wasn't who Scott and Steve were focusing on. Their eyes instead rested on the woman who stood next to Ahsoka before she began approaching the two slowly. Anakin, sensing Scott's desire to go to the woman, casually threw his arm around Rex, who looked at the general with surprise until he gestured his head back to Scott, who practically ran forward. Hope. Scott cried out in pure joy, with the woman of his affections meeting him halfway and jumping into his arms. Kissing him fiercely and lovingly, Hope held on tightly to her boyfriend, letting a few tears of joy upon seeing him once more. Scott only laughed, hugging her once more with no intentions of letting go. Hope held him with all her strength, opening her eyes for a moment and spotting a smiling Captain America. Detaching herself from Scott, she hugged Steve a moment later, with Steve doing the same in complete relief. It's good to see you again, Hope. Steve said jokingly. Good to see you too, Cap. Hope said, smiling up at the super soldier feeling Scott wrap his arm around her. Off to the side, Ahsoka went up to Anakin who was leaning on Rex for support with a casual smirk on his face despite his current physical state. Hey Snips. Anakin said tiredly. I see you've been busy. I could say the same for you. Ahsoka teased, though it was clear for Anakin to see just how worried she was for him. Anakin chuckled only to grunt in pain, favoring his ribs. Remembering who she came with, Ahsoka looked back to the Lurman who was approaching them. Master, this is Wag 2. Ahsoka introduced the Lurman. He's a healer from his village who will help you get better. You'll be feeling as good as new in no time at all. Wag 2 promised sincerely. Get a stretcher prepped for him and come back to the village. The rest of my herbs and medicine is there. I'll also treat your friend there with the arm. Mastiff Phalones all have a nasty bite to them. That's what they're called? Rex dryly asked. I'd rather prefer beakhead or an honest pain in the ass. Taking what remaining supplies they could carry with them as well as make the stretcher for Anakin, everyone soon returned to the Lurman village where Ayla was awaiting their return. Giving them a pleased smile, she congratulated Ahsoka on a job well done. Anakin was taken to Wag's personal hut where the Lurman administered the necessary procedures to help fully heal Anakin. In the meantime, the rest of the clones either stood by or helped out a few of the natives get their errands done with the villagers offering them something to eat which they graciously accepted. Scott and Hope were basically inseparable with Hope herself using the oils of the pods to bandage up her boyfriend's arms. Ahsoka and Ayla sat by themselves atop the hill that overlooked the village with small winged creatures casually gliding around them. You were right all along, Master Sakura. Ahsoka said, breaking the silence. About what, Ahsoka? The young Togruta picked up a rock and levitated it slightly off from her palm. Had I stayed with Anakin at the ship, I never would have found this place with you and get the help needed to heal him. You two also found a lost Avenger. Both women turned to see Captain America walking up to them and seated himself next to Ayla. I owe the both of you more than you know for that. Steve said earnestly. Thank you both for finding Hope. Come now, Captain Rogers. Ayla said good-naturedly. It was you, Ahsoka and Anakin that came to my rescue when we called out for help. My Corps and I owe you our lives for what you did. So should we call it even then? Steve said. I think that is hardly enough. Ayla remarked with a kind smile. Though I can sense you would be stubbornly insistent. Kinda like a Jedi. Ahsoka said brightly. Ayla chuckled when she turned somber. We still need to find a way off this planet. And there's that separatist base Domino Squad and I found. Steve said grimly. So the chief wasn't just saying that for nothing. Ahsoka said glumly. There really are seps on this planet. We shall deal with them when the time comes, Padawan. Ayla assured. For now, let us use the time we have to recuperate. Your master, Mr. Lang, and our troops need it for tomorrow. Yeah, go down and rest with Skywalker, Ahsoka. Steve advised. You've had a long day. Ahsoka, rather than argue, knew it was best to follow Cap's advice as she quite literally felt a wave of exhaustion creeping up on her. Bidding the two good night, Ayla and Steve remained seated upon the hill watching the sunset over the village. You helped save a great deal of my men today, Captain Rogers. Ayla said suddenly. Say what you will, but your arrival along with Skywalker, Lieutenant Wilson, and Colonel Rhodes was more than enough to keep my Corps from fizzling out and dying. We did what we had to. Steve plainly said, knowing this to be true. These seps. They use disposable metal, but the clones and the Jedi? Well, both may have been raised from infancy to fight for a greater cause, and as much as I dislike that you're all still living beings. It's part of the job. Ayla gave the captain a curious expression, humming to herself. When Master Saa and Tholm explained to me that you are wiser than you seem, it appeared to be true. Steve hung his head slightly. If only that were true. Come now, Captain Rogers. Ayla comforted. Today, you saved the lives of thousands of soldiers and reunited with one of your lost friends. Allow yourself this moment. You earned it after all. Normally, Captain America would be one to object to this, but right now he was content to just watch the sun of this planet go down. Cap would always be that one man to tell others to rest while never doing so himself. Yet Aola Sakura, a warrior of principle and discipline like himself, was telling him to do so. And right now, after finding another one of his lost friends, he doesn't mind that. Thank you again, Aola. And to you as well, Steve. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 12, A Reason to Fight. What are we looking at here, Hope? Kneeling down in the cover of the tall grass, Steve Rogers, Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne Pym, Aola Sakura, and Commander Bly observed a separatist base from afar, stationed on the now identified planet of Meridun. From afar, they watched as droid patrols went about their programmed duties while staying close to the base. Dawn was breaking upon Meridun. The rest of their comrades had been left behind at the Lerman village, allowing time for Anakin to heal up properly and the clones to rest while they scouted out the Sis base nearby. This is the base that's been stationed here, apparently before I was found by the Lerman, Hope quickly explained. And it's just been here all this time? Aola inquired. Afraid so. Don't know about you, Scott began, rubbing his chin while scrutinizing the base. But this place must have had been built for over a month ago, given how fast construction is compared to back home. And asides from making a base here, what have they been doing? Inquired Commander Bly. I don't see any signs of them making a droid factory around the vicinity. He turned over to Hope. Could there be one inside? Not one that I know of. But they are making something. Hope kept eyeing the enemy base as she continued. Been seeing ships flying in and out of this place with various parts. Haven't been able to get a good look on what they're making, so sorry in advance. And I haven't been able to know the local written language here, so I haven't been able to know what exactly are on their servers. Steve pondered on the details and gave his thoughts. Asides from this being a Sis base, this could be a testing vicinity. Scott hummed. Makes sense. Far-off location in neutral space, where no one would suspect the enemy to be stationed. And with the privacy, they could have all the time needed with whatever nefarious plans being cooked up. This got certain stares coming from others. What? Scott said in a low tone. This is practically screaming it. And I've been rewatching a few old shows on my phone again, so there's that. G.I. Joe. Came Hope's guess, earning a bewildered look from her boyfriend. She groaned soon after. God, sometimes I forget how childish you are. What are you guys talking about? The Twi'lek Jedi asked aloud. Let's just say that when you're in a relationship with this man-child, you know all his tendencies. And what's that supposed to mean? Scott crossed his arms in a playful, pouty mood. Can we focus here? Steve said, getting back to the matter at hand. We can discuss more on Scott's preferences at another time. Hey. But we've got some investigating to do. And if we're lucky, Bly began, we can snag one of the SEP ships and eventually get off planet. If there currently is one behind those walls. Aola added in, getting obvious and affirmative-like responses from the others beside her. And it wasn't long before Hope and Scott shrunk down with Wasp flying into the air for a better look of things as she carried her boyfriend. So what is the point of this base way out in the middle of neutral space? Steve asked as they started creeping along the tall grass. Hope, do you see anything? First off, there aren't any ships here. Second, they are definitely working on something in there. Hope stated as a spotlight momentarily hit them, but was thankful that her presence didn't set off any alarms due to their size. Since we're in a war, easy to guess that it's a weapon of some kind. But, whatever it is, I can only guess. What do you see right now? Steve asked. Just the standard stuff that they've been doing. There's a circle of those droids in the middle all looking over a cannon. A cannon? Bly repeated. What, like artillery? Possibly. Wasp said, flying down to get a closer look. Hey Cap. Scott spoke up over the comms. Do you mind if I try something? What is it? Cap asked. Just wait a sec. Scott rode an Eni down to a nearby droid, landing on its radio backpack attachment. Remember when I told you of me wanting to hack the droids back on the Malevolence? Yeah. Let's give it a try here. Scott said, rubbing his hands together. Whoa. What the dash, spoke a droid before it suddenly went silent and leaned forward slightly. Nearby, several droids noticed the momentary yelp of the droid. Hey, X-29, what's going on? X-29 remained silent until it jolted up, raising its arm to rub its head. What? It swerved its head side to side and looked at its fellow droids. Why are you crowding me? You seemed to have malfunctioned and shut off all of a sudden. Oh. X-29 waved it off. I didn't know that. Do you need to get checked into maintenance? Maybe. Go on X-29, we have you covered. Nodding, the commandeered droid began walking in a random direction. Wasp floated above, looking down curiously as to what exactly was going on below her. Scott. Don't know about you guys, but I feel weird being the puppeteer here. Spoke the droid in an odd tone all too familiar to the Avengers. Wonder if this is how that Ultron guy was like doing his thing. What did you do? Steve asked. Let's say I'm somewhat experiencing what it's like being inside Tony's Hulk Buster suit. Came Ant-Man's response in the B-1 battle droid's voice. Given my shrunken size and all. When did you learn that? Bly couldn't help but ask in slight awe. Actually, Anakin helped me sometime after the Malevolence mission. Scott remarked. He told me about droids having a central command usually that allows them all to function. So I figured I could cut off the transmission of whatever is keeping this bot going and input my own commands. Ayla seemed very impressed in hearing this. Very well done, Mr. Lang. I have no doubt Skywalker will enjoy hearing your success in your little project. Just call me Scott, General. Scott said cheerfully. You guys have been busier than I thought. Hope stated, giving Scott a fond look below. Honey, you have no idea. Her boyfriend jokingly said before dread filled his voice. And all the reading. The B-1 battle droid suddenly clasped its head and massaged it like having a migraine. Oh, all that reading and studying. I thought you had a master's degree in engineering. Hope asked with a laugh. Yeah, and I thought I was done with that. Scott countered as he maneuvered his puppet to point at his girlfriend as they crossed into the inner workings of the SEP base. Besides, engineering has always been a hands-on learning experience for me. But since coming to this neck of the universe, I've been given more college classes to go through. Alright you two, focus up. Steve said in amusement. What do you both see? Just the usual still. Hope replied. Scott, take a left up ahead. That's the armory up ahead. The puppet B-1 droid nodded as it walked along the hallway with Hope absent-mindedly sitting on its shoulder. She looked around and was at the ready in case she needed to duck into the commandeered droid's paneling to hide. But luckily for her, any and practically all enemy droids didn't pay attention in their direction. Entering the armory, it was rather underwhelmingly small. Akin to a walk-in closet that's really doubled in size. See anything useful? Ayla asked through the comms. Aside from all these guns, there's this weird dome thingy here on the ground. Scott said, looking down on it. Dome thingy. Ant-Man groaned. Sorry, an energy barrier. Happy. You could have just said that in the first place. Spoke the Twi'lek. What is it? Hope inquired. A deflector shield generator. Bly quickly answered from outside the base. We could use that for later if the droids here get a little suspicious. A groan escaped his lips. Too bad we can't take them with us now. Very awkward to even move them over a long distance without a ship. How do we get it out of the base though? Ayla mused aloud. It's small enough to be carried, but it may be detrimental. That's what we're here for. Wasp said, growing to full size. Pulling out a small disc from her belt, she adjusted its setting and threw the disc forward. What are you talking about? Ayla, who did not have a visual as to what they were doing, did not see the shield generator shrink down. Scott couldn't help but release a chuckle upon seeing what is in his girlfriend's grasp. Oh, you guys are in for one hell of a treat when we're back in friendly territory. The ex-con looked up and voiced the obvious question. You wanna start back up the collection? The Van Dyne Pym formed a smirk underneath her helmet. Did you even need to remind me? What? Bly and Ayla shared a look and even Steve was somewhat confused. Guys. Steve spoke. What are you doing? You're gonna love this cap. Scott said excitedly. I actually can't believe I didn't do it sooner. It would have been real useful on the Malevolence to some of the Republic ships and bases we were previously on. Steve only shook his head. Okay, you two, get out of there and see what else is here at the base. Steve ordered. I want to know the layout for later when it's time to raise this place to the ground. Yeah, got it. Of course. Let's pull back, everyone. No need to press our luck. Scene cut. Oh, you gotta be fracking kidding me. And why would we joke about that, Anakin? Scott spoke with the biggest grin he could ever muster. 'Cause I hate that I missed that. Anakin said in a joking childish tone upon hearing the droid puppeteering moment before gazing at the objects situated on his friend's palm. So you guys shrunk these down and took it with you? What else can you shrink down? As a matter of fact, does it still work? Everything so far? Scott shrugged. Actually, I don't know what it doesn't work on. PIM particles can be applied everywhere really. Anakin gave the ex-con a hard stare. Next time, you're taking me with you. I promise. Okay, now that that's settled. Steve dryly said. How are you feeling, Anakin? Better. Anakin grunted, rotating his shoulder. But I am too sore. Give me a few more days and I'll be right as rain. Try not to move too much. Wag 2 said on the side, coating the Jedi's next set of bandages with the healing salve of the pods. You'll need to remain relaxed for the remainder of the day to fully recover. Anakin obliged the Lurman healer, laying back down. Say, where's Ahsoka? And Rex? Helping out the villagers with the clones go about their daily tasks. Ayla answered. Rex is on the outskirts with Domino Squad and Bly. Keeping an eye on anything that may sneak up on us. Anakin nodded at the information as he is out of commission for the time being. He very much appreciated being in the loop. Ahem. Ayla turned behind her to see the chief of the Lurman and Steve Rogers standing at the entrance of Anakin's tent. I wish to speak with you and this shield fellow here in my personal tent, if you wouldn't mind a moment of your time. Ayla quirked her brow, looking up at Steve for a brief moment, who only shrugged his shoulders and simply gestured that they go along with this request. Looking back down at the small Bipt, Ayla nodded, and with Cap followed the chief towards the center of the village where the largest tent pod stood. Entering the tent, the chief held his hand up towards two spots with blankets as a place for them to seat themselves. So what did you want to discuss, sir? Steve inquired, sitting down next to Ayla. The chief waved his question down, first going about grabbing 2 cups and filling it with liquid and offering them both to drink. Accepting the drinks graciously, the Jedi and Avenger exchanged looks whilst the chief sat down on the opposite end of the fire that was lit in his hut. Your people have come at a very difficult time, both for my village and the galaxy. The chief began, looking tired. For the past few weeks, those blasted droids have been coming through our village. No harm had come to us nor any damage, but their presence disturbs our very way of life. Both of his guests remained silent as he went on. But now with your arrival here, I can only assume it'd be a matter of time until conflict breaks out. It is inevitable when 2 opposing forces are in such close proximity to one another. We did not mean to bring conflict to your home, chieftain. Ayla said respectfully. This was not what we intended. Be that as it may, you are here. The chief said sharply, eyeing the blue Twi'lek. And with it, your war. Something my people and I came to this planet to avoid. These things happen, chieftain. Steve spoke up. Back on my home world, global war broke out, affecting many innocent civilians that wanted nothing to do with the conflict. It was unavoidable in most cases. A fanciful excuse for you, maybe. The chief shot back. But we are a people of peace. We do not engage in violence, for that only breeds more violence. The Jedi and the Republic claimed to have been champions of such conflict, and yet here we all are. A galaxy embroiled in war, with every planet getting caught in its crossfire. War is sometimes inevitable. Steve said firmly, eyes now locked with the chief's. There are those in the galaxy who wish for the loss of lives to only further their own goals. That is an ideal that can't be dissuaded no matter how hard you try. And you would know this. I speak from experience. I have known a great many deal of individuals that would rather prefer to resolve things with their power than with words. Chieftain, I understand your resolve, but the Jedi share in this belief of peace. Ayla interjected. Our duty is to the Force and the galaxy. Peacekeepers. The chief said with slight disgust. How can you call yourselves such things when engaging in battle and leading legions to their deaths? The separatists threatened the galaxy's stability. Ayla said. So rather than coming to an agreement with these former senators, you instead resolved to settle this in war. The chieftain shot back. That seems rather simple-minded of you and your order, Miss Jedi. War is never as simple as that, chieftain. Steve gave the chief a fierce look. I learned this the hard way after discovering the horrors being conducted before the start of my war back on Earth. I learned that the Republic tried desperately to settle and avoid this war, but as I've told an old friend of mine, every time you try to win a war before it starts, innocent people die. Every time. And yet, here we are. The chieftain remained resolute. The innocents of the galaxy being the true victims in this war. What about the separatists outside your base? Ayla pointed out. They threaten your way of life as is by simply being here. What if they came in with the intent of abusing your hospitality? We would not be offering any resistance. And that is something they'd take advantage of and greatly abuse. Steve said straight away. We have done nothing to provoke them. And I know this will sound stereotypical, but I'm afraid you all will be slaughtered if you do nothing, even at this time with the droid army at your doorstep. You should at least make an effort to either find someplace else to hide until this all blows over or defend yourselves. Mounting our defenses and engaging them in battle will make us no better than they are. Responded the Lurman chief. Our philosophies have kept us alive for generations and it will not stop. Not now or ever. Even at the cost of your very lives. Ayla questioned, shocked at what she was hearing. We will rather die than taking the lives of others. Before their discussion could continue, the Lurman chief's son entered the tent with a distressed look on his face. Wag 2, what's the matter? The separatists are here. Ayla and Steve looked at each other before the human super soldier spoke. Where and how far? Outside of the village and possibly minutes upon arrival. That's no good. Steve muttered out before making his way out of the tent with his Jedi companion. We need to get the others out of here and hiding elsewhere. We aren't prepared for a fight just yet. And if they find any sign of us being here, then the separatists will raze this village to the ground. Grimly spoke the Twi'lek. Following right behind them was the village chief as he spoke up to them. And it is your presence that endangers us all. We know that, sir, and neither of us want any of you in the crossfire. Which is why you all must leave at once. Said the chieftain as he broke away from the taller people. Now if you'll excuse me, I must attend to our new guests. Both Ayla and Steve momentarily looked on before looking at each other. With nothing much to say, the pair ran off towards the others in hopes of getting the injured Anakin out in time. As they made their way, they both knew they couldn't force the Lurman into a war, no matter how bad it is. Scene cut. Rex, Fives, and Echo used the tall grass as cover, observing a large separatist dropship high above slowly make its way down to the surface. What do you see, Captain Rex? Commander Bly's voice inquired through the comms. Droid dropship. Rex responded. Nothing too big, but since it's a dropship, no doubt a separatist cruiser is up above in orbit. Get out of there quickly. Bly instructed. We're moving General Skywalker to safety. Copy that, Commander. Rex stood up with Fives and Echo and the trio ran back to the village. Eventually, the droid ship touched down at the village outskirts. With the soft clanking of wood against the earth, the Lurman chieftain made his way closer and closer to the cis droid ship. He kept his gaze forward and held himself high despite his hunched back as a means of showing how strong of a character he was. With the droids coming down the ramp, comprised of a contingent of B-1 and B-2 battle droids, they momentarily stopped before parting ways to reveal a pleasantly plump, male Neimoidian with several other individuals. Undeterred, the Lurman chieftain drew closer while the male Neimoidian stepped off his ship. Ah, so this is the planet then. The Neimoidian held an air of smug arrogance as he asked one of the droids beside him. Affirmative, General. A green-accented battle droid confirmed. The Separatist general mused until seeing the Lurman chief approach. Hello there, I am General Locke Duerk of the Separatist Alliance. And I am Tewa Kaa, leader of this colony. What do you dash? I believe you are aware that you are under the protection of the Separatists, no. The general cut him off. Your droid base is known here. Then you should consider yourselves fortunate in your luck by being under the umbrella of such an illustrious collection of free systems. Locke Duerk arrogantly declared, walking away from the chieftain who only glared slightly at the rotund form of the general. Quickly catching up to him, Tewa Kaa walked beside Duerk in hopes of talking some sense to him as he was surrounded by a couple dozen Separatist droids. We are a peaceful people, General. We do not condone violence. The Trade Federation general ignored the Lurman chieftain by waving him off. If you'd be so kind and stand aside. I'd like to inspect my new colony. Tewa Kaa could only look on as Locke Duerk gave his droids the order to inspect his village. Well, inspect was a strong word, it was more like ransacking his peaceful village. Many Lurmen cowered and ran in fear with the droids breaking apart various homes and held the citizens at gunpoint in case if any of them were to do anything stupid. But it was really hard for them to do such things, given their peaceful nature and upbringing. Wag 2 stood off in the far back with Ahsoka Tano beside him. What are they doing? Wag asked in complete shock. We haven't even done anything to them. Those droids were programmed to do this. Ahsoka said bitterly, glaring at the clearly amused Locke Duerk. Programmed to follow whatever that fetchlob wants. The present Avengers were feeling sick to their stomachs as neither of them could do anything to help these peaceful villagers. Are we really just gonna sit around here like this, Cap? Scott asked, clearly hating that all they could do was hide. Ahsoka looked back as her eyes pleaded with the Master Jedi and the super soldier on at least doing something for the Lurman. Unfortunately, Steve shook his head. As much as I hate to do this, we need to fall back. Agreed. Anakin looked over at the village's natural barrier. All we can do now is hide in the tall grass and wait things out. Ahsoka clenched her fists in frustration before acquiescing and following the clones, Jedi Masters and Avengers out of sight for the moment. Soon enough, the droids continued their inspection of the village and returned to the Sep General. There is no evidence of any Republic contraband within the village. The lead droid reported. This is not the first time your droids have done this to my people, General. Chief Wa Kaa stated. Then expect to have more of our inspections in the future, Chieftain. Because we represent such a threat to your battle droids. The chieftain sarcastically remarked before sagging his shoulders. We will offer no resistance. Locke Duerk only laughed. Your species is smarter than you look. The separatist forces departed a moment later, leaving a clearly disgruntled chieftain. Wag 2, seeing his father return to the village, quickly ran up to his side. Father, are you hurt? Tewa Kaa only shook his head, though held a solemn expression. The Jedi and their allies are safe though. Wag 2 said. And yet, they nearly brought harm upon our people. Father, you can't go blaming them for something that's beyond their control. Wag 2 defied his father's words. But now we have to deal with this new tyrant who won't be lenient now that he has control. I've just ensured our peace. The chief said, affronted. By bowing to that demagogue. Wag 2 said challengingly. Are we to do nothing while they harass us even more now? You would discard our very way of life. If it means to ensure the safety of the village, yes. Wag 2 firmly stated. Wag 2 could only look on with his father walking away. Clicking his tongue, the chieftain's son turned towards his friend. Mind going out there and finding the Jedi and their friends? Of course, Wag 2. Was all the villager said as he jogged away and started his search. In the tall grass over a vast distance away from the village, the Republic forces and Avengers waited about with each bearing a visible emotion to what they witnessed earlier. Pacing in his spot, Rex released a frustrated sigh. I just can't figure out why the Lurman couldn't stand up and fight back. Lack of pride, I guess. More like lack of courage. Came Ahsoka's dry remark. Sometimes it takes courage to stick to one's beliefs, young Padawan. Ayla sadly lectured. As any Jedi well knows. Ahsoka could only look away, pulling out a small ration bar and bitterly eating it. Before she could even take a bite out of it, she felt Hope place a hand on her shoulder. I know it peeves me too, Ahsoka, but we just can't force them out of something they've been practicing for years. It takes time to adjust. But what if they'll be too late? Ahsoka asked. Good question, Snips. Anakin grunted. But right now, our primary concern should be getting a ship off this planet. How would we do that, sir? Heavy asked. Easy. Anakin held a mischievous grin. A brand new craft just landed here, ripe for the taking. Stealing from the Separatists. Rex said in the all-too-obvious happy tone. Count me in. And we already know where the base is stationed. Scott pointed out, earning nods from the group. So no need to go that far. And depending what is there, I'll be needing your help hijacking them, Scott. Definitely. So what now? Hope was about to suggest something when she saw something at the corner of her eye. Turning her head, she most definitely spotted a red light amongst the tall grass. Cap! Hope shouted, pointing at a grayish-black droid that raised itself out from the cover of grass and moved to flee. The group rounded about with the clones quickly raising their basters and opened fired. Steve quickly grabbed his shield from his back and flung it forward. The shield dented the domed droid, allowing the clones to gun it down a moment later. Damn, nice throw. Bly whistled out. Steve walked up to his shield and picked it up while giving a brief thanks. Seems the Separatists wanted to be more thorough in their inspection than just within the village borders. We'll need to move fast. Ayla stated. We don't know if the droid broadcasted what we said already. Flash, Cameron, Lucky, the three of you go back to the village but stay out of sight. Bly ordered his troops. If the droids come back, let us know how much are we dealing with. Domino Squad, you do the same. Rex added. Better to be safe than sorry. The respective troops gave their confirmations before running back towards the Lerman village to carry out their assignment. Where are we going? Ahsoka inquired. Overlooking their base, of course. Steve answered. And if memory serves, there's a tree big enough to survey the valley. There. Ayla pointed up, and off in the distance was the large tree. Gonna be quite the climb. For you guys. Scott said cheekily, shrinking down onto his miniature size. That is so unfair. Ahsoka said with puffed cheeks, already knowing what's bound to happen next. He can be such a child. Hope said until she herself grinned, shrinking down with her wings popping out. And in this case, I agree with him. Steve and Anakin could only roll their eyes as they trekked towards the large tree in the distance. It had taken the regular-sized people to climb the massive trunk, given what equipment they had on hand, or lack thereof. And with them high above the ground, the group stood atop of the large tree branches with the large Separatist base off in the distance. The lone Separatist dropship stood in the center of the base with a reinforced droid battalion now patrolling the areas. They really buffed themselves up. Scott murmured. Steve eyed the base, and from the side of eyesight he saw Anakin shudder and held a hand over his bandages. And here comes the welcome wagons. Skywalker commented, seeing the train of droid tanks rolling out of the parked enemy ship. You sure you're recovered enough for this, Anakin? Steve asked. With all that? I think I could take on one, at a time. Hey look. Rex pointed forward at the front of the base. What's that they're dragging out of the base? The droids and General Durd came out with one of the AAT tanks equipped with a particularly larger cannon. Looks like that artillery cannon you two mentioned is all ready to go. Anakin said to the couple in the group. Yeah, but we still don't know what it does. Scott pointed out. Anakin in the meantime went back to looking through his scopes at the base and spotted what he was hoping to find. They've got a shuttle behind the dropship. Anakin said. That's gonna be our ticket out of here. Not gonna be easy, General. Bly said. They've really got all their blind spots and formations in check. And there's still that new cannon of theirs. Then we'll need to slip into their base tonight, take the ship and blow up the base along with that weapon of theirs. What does that thing even do? Ahsoka asked. Only one way to find out. Wasp once again shrunk down and flew forward. Hope, wait up. Scott followed after her. Good luck out there, Hope. Scott. Roger that. Over by the Separatist base, the plump Neimoidian surveyed his weapon being rolled out and stationed at a safe distance. With it mounted in place, Lockderd pulled out his holo communication device and made a call. After several moments, the holographic image of Count Dooku appeared before the Trade Federation General. Count Dooku. Pardon me, our new weapon is finally finished and ready for testing. It had better be worth the time and expense, Lockderd. It will be, my lord. Lockderd turned to speak to the assembled droid army down below at the ground. Then you may proceed. Of course. Waving his hand towards the cannon stationed down below, Lockderd addressed to both the Sith Lord and the droid army. Today is a great day in the Separatist Alliance. This new weapon will bring about swift and decisive victories across all battlefields for the Confederacy. It is a tool that has the power to destroy organic matter down to a molecular level while droids shall be left unscathed. What followed were all the B-1 battle droids cheerfully exclaiming victory and Roger Rogers until. Now. I'll need several volunteers. Suddenly, a large number of droids stepped back with two B-1 droids standing in place, unaware that they were chosen. Good, now I want you two to go into the field and stand there until further instructions. Wait, us. The two droids looked behind them to see the rest of the B-1s had stepped aside to make a path for them. Now go. Lockderd encouraged. For the glory of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The droid pair gave a hesitant, Roger, Roger, before doing as they were commanded. Close to the cannon, both Ant-Man and Wasp hovered nearby. Okay, front row seat to the action. Scott said as he eyed Hope's form, who seemed rather nervous. Something wrong. You look a bit tense there, Hope. Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Scotty. Hope reassured. I'm fine. Unsure of what to say, Scott had no choice but to drop this for the time being. The Separatist cannon started whirling to life as orders were being barked out. The B-1 droids following their commands as everything was primed and ready. Is the defoliator ready? Lockderd asked his ally, who confirmed it. Then fire. Kaboom. A large payload fired into the air and screeched across the vast distance. It eventually plummeted towards the Earth as it eventually neared the center of the vast tall grass. Both droids stood by and watched as the shell grew closer. Should we take cover? No, idiot. That's not even gonna hit us. Upon impact, a blast soon went off with a napalm-like flame quickly spreading across the field. And it wasn't long before the impact struck the two battle droids, as neither of them were remotely harmed at all. The only thing that was the tall grass, and some unsuspecting animals as their ashes lied amongst the ground nearby the sentient machines. Smiling towards himself, Lockderd turned his attention back towards Dooku. As you see, the weapon meets its designs. The landscape is harmed, but not the droids. Impressive. Dooku admitted. But I believe it would be better tested against living organisms. Lockderd chuckled. That is exactly why this was the planet I had chosen to conduct its first official test. The inhabitants of this world are harmless and will serve as the perfect test subjects. From their placements, Ant-Man and the Wasp's heads shot up in alarm at what they had just seen. The tank's devastation was terrifying. And they no doubt shared the same thoughts with their companions at the massive tree a safe distance away from the napalm-like blast. Taking off into the air, the two insect-themed heroes went back to regroup to plan their upcoming attack on the Separatist base. Off to the far end of the scorched earth, the Lermanwag 2 had conveyed a message to be sent to his friend via the Azure Bluebird that accompanied him to the base. Scene cut. Night has fallen with only a handful of light sources being seen in the valley. And amongst the tall grass outside of the Separatist base, the Republic forces and present Avengers hid themselves away from the moving lights. Their plan tonight was very simple: take out the Separatists' communications, procure the enemy shuttle and anything else they can get their hands on. And if they can even snag the Sith's new weapon, then it will be all the more sweeter upon dismantling it. Anakin, Steve, Bly, and Rex remained crouched on the far left end of the base with Ahsoka and Ayla on the far right. Up above, Wasp and Ant-Man were their eyes in the sky keeping watch on the inside of the base. As much as they'd like to go there immediately and do some damage, they were needed in their current task as it was essential for things to run smoothly. Though the only time they'll actually enter the base was if they were asked to shrink down anything for them to use later. Soon enough, Ayla and Ahsoka began their approach to the base, running around the lights used by the droid base and making it to the wall of the base. Anakin in the meantime used the Force to have a rock near one of the droids begin to move about erratically. Huh. The droid looked down in time to see the rock zip away from him. What's that? The other droids around him noticed their fellow clanker go after the rock that was zigzagging deeper into the tall grass where no light could be shined on. Entering the grass, Steve quickly tripped the droid with Anakin igniting his lightsaber through the head. Ayla and Ahsoka took the chance to scale up the wall, using their natural athleticism and Force-enhanced jumps to get over and into the base. Wasp and Ant-Man also descended on down and in rapid succession, smacked multiple droids off the upper levels of the base down to the ground. Some of the droids took notice, though it was too late as the entirety of the small strike force leapt into action. The two shrunken Avengers knocked out the security lights while Steve popped out from his cover and threw his shield at the remaining droids on the ground. The shield bashed in between multiple droids, knocking each and every one in rapid succession. Bly and Rex each tackled droids and systematically tugged and ripped their heads off while Anakin simply sliced through them with his lightsaber. Wasp, Ant-Man, Ayla, and Ahsoka made quick work dispatching the remaining droids in the base, with the other four joining them as Ahsoka had managed to get the door open. "Guys, I'm not seeing the cannon or its ammo," Ahsoka reported. "The Separatists must have moved them onto another ship," Rex guessed as he clicked his tongue. "Now things will be much harder." "I know, but we'll need to do what we can now to hamper for what's to come," Steve spoke out before addressing the others. "Now we need to take the shuttle and whatever else that may be of use. And then blow up this joint," Hope rhetorically questioned, pulling out several charges from her belt. Seeing the nod from Captain America, the team quickly spread out and made their way across various points in the Separatist base and planted the bombs. Even though the base was cleared of droids, they couldn't take the chance of any Sith forces arriving at a moment's notice. So neither of them took their time in their current task. Aboard the shuttle, Anakin hotwired the ship with some assistance with Scott. "Say, Anakin," Scott innocently said, "after this is all said and done, is it alright if we get this ship for ourselves?" Pausing momentarily, Anakin continued his work. "Why would you want a SEP ship? You know the Republic could just give you one." "Yeah, but that would make yous look like we're greedy," Scott stated. "But spoils of war?" Skywalker was able to start up the engine before turning to his shrinking friend. "What's this about a collection you and Hope were talking about anyways? Neither of you actually gave any specifics." Scott smiled and explained as they heard their group piling in with armfuls worth of shrunken boxes worth of enemy provisions and ammo. As the explanation went on, Anakin's smile threatened to break his face in half before he released a hearty chuckle. "Oh boy, I can't wait to see how that'll look," he said, clearly loving the idea his friend had in store. "That'll no doubt help out down the line." With everyone now on board, Anakin got the ship off the ground and took off into the night sky. As they were at a safe distance away, Hope was given the signal and flipping the switch. Kaboom! Causing a massive amounts of explosions being heard outside of the ship coming from what now remained of the enemy base. "Make contact with Domino Squad," Anakin ordered Rex. "Tell them to get ready. We've got a battle to win." Scene cut. The Lerman village were up and about this morning, though there was a clear tension in the air. Wag too had received word of the coming Separatist forces and was going about telling the rest of the villagers. A task that was noticed by both his father and the other clones stationed in secret around the village, which made them reveal themselves, much to the relief of Wag and the bitterness of the chief. To make matters worse for the leader of the Lerman, a Separatist shuttle was seen coming straight for them, with the clones taking up positions around the ship as it landed. Though they quickly lowered their guns upon seeing their Jedi commanders, clone leaders, and the Avengers stepping out from the ship. "Why have you returned?" the chief angrily exclaimed. "I thought I made it clear that we do not want you here in the village." Father. Wag too wanted to argue against his father, but Ayla beat him to it. I'm sorry, chieftain, but we must be here. Ayla said straight away before raising her voice for the rest of the Lerman to hear. Everyone, please listen to us. We must get you all to safety now. The separatists are coming to raze this village to the ground and your lives with it. You must all go immediately. We will not abandon our homes. Tewa Kaa stubbornly refused. But if you stay here, then you'll just fall. If it's to be our destiny to fall in your war, then so be it. Nothing could be said with the chieftain's stubborn attitude now as he walked away. Looking at each other, the Republic and Avenger entourage immediately mobilized to get the village properly defended with the upcoming assault. Scene cut. General Lockdard was not in any way, shape or form happy this morning. He was having a pleasant sleep on board his ship when he got quite the rude awakening from his assistant, whom informed him of his base being blown up into smithereens. And this wasn't reported earlier due to communications being cut off in the middle of the night. Because of this, the Neimoidian had to scramble his forces and make his way towards the Lerman village. In his mind, Lockdard rationalized the peaceful colony was harboring something that was connecting to his base's demise. With his new weapon aimed at the village, it was being rolled out beside him as he rode inside of the droid tank. Once it was within firing range, the Neimoidian will have it primed and ready before finishing off the test as a means of not only completing his mission but also having his revenge against the Lerman. Ah, General. What is it? Snapped Lockdard. The villagers are making some sort of barrier with the pods. Pulling out his binoculars, Lockdard zoomed in and saw what was happening over yonder. Oh please, like those pods will do any proper defense against my weapon, less alone with you droids and my tanks. His mood soured even further when he ended up seeing the pods being moved, on their own, without anyone remotely touching them. Zooming closer, the Neimoidian saw the source of this odd mystery. Jedi. What are they doing here? Lockdard then barked out an order. Halt. Back at the village, Tewa Kaa was clearly upset upon seeing the larger people making a barricade with the giant seed pods. Stop what you are doing! Yelled the chieftain. I didn't ask you to defend us. You don't need to. Steve plainly said, pushing a large pod with the aid of Heavy and Echo. Echo, Heavy, do we have any mines? Yes sir. Heavy nodded. Managed to grab several from the ship before we left. Then you know what to do. Nodding, Heavy looked to Echo and gestured his head in the direction of the front barrier of the village. Calling upon Fives and Cut Up, Domino Squad ran out to quickly plant the mines. Meanwhile, Ayla and Anakin were dealing with a still angry chieftain. Sad to say, but this battle is inevitable. Anakin said apologetically. I can respect that you want to stay and rely on your just beliefs, but let us do the same with ours. Ayla simply stated, returning to moving more pods forward for the village defenses. Tewa Kaa didn't say anything, only walking away once more with a grumble under his breath. His son looked on in sadness as he spoke up. I greatly appreciate what you're doing. He then sighed. And as much as I want to help, I'm afraid I can't do much. Curious, Ahsoka questioned the chieftain's son. How so? My father is strong-willed and set in tradition. WA2 looked over at the Tortuga as he continued. My people are split down the middle, most share the same beliefs as I do and the rest follow my father. I mean, we've been raised under a strict code and only recently have the majority of us started questioning it. Anakin, who overheard these words, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. You have no idea how much I know exactly what you're going through. Ahsoka looked to her master in confusion whilst Ayla herself retained a stoic visage. Sad to say, but we've got to respect our beliefs, even if we don't really agree with it. Steve had shoved one final pod into place and turned to see Bly and Rex beside him. Sir, what exactly is our plan here? Bly spoke up. The Clankers have at least half a dozen tanks, with one of them being that Scorcher. Their numbers aren't exactly comforting either. Our main priority is defense of the village. Steve firmly stated. The tanks will be dealt with when they get in range. For now, we should get into positions and get ready. Yes sir. Bly and Rex said, both moving to where they could get the best vantage point. Bly spread out his 3 Clone Corps members with Domino Squad that had returned from their quick run out to prep the village defenses. Situated on one of the giant seed pods, Rex spoke up. The clankers are holding their positions. They're not going to hit us directly, not if they can fire from long range. Anakin stated as he and his fellow companions started getting ready. But if we can stand both their weapons and their tanks, then we'll be able to draw them in. Kaboom. And not a moment too soon. Lucky muttered out as the group saw a streak soaring through the air. Missile incoming. Power the shields. Yelled out the Skywalker. And not a moment too soon as the clones and Avengers finished setting up the shield generators. With a final button stroke, pillars of energy shot out from the devices and started forming a giant barrier around the village's vicinity. Wasp and Ant-Man stood with Ayla as the energy shield descended on down in front of them. As soon as the barrier's edge hit the ground, the defoliator round struck the dirt and unleashed its scorching capabilities. It spread like wildfire that it was until coming to a stop at the energy shields that protected the village. Glad to see that works, Scott said in relief. But if they get close enough, the droids can easily bypass and step through the shields. Ayla grimly stated, making Hope look at the Twi'lek Jedi. Wait, what? Hope said in bewilderment. How does that work? Energy rounds are deflected against the barrier, but anything else is sadly fair game to move on through. Scott contemplated this piece of info for a brief moment. That feels really counterproductive. You have no idea how much I agree with you, sir, said Commander Bly, who walked up next to his Jedi General. All preparations to the village are ready, General Sakura, Bly announced. Okay, when the droids start coming through that barrier, which we no doubt will happen, we need to protect not just the generators but the Lurmen as well, Steve stated as he eyed his companions. If the generators go down, then the separatists will fire their weapon again and we'll be wiped out. The super soldier eyed Ant-Man and the Wasp. Scott, Hope, I need you two to go sabotage their weapon as they'll least suspect you two. Yeah, got it, Cap. Of course, Steve. The insect-themed Avengers quickly shrunk down and made their way towards their target with a faint zooming hitting everyone's hearing. Everyone else, hold the line and protect both the generators and villagers. Sir, yes sir, barked out various clones while the Jedi nodded. They're starting their march, Rex said aloud. Get ready, Anakin ordered, igniting his lightsaber with Ahsoka and Ayla doing the same. The clones all had their weapons up, with Steve standing alongside them with his signature shield in hand. Stepping out of the protective shield barrier, Steve moved first and begun the battle with his trademark throw of his shield. The nearest droids were struck hard by the vibranium shield, heavily denting and decapitating many as it ricocheted off in rapid succession. Not wanting to lose track of it, Captain America charged forward, leapt into the air and used various droid heads as stepping stones in order to retrieve his trusty shield as it fell down towards the earth. The Jedi and clones were right behind him as they rushed forward. Anakin utilized a force pull, drawing in an unfortunate B1 into his saber that sliced it like a hot knife through butter. Ahsoka instead opted to sprint forward, jumping into a spinning slash that took down 2 droids before deflecting several blaster bolts. Shifting her saber into a specific angle, Ahsoka sent the next shot sent her back to the center, which in turn blasted the poor droid's head off. Ayla had worked in tandem with Bly and her clone troopers, being primarily their defense whilst they delivered the firepower. It didn't take long until the first wave was clear out with relative ease as there was very little sent. That wasn't so tough, breathed out the Tortuga Padawan. That was only the first wave, Anakin commented as the sounds of mechanical feet grew louder and louder with each passing moment. Be ready for the next one, people, Steve said as he picked up a droid blaster off the ground. Domino Squad, Anakin said aloud. Front and center, right behind me. What of us, sir? Asked Bly's subordinates. You 3 are gonna behind me, Steve said, holding up his shield and had the blaster poking out from its edge. Whatever gets past us, you take care of. With pleasure. Rex, Bly, you 2 stay behind with us, Ayla ordered. Getting into position, Steve looked over at Anakin and the Domino Squad. Hey, Heavy, Steve called out to him. Sir. Ready with those planted charges. Heavy smirked underneath his helmet, pulling out the trigger from his belt. Bums away. Pressing the switch, a series of explosions went off in the middle of the droid battalion, causing quite the amount of chaos within the B-1s. Way! What is happening? My head is on fire. Lockderd, who had witnessed all this, growled in frustration and anger at the complete lack of progress made by his battalion. Gritting his teeth, Derd looked to the rest of his remaining forces. Tanks. Open fire! Derd shouted out. Blast rounds shot out of the hovering tanks and soared through the air in hopes of defeating the opposing forces. Steve was fighting through the next set of droids with Flash, Cameron, and Lucky behind him, gunning down any droid that got too close to his blind spots. Anakin was off to the side doing the same as the two units worked as a well-oiled machine. Suddenly, Flash looked up to the sky at the sound of a strange whirring sound that was getting closer and closer from above. Incoming shells. Flash shouted out. Get back! Anakin yelled. The two groups broke into a retreat and were getting closer to the barrier when Steve saw that one of the tank rounds were falling directly in the direction the clones in front of him. Without hesitation, Steve felt his muscles tighten as sprinted forward in a burst of speed, and with his shield shoved the three clones with enough force to get them back into the safety of the barrier. Ayla and Ahsoka saw this and both their eyes widened at the tank shell falling straight down at Rogers. Cap! Both cried out in horror just as the super soldier raised his shield above his head. The tank shell impacted the shield, a loud ringing explosion going off. Smoke was thrown up for a brief few seconds until it cleared to reveal a relatively unscathed Captain America with mostly scorch and dirt marks overall on his form. Both the Jedi and the clone officers could only stare blankly at Cap casually wiping off some of the marks on his shield. Whoa! Was all Rex said, echoing the sentiment shared between the four of them. I did not know his shield could withstand that. You don't know the half of it. Steve commented as he briefly remembered Thor's mighty hammer bouncing off of this on several occasions. Gotta get me one of those. Bly murmured. Good luck finding one. Steve said in good humor. Zooming across the air, Wasp and Ant-Man soon landed onto the Separatists' new weapon. They don't suspect a thing. Scott muttered out as he and Hope slipped their way through the console's main paneling. Once inside, the shrunk pair started pulling out wires and denting what they believed were major components to properly operate the cannon. On the outside, Lockderd's assistant started noticing the console's lights were starting to go out. Curious, he tried pressing some buttons for some sort of response, only for nothing to really happen. As he investigated further, he ended up getting electrocuted upon prying the console's panel out of its place, falling back and landing in an unconscious heap. What is going on? Lockderd demanded, briefly seeing his assistant down on the ground with smoke coming off his body. And I believe that is our cue. Hope said, getting a nod from Scott before taking him out into the air. Got the bomb set in place. Just need to get a good distance before we can say bye-bye to it. Hope pushed herself to go faster through the air in response. Looking back, Scott counted down the seconds as he fingered the trigger to his planted bomb. And what felt like forever to him, he finally pressed down. And, boom. The tank next to Derd's exploded spectacularly, rocking the general greatly. What was that? Derd exclaimed panickingly. One of our tanks blew up. A droid plainly stated. I know that. Derd said in anger. What I'm asking is how. It wasn't long before he saw something that quickly drained the blood from the general's face, his weapon sparking and erupting in flames. Oh, put a dash. Kaboom. Derd was flung back, falling out from his tank and landing hard onto the ground. And to add more injury to what just happened, quite literally some of the napalm-like flames caught onto his arm, causing him to cry at utmost agony. Shrieking about like a wounded child, Derd smacked his arm into the ground repeatedly in hopes of dousing the flames. One of the surviving droids quickly ran over and started stomping on the flames to protect his master. As a result, the Neimoidian's arm quickly fell and crumbled apart into ashes. Lockderd whimpered, clutching his new stump when... Ahem. Opening his eyes carefully, Lockderd saw Captain Rogers, Anakin Skywalker, Ant-Man, Wasp, Ayla Secura, Ahsoka Tano, Bly, and Rex standing over him. May I ask for mercy? All he got in response was a punch in the face, rendering him unconscious. Mercy given. Spat out one of Bly's subordinates. Scene cut. The clones were busy with Bly and Rex sending out messages to any Republic ships capable of picking up their signal whilst the rest simply stood to the side. Hope and Scott had remained close together with the latter holding the former in an embrace as the two watched the endless plains of Meriden together. Cap, Ayla, Anakin, and Ahsoka in the meantime spoke on their current situation. All things considered. Anakin mused aloud. This wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I'll say, spoke Rex as he eyed the villagers. Practically no casualties. And to me, that is a good mark in my book. We all kept a calm and level head when it was most needed. Ayla said, giving a certain Padawan an appraising look, making her giving the older Jedi a bashful smile. Wish all missions could be like this. Bly said, looking over to the clones that had thankfully not been killed in this whole ordeal. I share the sentiment, Bly. Ayla said, placing a hand upon her trusted commander's shoulder. But we know that would be asking for too much. Bly somberly said. Hey, cheer up guys. Anakin said with a grin. This is a rare moment where we didn't lose anyone. Let's enjoy it. Their conversation was interrupted by Wag-2's approach to them, sporting a happy smile. Once again, we are utmost thankful for your help. Wag-2 said to the nearby Jedi. Many of my fellow villagers were ready to step in and assist you. Neither of us would be standing if it weren't for you. He then noticed his father walking towards them. Oh, father. I was just giving the Jedi and their friends our thanks. Releasing a small sigh under his breath, Tewa Kaa addressed them. Perhaps it was good to have your help. He then heard sounds echoing in the air, prompting him and the others to look up. But at what cost? Well, looks like the cavalry finally here. Rex remarked, looking up to the skies. High in the air, 3 Venators were clear to see with gunships already coming on down. Time to pile on board the Quinn shuttle. Ant-Man called out. Quinn shuttle. We have Quinjets back home and this baby ain't no jet, so. What's a Quinjet? One of the clones asked. That's how we got around back home. Scott answered. All right, sweetie. Hope said, walking up the ramp. And let's save 20 questions for later. Bidding their goodbyes to the Lurmen, the Avengers, Jedi, and clones departed from the planet with higher spirits than when they had arrived. Scene cut. Hope Van Dyne, upon stepping onto the hangar bay of the Venator that belonged to Skywalker, was met with the wonderful sight of Sam Wilson and James Rhodes rushing over, with both men getting the chance to hug her. Damn, it's good to see another pair of friendly faces. Hope beamed, seeing Sam and Rhodey. How've you been? That's a question we should be asking you. Sam stated, looking up to his grinning friend. Geez Cap, we get separated for 2 minutes and you go and find another one of us. You gotta learn how to keep up. Steve casually remarked. Don't you say it. Sam warned, though his joking smirk was easy to see. In the midst of all this, Admiral Yularen had approached the newly rescued Republic forces and their Avenger allies. It is good to see you all in such high spirits. Yularen commented before addressing the bandages. Hope you weren't too roughed up down there. Not entirely. Anakin walked alongside the Admiral. Anything we missed while we were gone? Quite a few, actually. Yularen stated as he eyed both the present Jedi and Avengers. I believe you lot should hear it for yourselves. Curious, the newly returned and rescued group, primarily being the commanding officers and the Avengers, followed Yularen up to the bridge of the ship where a hollow projection of Obi-Wan, Yoda, Windu, Plo Koon, Palpatine, Padme, and Jar Jar Binks awaited them. Ah, Master Jedi. Captain Rogers, it is truly a relief to see you are all back with us alive and well. Palpatine said with a pleasant smile. I see you've been busy, Anakin. Obi-Wan said, looking slightly frazzled along with Master Plo. Not as much as you, Obi-Wan. Anakin shot back, quirking his brow. What exactly happened to you? And Plo for that matter. For the first time in a long time, Obi-Wan actually looked a bit sheepish. Well, to make a long story short, Master PLO and I had to deal with a certain set of pirates who, somehow captured Dooku. What? Was the response of the Jedi, who were unaware of this. Indeed, and unfortunately they had managed to subdue us with underhanded means as well. PLO added, though not as ashamedly as Kenobi did. Anakin then saw his old master's face and, well, he just couldn't help himself. At least Obi-Wan is now a master at getting caught. The flat look that he had gotten from Obi-Wan was all Anakin needed to burst out laughing. What happened? Seeing the look on Obi-Wan's face, made him realize something embarrassing occurred, and he wasn't there to see it in person. From the corner of her gaze, Padme noticed an odd person amongst the group over on Anakin's ship. Oh, and who might you be? Seeing all focus was placed on her, Hope stepped forward and addressed the holograms. Hello, my name is Hope Van Dyne, codename the Wasp of the Avengers. Another lost has been found. Yoda said with a pleased smile. Hope only gave the Green Master a simple smile until she leaned back to the other Avengers. Why does she look like Jane Foster? Hope asked in a low voice. We don't know. Rhodey deadpanned. And why does he look like Nick Fury? Once again, we don't know. Doppelgangers, most likely. Scott simply said. People say there's bound to be ones out there for each person. Just odd chances of running into them. Not counting the clones, of course. But on a side note. Jane. I mean, Padme spoke up with a triumphant smile. Thanks to the efforts of Jedi Luminara, Commander Gree, and Senator Banks, we've captured Viceroy Newt Gunray. Truly. Palpatine displayed an expression of surprise as he shifted his gaze away from the newly retrieved Avenger. Why, this is wonderful news, Senator Amidala. With his capture, we could make further means of putting an end to this war. Winda said determinedly. You guys have certainly been busy. Anakin quipped. Which is why we would like your assistance in the prisoner transfer. Ahsoka, however, did not exactly want to see her master immediately go on yet another mission. Masters, with all due respect, my master had just endured a great deal of physical stress. He still needs time to recover. Padme took a better look at her secret husband and saw Ahsoka was right. Master Skywalker does look like he needs time to recover. Kenobi nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've done enough fighting for the time being, Anakin. I think you and the Avengers deserve a much-needed respite after this whole ordeal. But what about Viceroy Gunray? Windu brought up. We need some assistance in transferring him to a secure location. Unable to stop himself, Anakin placed a confident hand upon his pupil's shoulder. Ahsoka is more than ready to take my place. That garnered surprise from the other Jedi. Anakin, are you certain of this? Kenobi asked. Even Ahsoka was surprised. More than sure of it. Anakin declared. If it weren't for her, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be alive right now. Ahsoka gaped for a second before looking down at the ground with a shy smile at the praise she had gotten from her master. And if it isn't too much trouble, Steve began, maybe one of us could help out with this prison transfer. And from her spot, Hope thought of possibly helping out before feeling Scott's hand slip into her grasp. Looking back, she could tell in his eyes that he didn't want to separate anytime soon. Getting the message of wanting to catch up, Hope kept down her voice. Seeing as none of the others were willing to step up, Rhodey spoke. I'm willing to help. Then it is decided. Palpatine said with his patented smile. Ahsoka Tano and the Avenger, War Machine, will rendezvous with the prisoner transport. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 13, Cloak of Darkness. Don't worry, Captain Rogers. Ahsoka Tano promised lightheartedly. I'll make sure nothing happens to Colonel Rhodes. Why do I need a chaperone again? Rhodey asked, the Air Force pilot and young Jedi Padawan standing within a LAAT gunship currently en route to a Republic corvette where their escort mission awaited them. I'm a few decades older than Snips here, you know. Ahsoka only puffed out her cheeks in annoyance at Rhodey using her master's nickname for her. You volunteered for this escort mission, remember? And Ahsoka here along with the other two Jedi are the professionals in this regard. Steve said knowingly from his end of the holocomms. Just keep a level head, Rhodey. You'll be fine. Yeah. Rhodey waved off, the communication ending. Why do I feel like this is gonna go downhill? What do you mean? Ahsoka asked in confusion. Nothing, nothing. Rhodey waved down. So aside from the two of us, we're going with 2 other Jedi. Ahsoka confirmed. We're not taking any chances with this one. Must be some real bigwig for 3 Jedi and allowing an Avenger to go on this little escort mission. Rhodey mused aloud. I'd be surprised if the security detail was small. Ahsoka admitted. Newt Gunray is one of the core leaders of the Confederacy and a huge financial backer for the production of the droid army. So we've got someone the Sis will definitely want back. Rhodey stated. More than likely. Ahsoka said. So then who's coming with us? Just as Rhodey asked the question, the gunship landed with its doors opening to reveal 2 Jedi women with identical light green tinted skin, both sharing distinct patterns upon different parts of their faces. This made Rhodey assume they were of the same race, as even their garments were greatly similar to one another and both held an air of calming patience. Greetings, Padawan Ahsoka. The taller of the 2 spoke with a patient smile. And you must be Colonel James Rhodes, if I remember correctly. That's right, ma'am. Rhodey said respectfully. I've seen you before, but I don't think I ever learned your name. The Jedi Master only smiled. I am Master Luminara Unduli. And this is my Padawan Barriss Offee. It is a pleasure to meet you, Colonel Rhodes, Padawan Ahsoka. The younger Jedi said with a pleasant smile. It's nice to meet you as well. Ahsoka responded in kind. Their meeting was then cut in by the arrival of a clone trooper with green accented markings upon his armor. General Luminara. The clone trooper spoke professionally. The crew and ship is prepped and ready for our delivery of the prisoner. Glad to hear, Commander Gree. Luminara said with a pleased smile. Let's see if our guest is feeling chatty before we ship him off. The assembled group followed Luminara to the holding center of the Corvette while the 2 Padawans hung back from the others and made small talk with one another. So how long have you been a Padawan for? Ahsoka asked the Miri Allen Jedi. For about 2 years now. Barriss answered. Master Luminara has been my instructor since 2 years. Ahsoka said to herself. Wait. Master Luminara was part of the strike force that first went to Geonosis at the start of the war. Did you? Yes, I did accompany my master along with all the other Jedi to Geonosis. Barriss confirmed, though her expression grew sullen. I only wish we had not lost so many in the battle. Ahsoka only frowned, glancing down at the ground, feeling a bit dejected at reminding her fellow Padawan at a clearly painful memory. I'm sorry. Ahsoka murmured quietly, slightly surprising Barriss, who only gave her a calm smile. You have nothing to be sorry for. Barriss assured the Togrutan, placing a friendly hand on her shoulder. In turn, Ahsoka smiled back. I am curious, however. Barriss spoke up after a moment of silence. You are the Padawan of Master Skywalker, correct? Ahsoka nodded in confirmation. I have heard from several Jedi that he's a bit of a wild card amongst the Order. Barriss stated. What is it like being his apprentice? It can be a handful. Ahsoka said straight away with a light laugh. But he's really brave and wise in his own way. He doesn't really lecture me much, not like Master Kenobi. He sounds like a strange Jedi Master. Barriss mused to herself. He is. Ahsoka cheerily agreed. But he's taught me a lot in the short time I've been with him, and I'm going to keep learning everything I can under him. Barriss only smiled at her new friend, the 2 continuing to follow after the others. During this time, Commander Gree and Luminara took the time to better know Rhodey. Colonel Rhodes. Commander Gree said respectfully. I'm curious to know about something. What's that? Is it true that the leader of your team, the Avengers, is led by Captain Steve Rogers? Gree asked. Yup, Cap's the main guy. Why would a captain be leading a colonel then? Gree asked in confusion. I do admit, I find myself curious about such a matter as well. Luminara stated. Rhodey hummed thoughtfully, taking a moment to consider their question. It's a bit of a long story. Rhodey said after a moment. If I really look at it, Cap ain't exactly a captain. At least. I don't think he is anymore after the Second World War back on our home world. It's a really weird, long, and funny story. But to sum it up, we follow Cap cause he's the best man for that job. My best friend back on Earth can do the same, and even Thor, but out of the entire team. When I really look at it, nobody I think understands it better than Cap. That's why he's in charge. Commander Gree was silent, thinking on those words as he wasn't exactly sure on how to process them, yet Luminara found it quite enlightening and fascinating. So merit is a big attribute to him leading your team. Luminara surmised. Big time. Rhodey said. Cap isn't just the best representation of the country we come from, but the best of humanity as a whole. Flaws and all. You all must regard him highly. He's a good man and a good friend. The positive vibe soon changed upon standing before the prisoner cell that they had arrived at with the Neimoidian on the other side of the door. Upon seeing him, Rhodey couldn't help but voice his immediate opinion on the separatist. This is the guy we're all so worked up against. Rhodey said in disappointment. A breeze could probably knock his ass over. Commander Gree and several other clones within the vicinity chortled and choked on their laughter upon hearing such a crude yet hilarious description of Nute Gunray. Ahsoka and Barriss blinked in surprise, sharing a look with one another, not really expecting a comment like that. Luminara surprisingly felt her lips quirk upwards for the briefest of moments, while Nute Gunray found himself affronted, glaring at the armored Avenger. As unassuming as he may be, Colonel, he is still an important figure within the Separatist Alliance. Luminara stated. He will provide to be pivotal in bringing this war to an end sooner than later. So we just need him to talk then? Rhodey asked. Just tell us a few secrets here and there. Some would. Luminara said. We must transfer him to a secure location first before we could interrogate him. There is a strong chance of Dooku sending a sizable force in retrieving their lost separatist. Rhodey gave the Neimoidian a hard stare, very unimpressed with this frail-looking individual. Or maybe just one. Rhodey remarked under his breath. Nute Gunray of course was in a less than stellar mood as he was taken from his cell and transported to the cockpit of the ship surrounded by clones with Rhodey at the back whilst the trio of Jedi led them at the front. Rhodey continued to observe Gunray, taking stock of the alien's posture and rather slimy demeanor as he seemed to be looking for a way out of this mess in the best way he knew how, bribery. Being best friends with an overly bombastic billionaire, James Rhodes has had the unfortunate luck of meeting some rather annoying and even outright detestable individuals. Nute Gunray was an easy one to spot. I am a man of great wealth. Nute Gunray spoke candidly, in particular to Commander Gree. And I can be very generous to my allies. Gree however was having none of it as he clearly showed the disdain and annoyance in his eyes at the separatist. That's a very tempting offer, Viceroy. Gree said mockingly. But I have a much more immediate proposition for you. The clone commander held up a pair of handcuffs, adding sarcastically. Non-negotiable, I'm afraid. Nute Gunray only grumbled as Gree slapped the cuffs on his wrists. Meanwhile, Luminara had finished contacting the Venator Tranquility, which will be used in assisting their transport of Gunray to Coruscant. Scene cut. Count Dooku stood upon the bridge of the flagship dreadnought of the Separatist Alliance, the Invisible Hand. There he awaited the call from his Sith master, Darth Sidious, in regards of the matter of the captured Nute Gunray. No sooner did he dwell on those thoughts did Sidious's hologram appear before him. As customary of every Sith apprentice when in the presence of his master, Dooku kneeled down, head ducked as the Sith Lord spoke. What is thy bidding, my master? Dooku spoke respectfully. A topic that needs no addressing, my apprentice. Sidious plainly stated, getting a nod out of the Count. Yes. Dooku said. The Republic holds Nute Gunray hostage. Gunray will not last long under Jedi interrogation. Sidious stated. He is frivolous and weak-willed, and his willingness to talk will prove to be detrimental to our war efforts, my friend. I am aware of such matters, my lord, which is why I have already put a plan into motion. Dooku explained. I will send my own apprentice, Ventress, to board the Jedi ship and rescue or permanently silence the Viceroy. Ventress. Sidious repeated the name, not fully on board with the idea. She has underlying potential, yes, but you are putting a great deal of faith on an operative who has failed us in the past. She is a gifted assassin. Dooku said determinedly. She will complete this mission to the letter. Be that as it may, I will not allow any chances. Sidious said with a firm tone. Had it been just the Jedi with their clones, I would allow such a notion. However, they are not alone. Master. One of the Avengers has been selected in accompanying the 3 Jedi to Coruscant. Sidious announced. One who will undoubtedly cause a great deal of trouble for your assassin. And who may this Avenger be? Dooku warily inquired. Beside his master appeared the Avenger that is given the rather aggressive name as War Machine. Colonel James Rhodes, known in the group as War Machine. Sidious said with an underlying bitter tone. From the brief instances that we've seen of him in action, this man is a force to be reckoned with as his suit lives up to its moniker as a one-man war machine. The suit he wears can fire upon multiple enemies at once it seems, gives him flight, a great deal of protection from blaster fire and enhanced strength that completely destroy battle droids. He, like the rest of this growing group of heroes, are not to be taken lightly, my friend. For you assassin to succeed, we shall need a proverbial ace in the hole as one would call it. Dooku briefly contemplated on his master words and news in regards to the mission when realization dawned within his eyes. Master, there is perhaps one way we can provide an even playing field for this operation. Dooku said. Sidious tilted his head down as a means of conveying for Dooku to elaborate. My agents have recently discovered an old warrior well versed in combating many foes of great variety, including the Jedi. Dooku explained. His skills are not to be taken lightly, as is his capacity in taking punishment. Oh? And you have faith in this new wild card? More than you would believe, my master. Dooku declared. Normally, Sidious would further question his apprentice, however there were times where a master must allow his student to go about his own initiatives. Very well. Sidious acquiesced. You may proceed. The transmission cut off just as Asajj Ventress arrived upon the bridge. Dooku rose to his feet before turning to the Sith acolyte with a hard stare. Master. Ventress greeted the Count. Walk with me, Ventress. Dooku instructed. I have something I must show you. Dooku walked out from the command bridge with Ventress falling in line behind him. There is no margin for error this time, child. Dooku lectured. However, I have received complications on this mission which will undoubtedly lead to greater difficulties if not outright failure on your part. Ventress of course didn't take this too kindly, though remained respectful. What kind of complications? The Avengers that you had faced on Naboo. Dooku simply said, making Ventress blink before reining in a snarl. I was merely unprepared for their capabilities, Master. Asajj quickly argued. On that, the two of us can agree on. Dooku surprised Ventress at how he easily sided with her. Which is why you shall not be conducting your mission alone. Excuse me. Ventress felt slightly insulted at this statement. Dooku however was having none of it. You heard me. The duo soon stood before a door that slides open, revealing a rather darkly lit room. Within the room, Ventress could barely make out the silhouette of a large, hulking armored individual that stood within the room all by itself, both figuratively and literally. Now, my apprentice, I'd like to introduce you to your new colleague. The figure began to walk towards her with measured steps, each footstep making the room shake. Ventress craned her neck up to the newcomer with a quirked brow, taking note of his size and battle-worn armor. A bounty hunter. Ventress said in slight disbelief. He is more than any bounty hunter alive today, my apprentice. Dooku said knowingly. He has a higher Jedi body count so to speak than you yourself. Perhaps only Grievous comes close to his numbers. Hearing this, Ventress looked at this being in a slightly new light, both caution and respect. She hated the Jedi outright, and any who did the same and even killed some were okay in her book. To an extent, of course. And does this brute have a name? Scene cut. The Venator Tranquility continued its voyage through space unimpeded for the time being. Within the ship itself, the clone troopers and Senate commando guards went about their duties whilst the 3 Jedi, Rhodey, Commander Gree and Captain of the Commando Division aboard the ship, Argius, stood within the detention center of the Venator. Argius and Commander Gree stood on the outside of the cell holding gunray whilst Luminara, Barriss, Ahsoka and Rhodey were inside interrogating the Neimoidian. Your thoughts betray you, Viceroy. Luminara began. I can feel your concern for losing much in this war. I have no idea what you're talking about. Gunray nervously rebutted. Let's see. Rhodey voiced as he held down his fingers one by one. Your wealth, for starters. Then your power, which heavily relies on your wealth. And your connections and allies. Also cause of your wealth. Correct me if I'm wrong, Viceroy. These are all just fanciful theories on your regard, fool. Gunray angrily said aloud. I am merely an innocent pawn in all of this. Rhodey rolled his eyes at the bullshit he was hearing. Right. If you were a pawn, then you would have already told us what meager amount of information you could possibly possess. Barris patiently stated. Otherwise, there would be no need for this security force. So Viceroy. Luminara pressed on. Who are you protecting? No one. Gunray said weakly. I know nothing. Ahsoka had heard enough, slamming her hand down on the table before them. Liar. Ahsoka said aloud, angrily. Liar, enough with all these annoying lies. Igniting her lightsaber, Ahsoka leaped forward holding her emerald blade up to Gunray's neck. Tell us what we need to know or I will gut you like Rokarayan dirtfish. Ahsoka zealously threatened. The Viceroy gasped, falling down from his seat while the young Jedi felt a metallic hand upon her shoulder jolting her away from the Neimoidian. Whoa Ahsoka. Rhodey spoke in an even tone. May I have a word? Blinking, Skywalker's Padawan soon followed Rhodey outside of the cell. Once turning the corner so she no longer saw what happened next with Gunray did she see something quite different. Gone was the familial feeling the Tortuga Padawan grew fond of from the Avenger. Now before her was that of his official rank of colonel addressing his subordinate. What the hell was that? Rhodey asked in complete seriousness. Threatening a prisoner with death? I may have only been with you guys for a few weeks, but I could easily tell that's not something a Jedi would do. I wasn't going to really. Ahsoka admitted right away. I just wanted to scare him into telling us what we wanted to know. Listen, I get it, trust me I do. But I've seen enough slime balls like that loser that it's not going to fully cut it. Rhodey explained. Then what do we do? Before Rhodey could answer, the ship began to violently shake with explosions going off in the distance. Looking at one another, both ran back around the corner to see Luminara and Barris stepping out from the holding cell. Commander Gree held up his comm link, contacting the bridge. Captain, status report. What's going on out there? Up on the Tranquility Bridge, the commanding clone officer used the control panel to keep himself on his feet while squadrons of vulture droids bombarded the ship. There's a battalion of droid fighters attacking, sir. The captain informed. And they've brought boarding ships. Outside the Venator, the vulture droids harassed the ship keeping the defense guns concentrated on them while clearing a path for the boarding ships. Half a dozen boarding ships penetrated the main hangar bay with super battle droids immediately dropping in. Back at the holding cell, Commander Gree gave out the orders to prepare the ship's defenses. Several dozen clones grabbed their weapons and ran to the hangar bay with some clones already fighting against the droids. They were using the crates scattered about the hangar as cover whilst firing at the growing wave of super battle droids. Not waiting for a better incentive other than the droids in front of them, the clones opened fire upon their enemies. They knew that super battle droids required more firepower to take down than their lankier and frail counterparts, the B-1s, so the current standing officer of the clone squadron made sure they took down every super in concentrated fires of 2 or more clones upon one super. While the method was effective, it did little in stalling the droids' advances as more simply dropped in to replace their fallen comrades. Several supers fired off rockets at the cluster of clones hiding amongst the crates. Evasive maneuvers. A clone shouted aloud with only a few being lucky enough to react in time and roll away. Unfortunately, a large contingent of clones were either swallowed up in the inferno caused by the rockets or blown away violently by its shockwave. The clone captain of this battalion contacted Gree once more. Commander Gree, we need reinforcements down here stat. They're over white dash. Thud. The entire hangar shook momentarily with the sound of metal boots meeting a metal floor echoing around the vicinity. Many clones ceased fire momentarily and looked over to the source of the loud sound. There, standing in a dented portion of the floor beneath it was a massive, armored individual exuding a menacing air as it rose to its full height and surveyed the area around it. Upon spotting the clones, the being suddenly let out a menacing cackle as it stepped forward while flexing its fingers. At long last. The being growled out, its voice masculine and threatening. Mandalorians to fall beneath my boots. The clones couldn't help but shudder, which turned into full-blown fear at the burst of speed this large individual possessed. It flew forward and in a matter of moments held two clones in its grasp by their necks and slammed them down with great force. Both clones died upon impact. Open fire. The clone captain ordered, with most of the clones turning their attention upon the armored being, who merely laughed in glee at the blaster bolts striking him and bouncing off his form. Yes, Mandalorian clones. The being hissed in delight. Fight with futility. Do your best to prolong your inevitable death. He ran forward and jumped into the air, landing in the middle of a group of clones. Grabbing one by his arm, the being swung the poor clone into several of his brothers. In the midst of the swing, the clone cried out in agony as he felt his shoulder pop out of his socket before he was thrown into a wall head first. The trooper did not get up. Not finished with his assault, it booted and punched away several more clones, with each strike being followed by sickening cracks of both armor and bones. One clone foolhardily jumped onto the individual's head, wrapping his arms around the neck. The being simply grabbed the clone and hefted him up into the air before bringing him down to his knee, breaking the clone's back. The clone cried out in anguish until he was silenced by a powerful jab to his neck. Tossing aside the clone, the armored being rose up once more to face the remaining clones. Next. All the while, Commander Gree was listening to the clone captain in the hangar. "Sir, we need reinforcements down here now." The clone captain grunted out, explosions and blaster fire going on in the background. "There's something else here, and I don't think it's a new battle droid. It's tearing us apart. Captain." Gree spoke in alarm. "They need help, and they need it now." Rhodey didn't wait in rushing off to the hangar bay. "He is right," Luminara grimly said. "Gree, let's go." "Right behind you," Ahsoka said determinedly. "No," Luminara said straight away. "You and Barriss will stay here and guard the Viceroy. For all we know, this could be a diversion in getting us away from the prisoner." "But Ahsoka." Barriss spoke up this time. "We must follow the Master's instructions. She, along with Gree and Colonel Rhodes, will handle this. We must do our duty here." Ahsoka knew she was outvoted, and upon remembering the scolding she had received earlier from Rhodey, knew it'd be better to stay put and listen to orders. Rhodey in the meantime by this point was flying fast through the hallways of the Venator. Along the way, he smashed through several squadrons of super battle droids, alleviating pressure all around for the clones to make their way to the hangar. All the while, the beast of a being was laying waste to the clones in utter glee as it killed one after another. It halted momentarily upon hearing one clone whisper beneath his breath, "What are you?" Turning his attention towards a random clone, the massive being spoke. "Who am I? Why, I'm the nightmare of Mandalorians like you lot and Jedi alike. I am your reckoning. It is time the galaxy remembered the terror that is, Dirge." The now named Dirge raised its arms, ready to end this poor clone's life, when he was suddenly tackled by an equally armored individual who wrapped his arms around Dirge and hefted him up into the air. Getting a decent height, Rhodey tossed the bounty hunter into a nearby wall before aiming his arms and shoulder-mounted minigun at his new enemy. "Eat this," Rhodey gritted out, unleashing a torrent of lead on Dirge. Dirge held up his arms to defend himself. At first he wanted to laugh at the fact that this newcomer appeared to be using slug throwers against him. That changed upon feeling a few pierce through his armor. Moving fast, Dirge rolled out of the way of the fire, yet Rhodey was hot on his trail. The bounty hunter quickly grabbed two nearby crates and with ease threw them at Rhodey, who fired one away with his repulsors while the other he ducked down. "Interesting," Dirge muttered, rushing forward. Rhodey reached behind him with a compartment popping out with a handle extending for him to grab. Pulling it out, Rhodey primed up an electrified baton of sorts and flew at the charging bounty hunter. Dirge threw out his arms, and around his arms were red energy spheres. The two met in a clash with Rhodey striking Dirge's shielded arms. Every strike however sent out a small torrent of electrical shocks which rattled the bounty hunter. Impressive technology, Dirge stated. Perhaps I'll rip you from the armor and take it for myself. Yeah, sorry. Only works for me, Rhodey dryly remarked. That can change, Dirge growled, using his greater strength to shove Rhodey back. Stumbling, Rhodey barely had enough time to throw his arms up to block the powerful haymaker Dirge swung at him. He was sent flying through the air before crashing into a LAAT gunship, clipping off one of its wings. Colonel. Several clones that had remained to fend off the supers ran over to him. Grunting in pain, Rhodey got back to his feet in time to see Dirge had gone. Lock down the ship, Rhodey said in a pained groan. And stay away from that bounty hunter. He'll only kill you if you give him the chance. But sir, what if he's after the prisoner? One of the clones asked. I'm not gonna let soldiers die for nothing, trooper, Rhodey emphatically stated. Spread the word and tell General Luminara we've got a serious problem on our hands. Yes sir. Luminara during this time had been with Commander Gree and a group of clones rooting out the super battle droids that had managed to get deeper into the Venator. After destroying the last of the battle droids, Luminara received an immediate call from Rhodey. General? General. Luminara, do you copy? Rhodey sounded somewhat frantic. Luminara, we've got a serious problem on the ship. What is it, Colonel Rhodes? Luminara asked, noting his strained panting. The Separatists got a new fighter on their team and he's a real killer, Rhodey informed. And I mean that in the most literal sense. Calls himself Dirge and he's not to be taken lightly. Whatever you do, do not engage him alone. Copy that, Colonel. Luminara grimly said. Commander Gree, notify all clones and commandos to be on full alert. Whatever this Dirge being may be, tell them to retreat and not engage in combat. Concentrate on delaying and keeping him from the prisoner. General Luminara. One of the clones spoke up urgently. I've just received word that the barracks are under attack. The barracks? Commander Gree repeated in utter confusion. That's nowhere near the holding cells. It appears this Dirge holds an ulterior motive or may be a distraction of another kind, Luminara said, holding up her wrist comms. Colonel Rhodes, this Dirge you spoke of is in the barracks of the ship. On my way there now. I shall see you there, Luminara said. Let's go, Commander Gree, the barracks aren't too far from here. Yes sir. In the barracks, chaos reigned as every clone within the vicinity fired everything they had at the rampaging bounty hunter who killed and slaughtered without mercy. Dirge grabbed a clone by its chest and used him as a meat shield as several clones inadvertently killed their brother. Inferior clones. Dirge laughed, tossing the body aside. Suddenly, Dirge was struck by a volley of small missiles that engulfed him in a blaze that actually chipped away some of his armor. He largely remained unaffected by the fires still burning upon him, instead looking to the newly arrived war machine who had his weapons trailed on him. Back for more I see, Dirge taunted. Well, seeing as how you ran away from our last fight like a coward. Rhodey left his unfinished statement hanging in hopes of angering the bounty hunter. Fool, Dirge snarled excitedly. Not many are as stupid as yourself. They would normally take that chance to flee. Yeah well, unlucky for the both of us I'm not what you would consider normal. Rhodey shot back, rolling his shoulders. In response to this gesture, multiple compartments opened all around Rhodey's armor with various missiles, blaster, guns, and so on and so forth, all pointed at Dirge. Rather than being taken aback with fear, Dirge was taken aback with excitement as he took a moment to gauge at Rhodey's form. Dirge proceeded to cackle madly, hunching over in a posture akin to a predator ready to pounce upon its prey. Interesting, Dirge stated. Let us see if you satiate my appetite. One premium grade A ass kicking coming up, Rhodey declared just as Dirge rocketed forward. Unleashing a wave of fire on Dirge, Rhodey's armor notified him that the bounty hunter wasn't slowing down and would be upon him in a matter of seconds. Rescinding his weapons back into his armor, War Machine once again wielded his electrified stun baton and with timing on accounts of both himself and his armor smacked his melee weapon into the helmed face of Dirge. Thanks to his armor's enhanced strength, Dirge was smacked aside, but the fighter recovered quickly via a tumble and in a surprise move shot his arm forward. His arm stretched out, covering the distance between himself and Rhodey, and wrapped itself around the Colonel's arm, who held it up as a means of defending himself. Rhodey grit his teeth, feeling the strength behind the pole. Taking a moment to glance at the outstretched limb, he saw that it was a mass cluster of what looked like nerves and muscles with no skin tissue or bones to be seen. Not allowing Dirge a chance to gain an advantage over him, Rhodey began repeatedly jabbing his electrified weapon into Dirge's arm. This caused visible spasms on the arm, with Dirge actually yelling out in pain as the electricity of Rhodey's weapon appeared to be clearly damaging the appendage. However, Dirge did not relent on his grip, only seeming to tighten his hold on Rhodey's arm, which in turn made his ensnared opponent fight back more viciously. The momentary stalemate changed upon Dirge's arm being shot at by a volley of blaster fire before his arm was cut from his body via Jedi Luminara's green lightsaber. Dirge didn't even flinch, instead having his concealed eyes bore into the newly arrived Jedi Master with Commander Gree and the rest of the clones. "Nice timing, Luminara," Rhodey greeted, shaking his arm to get the severed arm to fall off. "Think nothing of it." Luminara took a moment to look at Dirge, who now was one arm short. Holding her blade aloft in Dirge's direction, Luminara gave him a challenging stare, one he did not cower or back down to. "I am only saying this once, bounty hunter," Luminara said evenly. "Surrender now. You are outmatched. Or don't," Gree said with anger, noting the many dead clones in the barracks. "All the more reason to take you down." Dirge wasn't in the least bit deterred, simply holding out his cut arm, which had somehow regained its lost limb. Startled, both Rhodey and Luminara looked down to where that hand had been, only to see a barely visible trail of pink fluids leading back to Dirge. "It's been a while since I have fought a Jedi," Dirge said with anticipation. "Jedi and Mandalorians for the price of one. I am glad I took up that Sith Lord's offer." "Sith Lord?" Luminara said warily, having an idea as to whom Dirge was referring to. "Take him down, boys," Gree commanded, not wanting for this monster to strike again and take out more of his men. "No, wait," Rhodey yelled out, yet it was for naught. The remaining clones and the newly arrived ones all began to fire upon Dirge, who took it with ease as he moved to counter-attack. Not wanting any clones to die haphazardly, Rhodey rushed in to join with them, with Luminara doing the same. Dirge was like a typhoon of death, knocking aside clones left and right while killing any he grabbed. Getting to Luminara and Rhodey, Dirge was merciless in attacking them both. Luminara kept her distance while Rhodey engaged in close-quarter combat. Dirge, however, was letting his instincts drive his actions, being able to shove Rhodey into Luminara before returning to work on killing the clones. "You know, Count Dooku told me about your progenitor." Dirge delivered a punch to a clone's head, snapping his neck in the process. "How he was supposed to be the best warrior in the galaxy." He Spartan kicked another into a nearby wall as he severed the clone's spine as a result. "Won some bounty hunter competition." He quickly pulled out his blaster and fired upon a few clones trying to sneak up on him. "To me, I believe Jango Fett was lucky I was taking a dirt nap for 60 years. He then stared down at Commander Gree, who kept his blaster trained at the bounty hunter. "Now I'll just have to settle in killing all of his disappointing spawn as compensation." "You shall do no such thing," declared Luminara's voice from the side, with Dirge suddenly feeling an invisible force send him flying away from Gree and into a set of bunks. "Commander, are you all right?" Luminara was beside her second in command. "Alive, General. Thanks to you," Gree said appreciatively. "Let's keep it that way," Rhodey said as he rushed past the two and locked into a small wrestling match with Dirge, who had already recovered. Grabbing the larger foe's wrists, Rhodey attempted to wrestle Dirge to the ground, but the bounty hunter proved stronger. Dirge raised his arms up with Rhodey still hanging on. Thinking fast, Rhodey delivered a thruster-powered double kick to Dirge's chest. The heat from his thrusters coupled with the force of his kicks burned a hole through Dirge's armor, revealing more muscles and nerves. Luminara took a moment to analyze Dirge, witnessing his charred skin so to speak heal. "Jedi," Luminara murmured in disbelief. "General," Gree said in confusion. "Ah, so you are aware of my kind." Dirge chuckled sadistically. "Your kind are a rarity," Luminara stated, keeping her lightsaber trailed on the now identified species. I had honestly thought you have all died out. Oh, we're very much alive. Dirge remarked, his entire body began to bulge. And this one is here to kill you all. Dirge shot forth his two extendable arms at Rhodey and Luminara with both moving aside. Gree, keep your distance. Rhodey yelled out. It's clear this bastard just wants you guys dead more than anything. Copy that, sir. Luminara moved forward to engage, raising her to let out a force push, repelling Dirge's arm. Why are you doing this, bounty hunter? Luminara questioned, slashing a metallic fist away. Are you here for the prisoner? Prisoner? Dirge laughed madly. I'm not here for that slime ball. That's not why I was hired. That duty belongs to someone else. Someone else. Rhodey said aloud. The Padawans. Luminara said in alarm. Commander, get back to the holding cells, now. Rhodey ordered, looking to the other clone survivors. All of you. Yes, sir. Gree and the rest of the clones shouted, quickly running out of the barracks. Where do you think you're going? Dirge roared in outrage, shooting his arm out to intercept the retreating clones. He stopped when something metallic pierced through his muscles, which was followed by a small explosion, destroying his arm. Hissing in pain, Dirge turned to glare at Rhodey, who had his hand raised with one empty slot on his wrist-mounted missiles. Your fights with me, freak show. Rhodey declared with Luminara standing by his side. Dirge huffed before beginning to laugh madly once more. Fine. I'll just have to settle for slaughtering the two of you for now. Rhodey on the other hand knew that the Padawans may need assistance right about now. Luminara, you go on without me. Rhodey said firmly, keeping his weapons on Dirge. The kids may need your help more than I need yours. Luminara looked at him in alarm. Colonel Rhodes, I do not wish to entertain such a thought of leaving you. You're not leaving me by myself. Rhodey said, hoping to alleviate some of her concerns. You're just going to retreat for a bit and making sure the mission doesn't fall apart. But Dirge, Luminara, your Padawan, and Ahsoka need you right now more than I do. Rhodey stated. I'll be fine down here. Luminara didn't have time to talk as Dirge was on the offensive once more. Rhodey wrapped his arm around Luminara and flew a good distance from Dirge, who had crashed through the wall. Landing at the exit to the barracks, Rhodey gently pushed the Mirialan Jedi through the door. Go, now. Can you handle him on your own? Luminara asked worriedly. Maybe, for a little while. Rhodey admitted. But for now, the Padawans need you more than I do. Luminara wished to stay, but the Avenger was clearly resolute in his decision. She heard metal scraping against one another and turned to see Dirge step out from the hole he made. Clenching her jaw, Luminara shook her head, giving one last look to Rhodey, who had his eyes squarely on the bounty hunter. She turned to run while Rhodey jumped into the air to meet Dirge head-on once more. Meanwhile, Barrisafi and Ahsoka Tano were holding back the assassinessage Ventress with everything they had. During Dirge's rampage through the ship, all they could do was stand there and listen to multiple clone troopers calling in for aid, only to be silenced a moment later. Ahsoka was beyond frustrated as she wanted to go out and assist the troopers, but Barriss held her back to remind her of her duty here. Which came into use as Ventress made her presence known, immediately attacking the two. Several of the Senate commandos were taken out with Argyus and a few left standing trying to support the two Jedi. Yet it proved difficult as Asajj was more than capable of holding back all of them, utilizing the narrow spaces of the hallways to her advantage. Ahsoka and Barriss clashed with Ventress, the Sith acolyte easily holding back both Padawans with her crimson lightsabers, laughing all the while. Once I kill the two of you, perhaps I'll deliver your heads to your masters. Ventress taunted sadistically. Whatever you say, you bald-head harpy. Ahsoka shot back. I'm amazed Dooku even keeps you around, considering how many times you've already lost. The insult got to Ventress, making her clench her teeth in anger. Before she could retaliate, however, from the corner of her eyes, Ventress saw clone troopers appearing out from the lift with all their guns trailed on her. Thinking fast, Asajj called forth the Force and harnessed its power before unleashing a powerful force push all around her. The Jedi, clones and Senate guards all flew back to the ground, giving Ventress the chance to make a quick getaway. Ahsoka moved to pursue, but Barriss quickly grabbed her arm. "No, Ahsoka, we can't pursue. This could be a trap," Barriss said, pulling her fellow Padawan back. "But we can take her out," Ahsoka argued back. "Be that as it may, the ship is under separatist attack and any chance will be taken in achieving their goal of rescuing the Viceroy," Barriss countered, making Ahsoka pause in her actions. Thinking it over, she knew her fellow Padawan was right. Both tensed suddenly upon seeing the elevator appear, only to relax when it was revealed to be Luminara arriving on the floor. "Master," Barriss greeted. "Barriss, Ahsoka." Luminara expressed relief. "Are you both all right?" "We're still standing, Master Unduli," Ahsoka said confidently before taking a moment to look behind her. "Where's Rhodey?" With gritted teeth, Luminara answered. "Facing Ventress partner in this endeavor of ours." Ahsoka's eyes widened in alarm. "You mean he's facing that crazy enemy that took out so many of our troopers by himself?" he insisted. Luminara said. "He cared more for the well-being of the two of you over his own. I'm going to help him," Ahsoka said straight away, moving to walk past Luminara only for the older Jedi to halt her in her tracks by grabbing her shoulder. "You will do no such thing," Luminara said strictly. "This bounty hunter named Dirge is beyond anything you have faced before, Padawan. I had far too many close calls in the short amount of time I face him along with Colonel Rhodes. We can't just leave him to fight by himself," Ahsoka argued back heatedly. "And we shall not," Luminara declared. "Seeing the two of you are safe and sound, I shall be rejoining Colonel Rhodes shortly." "Alone, Master?" This time, it was Barriss who spoke up, clearly nervous at the prospect of her mentor rushing into the jaws of death. "I must," Luminara stated resolutely. "Master, forgive me, but I do not believe that would be such a wise move," Barriss openly admitted. "This foe you are about to face once again is clearly one that you shouldn't face alone. Please, Master Luminara," Ahsoka pleaded. "We can't let you and Rhodey fight that monster alone." Luminara, however, wasn't budging so easily. "I need you two to stay here at Gunray's cell. Remember, it is the Separatists' goal in retrieving him at this time." As she said this, the ship began to shake violently with multiple alarms going off. "What was that?" a nearby clone asked aloud. Commander Gree and Captain Argius checked over the controls panels, testing out multiple controls. "Our engines are damaged," Gree reported grimly. "Lifelines, communications, sensors," Argius listed off frustratedly. "They've all been damaged. We're barely functioning as is." Luminara contacted Rhodey, hoping for a response. "Come in, Colonel Rhodes, do you copy?" She received a strained, cheeky response. "Yeah, you needed something, Luminara?" "Kind of in the middle of something." "What's happening down on your end?" "This guy is still a raging asshole, in case you're wondering." Rhodey grunted, the sound of gunfire and metal clanging being heard on the other end. "But the whole ship just went through an earthquake, or was it a spacequake? What the hell is going on? It appears there is more than one agent of Dooku aboard this ship," Luminara said anxiously. "Wonderful," Rhodey gritted out sarcastically. "As if one jackass wasn't enough. How are the girls?" "They're fine," Luminara announced, gaining a brief sigh of relief from Rhodey. "Good to hear, Thagah. Colonel Rhodes/Rhodey." Luminara and Ahsoka yelled out at the same time. "I'm fine," Rhodey rasped out. "Bastard got a lucky shot in." "I'm coming to you now," Luminara stated. "Hold on." Looking to the two Padawans, she ordered them to stay while she herself rushed back off to assist Rhodey. Over with said Avenger, Rhodey crashed into a wall which made the metal bend to his form with pieces of wires and pipes sticking out. Vision dazed, it cleared to see Dirge running straight at him. Moving on instinct, Rhodey quickly grabbed a pipe sticking out from the walls and pulled it out. Just as Dirge was within striking distance, Rhodey swung the pipe and bashed it into the Jedi's face. Not giving the bounty hunter the chance to recover, Rhodey unloaded a wave of lead upon Dirge, who felt each bullet rip through his now mostly exposed body. This went on for several moments before Dirge stretched his leg out and booted Rhodey back. The Air Force pilot flew back and landed on the ground, yet he got back to his feet a second later to see Dirge retreating. "Oh no you don't," Rhodey yelled out, chasing after him. Luminara all the while ran through the corridors of the ship with her lightsaber ignited. Using the Force to guide her path, she was unprepared for the next door in front of her to open up and reveal Dirge barreling right in her direction. Not reacting in time, she was grabbed by Dirge and slammed into the wall. "I'll make this Chugack." Rhodey tackled Dirge off Luminara and tossed him away. "What are you doing here?" Rhodey questioned, helping the Jedi Master to her feet. "I am not going to abandon you to facing this monstrosity by yourself," Luminara stated, tone brokering no room for argument. Rhodey sighed, looking over to see Dirge head up and vanished. "Aw shit, where'd he go?" Rhodey bitingly said aloud. Luminara, instead of answering, closed her eyes and reached out with the Force. After several moments, she found the bounty hunter. "Follow me," she said, running down a corridor with War Machine not far behind her. Scene cut. Pacing back and forth in front of Gunray's cell, Ahsoka was feeling like a nervous wreck. And her Mirialan counterpart merely looked on as she wasn't feeling any better as well. Luminara Unduli may be a Jedi Master, but she doesn't know how troublesome that bug witch is capable of, Ahsoka stated. And Colonel Rhodes is facing that bounty hunter, Barriss added in a grim tone. Despite how skilled he is just one man against what appear to be a literal monster. We can't just stand here and do nothing while they risk their lives against those two. Rubbing her arm, Barriss spoke. But our orders dash. Wouldn't they have a better chance in succeeding if we were there with them? The Mirialan held her tongue as she didn't know what to say. So many conflicted thoughts and feelings filled her. Compassion for her allies versus her duty for the mission at hand. Pros and cons battled against each other as neither one were letting up. Seeing this happening, the Senate Commando leader came up to the Padawans and gave his thoughts on the matter. Sometimes being a good soldier is doing what you think and feel is right. It's why we're superior to droids. Hearing this seemed to settle some conflict within Barriss, while Ahsoka felt some form of relief. But, we can't exactly abandon our posts, can we? Questioned the Tortuga. With a final bit of push, Commander Gree soon spoke up. You two go on and help the General and Colonel. I'll stick around and help watch our guest. The Padawan pair looked at each other for the briefest of moments before Barriss spoke in uncertainty. Are you sure? Positive. Gree then nudged his head. Now get going. Sooner you two get to them, the sooner the fights will end. Hopefully in our favor. Seeing no other way around it, the Padawan pair nodded as they ran away from the holding cells and let the Force guide them to where they needed to be at this moment. Scene cut. It hadn't taken long for Luminara and Rhodey to find the Jedi, given the sounds of a slaughter taking place, along with the trail of clone bodies helping them along the way. Dirge stood there within the center of the hangar bay where the fighting had begun, waiting for their arrival. In his hand was a struggling clone trooper that he held by the neck. He laughed madly upon seeing his two foes arrive before tightening his grip around the poor clone's neck, snapping and killing the trooper in a second. I figured neither of the two of you wished to fight in such an enclosed space, Dirge mockingly said, tossing the clone to their feet. Rhodey had a murderous look in his eyes as stared with intense anger at Dirge, who appeared uncaring of senseless murder he had committed on the way here and in front of them. Luminara was also glaring heatedly at the bounty hunter with a focused gaze in her eyes. You shall pay dearly for the lives you have taken this day, bounty hunter, Luminara said fiercely, widening her feet to get into her combat stance. I know I'll pay, Dirge taunted before glancing at his torso and limbs. Do you know how much it will cost for me to rebuild that armor set? It was custom made. All right, screw this. Rhodey's armored shoulders popped open missile compartments and fired everything they had. Dirge took the missiles, the flames scorching his flesh, yet he remained standing. Luminara dashed forward, Rhodey flying over her shoulder. Even taking consecutive blunt force repulsor blasts weren't enough to take him down. Dirge then did a rather strange move where he cocked his hands back by making them fold into his arms. As they drew closer, Dirge released his hands with the two launching forward at the two like cannonballs. Ah fuck. Rhodey sighed, trying to change his trajectory but was too late as Dirge's fist slammed into him hard. Luminara ducked and slid beneath the limb, slashing her lightsaber up, cutting through the nerves and muscles, severing the arm. Jumping back up, she glanced behind her to see Rhodes was trapped in Dirge's other hand and ran to assist him. However, she felt a warning come from the Force, making her turn to see Dirge sending the rest of the limb that she had not cut at her. She quickly began a graceful dance of cutting and slicing through the enlarged limb before making Dirge retract his damaged appendage. Rhodey all the while struggled to get himself free from Dirge's grasp when suddenly he found himself let go and falling to the ground. Thankfully, he was falling feet first, so Rhodey landed in a kneeling position with his armor taking the impact. Rhodey looked up to see the hand that held him fall to the ground before nerves shout out to the rest of Dirge to reattach itself to its host. In front of him stood none other than Barriss Offee and Ahsoka Tano, both holding their lightsabers while facing Dirge. "Barriss," Luminara said in surprise. "Ahsoka." Both Padawans looked to their seniors with sheepish looks. I know. You told us to stay back," Ahsoka casually said. "But we couldn't stand back any longer," Barriss added in while giving a brief sorry shortly afterwards. Releasing a frustrated but understanding sigh, both Luminara and Rhodey shared an understanding look. "Well, since you two are here," Luminara said as the four readied themselves for the next round against the Jedi bounty hunter who had now regrown his damaged body. "You know, it's been over a century since I killed a Jedi," Dirge stated with a hidden smile. "And now I get to make up for it, starting with 3 today. Stay on your toes, you two," Rhodey warned. "This guy is incredible strong and unpredictable." "Copy that," Ahsoka replied, holding up her lightsaber with Barriss only silently nodding. All went still and silent for the briefest of moments, with the far-off sounds of flames and alarms being the only sounds being heard. Then, in a snap second, the two sides ran forward at each other. Dirge's form pulsated and bulged before he threw out his elongated arms, his charging enemies. All four expertly dodged the attacks, with Luminara and Barriss slicing through the limbs. Rhodey opted to take to the skies, firing his wrist-mounted machine guns. A few hit Dirge, yet the hunter rolled out of the way and grabbed a nearby destroyed starfighter and threw it at the aviator. Rhodey flew beneath the fighter and rocketed forward at Dirge, with the hunter rearing back ready to strike. At the last second, Rhodey halted in midair, dropping a small cylinder at the Jedi. "Close your eyes," Rhodey shouted at his comrades. Getting into close proximity of Dirge, the cylinder exploded in a bright flash of light. Dirge shouted in anger, his eyes blinded. His healing factor quickly took care of the temporary sightlessness, yet he jolted suddenly with his eyesight clearing, allowing him to see the azure blade protruding from his chest. Slowly looking behind him, he saw Barriss Offee clutching her lightsaber impaled through his body. What the young Jedi did not expect was the bounty hunter to begin chuckling lowly. "Heck, cute." Dirge then turned and smacked the Padawan away like she was nothing. "Like that's never happened before, child." Stumbling across the floor, Barriss gritted her teeth while her hood fell to the floor. How are you still standing? I hit your spine dash. Girl, I have little to no bones, much less a central nervous system. Dirge said cockily. You really think after everything I've been through, a lightsaber through the chest would do me in? You truly are naive. In a stunning burst of speed, Dirge was upon the young Miri Allen Jedi and grabbed her by her hair. Crying out in pain, Barriss, in a vain attempt, tried to use her hands to release herself from Dirge's grasp. Barriss! Ahsoka cried out. Holding out her arm, Luminara channeled the Force and spoke. You will let her go this instant. Tilting his head, Dirge released a laugh. You think a mind trick will work on me? I came here to stomp on you Jedi, and you think I'm some weak-minded thug? News flash, I'm a walking nerve cluster. Don't you dare harm her! Ahsoka yelled out from a vantage point, flipping in the air and slicing his wrist to release her fellow Padawan. Dirge didn't let out an ounce of pain by this, merely chuckled instead. After 100 years and you Jedi haven't learned any new tricks. Picking up his severed limb, the muscles and nerves rejoined together. I can feel your heartbeat from 200 meters away. And you think you can sneak up on me? Seeing Ahsoka pull Barriss away to a safer distance, he charged forward. You're all outclassed. Rhodey abruptly flew down feet first, stomping Dirge down. The bounty hunter growled in genuine anger this time. You know, you're proving to be a greater pain in the ass than I thought you'd be. Dirge hissed from his position beneath War Machine's boot. Thanks. Rhodey quipped, grinding his heel into the Gendea's chest. Gotta have that kind of talent to be an Avenger. Dirge snorted when he puffed his chest up, absorbing Rhodey's foot into his body. Shit. Rhodey acted fast, activating his thrusters at full power in order to fly out from Dirge's grasp. Get back here. Dirge roared out. Hey ugly, don't forget about us. Dirge whirled round to see the 3 Jedi women all running at him. He whipped out his extendable arms, making the ladies jump and dodge with Luminara able to clip his arms several times. Nice moves. Suddenly, a part of Dirge's extended arm shot out from the extension and ensnared the Luminara's arm like a cobra with its prey. With applied force, the Jedi Master groaned and hissed from the pain of her arm almost breaking. But to me, you're just moving in slow motion. Slow motion this you bantha fodder. Ahsoka exclaimed, cutting through his arm with Barriss aid freeing Unduli. The fight would have progressed had it not been for the interruption of Commander Gree over the comms. General Luminara. Gree spoke somewhat frantically. Colonel Rhodes, we've got a situation up here. The captain argues. He's a traitor. He's gotten Gunray free and is on the run right now. We've been deceived. Luminara exclaimed. It's about damn time. Dirge said. Now that he's gonna be out of the way, the fun can continue. Is this all a sick game to you? Ahsoka barked angrily. Of course it is, whelp. Dirge yelled back manically. Rhodey on the other hand has had enough. All right, you know what. Rhodey held out his hand and called forth a sleek, a particularly deadly-looking miniature missile. Fuck it, eat this. Tank missile. The missile shot out from its slot and pierced through Dirge, who simply stood there, looking unimpressed. Really? Dirge mockingly asked. Is that all? Suddenly, Dirge began to shake rapidly and violently expand, with portions of his body puffing out only to deflate in another section to do the same until he realized what was about to occur. You bast dash. Kaboom! Dirge exploded from within, his chunks flying off in every direction with his bodily fluids splashing onto the Jedi and the Avenger. Ugh, whyish dat? Ahsoka said squeamishly, tongue sticking out with her hands flailing over it until she began to hack, cough and spit out the contents that managed to get into her mouth. I think I could suffice it to say that that was disgusting. Barriss declared, her face scrunching up at the smell emanating from her robes. Quite, my young Padawan. Luminara agreed, flicking off the gunk from her body. Colonel Rhodes. You had such a weapon at your disposal. Why not use it from the start? 'Cause it's limited. Rhodey explained, shaking his hands with the viscous leftovers of Dirge flying off him. I don't have a lot of those on me, and they may not be easy to replace depending on the tech here. Maybe Scott and Hope could make more, but for now I'm limited. Only got 5 more of those left. A brief lull of silence befell the group, with Rhodey clenching his fists in disappointment at the current situation. Damn it. The 4 soon returned to the bridge of the damaged ship, sending out a signal for aid from nearby Republic forces, as the ship had been badly damaged during the entire enemy raid. After speaking with Yoda, Skywalker, and Rogers in order to alleviate their worries on their current status, they were all in the medical bay with many other injured clones who were lucky enough to survive the onslaught of Dirge. Luminara only looked at her company dejectedly, berating herself for being unable to stop this senseless violence from claiming the lives of so many of her loyal troopers. Her thoughts were broken by her Padawan's soft voice. Master, how badly are you injured? I am still alive and well, my young Padawan. Luminara said appreciatively of her protégé's concern. Though my arm will need time to heal. Barriss stared at the arm, hesitantly raising her hands. Master, if I may. There is a technique I wish to employ that Master Trasaa has taught me at the Academy. Brow raised in curiosity at this piece of information, Luminara allowed her Padawan to take her injured arm into her own hand while the other hovered over it. Exhaling softly, Barriss closed her eyes in concentration, calling upon the Force to her aid. Feeling the flow of the omnipresent power sweep through her body and down to her fingertips, Barris used the gathered energy with a glowing energy emanating from her hand which began to surround Luminara's arm. Ahsoka and Rhodey, who had been nearby along with Luminara, all blinked in utter surprise as Luminara's injuries slowly began to fade away. After several moments, Barris stopped when she slumped back. Ahsoka, who had been nearby, managed to get up from bed and keep Barris standing. "That was amazing, Barris," Ahsoka praised in awe. "Since when could you use the Force to heal?" "It is something I have been practicing for some time during my stays in the temple," Barris said, slightly more tired than usual. "Master Trasa recognized my capabilities in utilizing this skill and assisted me in developing the power." Rhodey whistled. "Damn. That's pretty awesome." Luminara only beamed with pride at her Padawan. "Though this day was harsh, I am proud of you, Barris. Both of you. The two of you are well on your way to becoming exemplary Jedi." Barris and Ahsoka shared looks of happiness at the praise, with Rhodey smirking at their childlike air at being complimented. "General, Colonel." Both Luminara and Rhodey turned to see Gree standing before the two with his helmet off. "Commander Gree," Luminara greeted. "I hope you aren't too injured after today's escapades." "I'm alive and breathing, General," Gree replied. "Which is more than I could say for my brothers." "I'm sorry, Commander," Luminara said earnestly. "I did not expect such an enemy to attack us." "You don't have to apologize, General," Gree said calmly. "Next time he comes around, me and Green Company will be ready for that bounty hunter scum." "Next time?" Ahsoka perked up. "What are you talking about next time?" Rhodey blew that dirge guy up into pieces. Gree frowned, holding out his hand with a hollow device resting in his palm. "About that, Commander," Gree said, activating the device. What it showed was none other than a reformed dirge standing before an escape pod. "You've gotta be kidding me," Rhodey bemoaned. "It appears our enemies are not so easily stamped out as meager battle droids," Luminara grudgingly admitted. "Who is that guy?" Ahsoka bitterly asked, glaring at the visage of Dirge. "I think that's a question we would all like to know," Barris answered for her, leaving a rather sullen air over the group after learning just how much this mission had gone south. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 14, "Sure is cold here." "Jesus Christ, Rhodey, what the hell were you fighting?" Scott exclaimed in disbelief, looking over the damaged war machine armor. "A major jackass, Scott," Rhodey replied frustratedly. "Now can you fix it up?" "Not as well as Stark does, but it'll still be functional," Scott admitted, hands grazing over the armor's scorched arm. "Ammo still seems good. For now at least." Rhodey had returned the day before with a heavily damaged Venator and an entire crew of injured clones with Luminara, Ahsoka, and Barris. The battle with the bounty hunter known as Dirge had been a lengthy one, yet miraculously, Rhodey had not sustained as much injury nor damage to his suit as one would have expected from fighting a near-immortal regenerative being. Yet even though they had survived the clash, this fight with Dirge was a serious reality check for the Avengers overall. Unlike Cap, Vision, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver, the rest of the Avengers are fully aware that they utilize technology to go about their hero business. And should their tech get damaged, that leaves them in a great degree of vulnerability. Now Hope and Scott are able to fix up their own tech as well as Sems and Rhodey's, but only to an extent. Hope's father, Hank, had instilled in his two pupils the wherewithal to always go out prepared on any given mission, thus the duo always keeping the necessary tools on them. But now they had no access to Avengers HQ. And they were in space where they didn't exactly understand the present elements and equipment needed to help keep their own tech in check. So it was going to be a difficult learning curve in figuring out how to attune their tech to this galaxy's and vice versa. It was a daunting task to say the least. Another problem that just seemed to continually stack itself on top of the Avengers' already long list of issues. Thankfully, the great saving grace of this whole situation was the generous accommodation of the Jedi Temple and their resources, along with a growing list of clone forces who were more than willing to offer their help. The Avengers of course took this with open gratitude, learning everything they can in the free time they had. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka and several other Jedi they had become friends with had been a source of great assistance in slowly adjusting to the slightly maddening reality of being out in space, possibly another galaxy altogether. Captain Rex along with the 501st had been the most openly friendly of the clone legions, with list growing to include the 327th and Green Company. Currently, they were in a makeshift workstation within the Jedi Temple that had been needing some renovations, as it was originally an area for Jedi to better learn of technology maintenance. However, after assisting the Republic several times now, it was gifted as a temporary area where the Avengers could go about tech repairs and getting a better grasp on the technology and workings of the galaxy. Steve and Sam were elsewhere in the temple, leaving Hope, Scott and Rhodey to their own devices. "There's gotta be some way to make more ammo," Rhodey said grumpily, holding a few bullets for his shoulder-mounted gun in his hand. "You know, I always thought that your armor just makes its own ammo before joining up," Scott commented, using a welding torch to being repairing Rhodey's armor. "I wish," Rhodey remarked. "I mean, I've still got a decent amount. Tony never goes small when it comes to his armors. It'll last for a while unless I keep getting into fights like that dirge freak. Then it'll only take 1 or 2 more rounds until I need a new suit. Feels like we're missing something," Hope said from her end, holding up a vial of PIM particles, making sure it's the proper dosage for her suit. "Stark is a lot like my dad. He usually has contingencies for certain situations." "You're right on that account," Rhodey said, walking over to where his helmet was being kept separately from the rest of his armor. "Tony isn't one to do things in half measures. Just gotta figure out." Rhodey held up his helmet and looked in the interior. "How to get it?" He pressed on a few panels inside, turning the helmet on. "Working for us." Rhodey took a moment to gaze at his helmet whilst contemplating on his best friend. Tony was always one to have either a unique phrase, nickname, acronym, or inside type of joke in relation to people he trusts and is close with. His friend could never really think of an acronym for him, so he settled for Rhodey. Closing his eyes and dreading whether or not this will work, Rhodey thought of a certain date between the two of them that they both swore to never speak of again. "Tony," Rhodey said to himself. "You better not have put that as the safe word to the armor." Taking a breath, Rhodey readied himself and closed his eyes. Tijuana, June of 1999. Hearing no response, Rhodey peeked one eye open and saw nothing happen. Even though he got no confirmation, Rhodey couldn't fight the relieved smile that Tony wouldn't bring up that day as his code for his armor. "All right," Rhodey mused when his eyes lit up. Grinning, Rhodey knew exactly what to say. "War Machine rocks" with an X. What he got in return was a Russian accent replying to his password. "Greetings, Comrade Rhodey, it is good to hear you are well." Rhodey blinked until gaping in surprise, emotion shared by Hope and Scott. "Tap? Is that you?" "Yes, Comrade Rhodey." Tap spoke through Rhodey's helmet. "Has something occurred, Comrade? I am detecting we are not on the Quinjet. Or anywhere my sensors can recognize." It was truly astonishing but incredibly relieving for the three Avengers to hear the Russian accented voice of their own personal AI that Tony had made for them after the formation of the new team. They had all been so focused and overwhelmed by their current situation that none of the currently found Avengers had thought of bringing up Tap. "A lot has happened, Tap," Scott said a bit ecstatically. "You have no idea what we've been through. I am detecting multiple elements and energies I do not recognize, comrades." Tap spoke diligently. "What has happened? Where are we? How may I assist you?" "Tap, all you need to know is that it's good to hear your voice again," Hope stated with a beaming smile. "But yeah, we've got a lot to tell you." Scene cut. Republic Cruiser Resolute. Hangar Bay. "Alright, so when you're trying to throw someone, always use your hip." Steve instructed a small group of clone troopers with Sam on the side along with Captain Rex and Domino Squad and Obi-Wan Kenobi. "This seems simple in practice, but I've seen it hasn't been employed as often as it could be in close quarters," Steve said, standing in front of his volunteering clone trooper. "When you're in the heat of battle, enemies can get close to you without expecting it, so it is incredibly important to develop these snap reflexes." Without warning, Steve surprised all present with a burst of speed, quickly grabbing the trooper and with practiced ease hefted him over, and the clone found himself being deposited roughly onto the ground. "What's this fighting style called again?" Captain Rex inquired. Judo. Sam answered. But there's many variations that all stem from grappling and wrestling back on Earth. Fascinating. Obi-Wan said aloud with great intrigue. How many fighting styles are there back on your home world are there? Too many to count really. Sam stated, scratching his head in thought. Each corner of the world developed their own and new ones keep propping up. Yeah, I remember when I began learning. Steve remarked, recalling his training under S.H.I.E.L.D. How many are there? Echo couldn't help but ask. Let's see. Sam mused. There's Hapkido, Aikido, Karate, Sambo, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Kung Fu, Muay Thai, Krav Maga, Taekwondo, Tai Chi, Capoeira. My word, you certainly didn't shortchange the variety. Obi-Wan remarked in amusement. That's only the base level. Steve said, helping up the downed clone trooper. Hand to hand. When you start incorporating weapons, either you randomize what you already have or completely create a new fighting style to suit your needs. Like you with your shield. Rex noted, getting a nod out of the super soldier. All this talk of these fighting styles reminds of my time as a Jedi youngling. Obi-Wan mused with a slight fond expression. You mean those lightsaber forms your order uses, right? Steve asked. Obi-Wan blinked. Yes, how did you know of this? Ayla told me about them after our return from Maradun. Steve elaborated, remembering their small interactions in regards to Jedi combat. Flashback. Lightsaber forms. Steve inquired in intrigue. The foundations of those who wield a lightsaber. Ayla Secura said in a lecture-like manner while brandishing a low-energy lightsaber. It's a rather convoluted matter, but to put it simply, there are 7 variations of a lightsaber form, with most Jedi usually specializing in 1 or 2 and masters being more refined in a greater deal of all 7. Ayla then offered the blade up to Steve, which he took gently. We have some similar elements like that back on Earth. Steve said, holding up the blade in front of him. Then again, instead of 7 we have 10 times that amount. Probably more considering how many styles are constantly mixing. Sounds similar to lightsaber forms. Ayla remarked. How many lightsaber forms are there? Steve asked, taking a few practice swings with the blade. 7 with several variants depending on the form. Ayla said. Shiicho is the base form, where all Jedi have their start in. It's the oldest known form in the history of our order. So if I were to use lightsabers, Shiicho would be my go-to. Essentially. Ayla said. Steve hummed aloud, recalling the several times he had seen Jedi use their lightsabers during combat. Spreading his legs shoulder-length apart, Steve gripped the hilt with both arms and angled the lightsaber up to his torso while keeping the saber entirely vertical. Here. Ayla stepped forward, her hands gently adjusting parts of Steve's body to get in a more proper Shiicho starting stance. There, that's better. Feels a bit simple. Steve said. Simplicity is often the best offense and defense. Ayla plainly stated. Though I am by no means a master of this form. Mine is Form V, Cheyenne and Gemso. Huh. Steve said, twirling the saber in his hand, now trying to get a better feel of the blade. Is there like a book or data pad that portray these forms? Oh? You wish to learn how to wield a lightsaber? Ayla asked with a slight mischievous tone. Maybe. Steve shot back with a grin. But, it's more like getting an idea of the functions of these forms. Maybe incorporate them into my own fighting style. Ayla put on a thoughtful expression, thinking over Steve's words. Why do you wish to learn? Steve shrugged. As a soldier and being a leader, you can never stop learning. I know I've definitely pissed off this Dooku guy and his cohorts who all use lightsabers. He said, referring to Ventress and Grievous. I'd be an idiot if I don't learn something on lightsaber combat. Ayla couldn't help but smirk slightly at Steve's adherence to his own set of standards. All right. Ayla said. Let's begin with the standard Shiicho stance. Right now? Steve asked in slight surprise. No time like the present. Ayla stated. Steve stared at her for a brief moment until he smirked in amusement. All right, so this Shiicho then. Form 1. Ayla instructed. The determination form, the way of the Sarlassi. Flashback end. Alright everyone. The small display of Earth-based combat halted as Anakin Skywalker had arrived. Coordinates are locked in and we're en route to Ordo Plutonia. Anakin announced until he noticed the considerably large presence of clones surrounding the area. Did I miss some kind of meeting? A small titter of chuckles were shared amongst the clones while Anakin was approached by Steve, Sam, Rex, and Kenobi. So, care to share? Captain Rogers and Sam here were displaying their world's vast knowledge of combat. Obi-Wan answered. It appears to be quite extensive. Really? Anakin said with obvious interest. Yes, sir. Rex spoke up. It was very informative. Well then, I guess I have a better reason to speed up coordination next time. Anakin remarked. You didn't miss much. Sam waved off. Just some standard boot training mixed in with our own takes. Still, a Jedi's duty is to be a constant learner as much as they can be a teacher. Oh my, the first words of wisdom I've heard from you in quite some time, Anakin. Obi-Wan quipped. Anakin only rolled his eyes, though retained a good-natured grin on his face. Please master. I constantly have to hold myself back from utilizing my vast pool of knowledge. Otherwise I'd make you look bad in front of the other Jedi. Far be it from me to keep you from expressing your pool of knowledge. Well, if you insist. Anakin threw his hands up in mock surrender, earning an amused smirk from his former master. So, now that that's been done. Sam said good-naturedly. Where exactly are we going? Noticed a couple of clones carrying some winter outfits. And not like a walk out the front door to throw out your garbage, I'm talking like traversing the Arctic here. Anakin turned to Rex, who wordlessly held out a handheld holo projector of a planet for a few short seconds before morphing into a winter tundra. Ordo Plutonia. Rex said straight away. Our current mission objective. It's in the Pantoran system, home to the Senator Rochuchi. Obi-Wan further elaborated. Chuchi. Sam repeated the name, crossing his arms in thought. Have we heard that name before? She was with Senator Amidala on Naba when we first arrived. Steve explained for Sam. The young blue-skinned girl. Oh yeah, her. Sam said with a snap of his fingers. Geez, she must be around Pietro and Wanda's age to be a senator. Maybe even younger. So why ask us to come along? Steve inquired. Well, it doesn't hurt to have extra help. Anakin plainly stated. That, and we've had a string of luck in encountering some of your lost comrades on wayward planets we hadn't even considered looking for, especially after finding Hope Van Dyne on Meridun. Figured we could try our luck again. At this, both present Avengers gave Skywalker grateful expressions at the gesture of good faith and him adhering to the promise he made to Steve and his team. Thanks for the thought and effort, Anakin. Steve said appreciatively. We'll help you guys out on this mission in any way we can. No problem. Soon enough, after some extended period of time within hyperspace, the Venator pulled out of FTL and neared the planet destination with a good chunk of Anakin's Legion being all armored up in heavy winter gear. Many began boarding the LAAT gunships, Steve and Sam riding with Kenobi, Skywalker, Rex and Domino Squad. Along for the ride was Anakin's trusted astromech R2-D2 and Padme's personal protocol droid C-3PO. So, what exactly is the Republic and Jedi being sent all the way out here for anyway? Sam asked the Jedi. The people of Pantora are part of the Republic. Obi-Wan answered. In being a member, a Republic base was stationed on the primary planet or Ordo Plutonia. But recently, from both the planet and the moon Pantora, the base has not been heard from for a number of days now. We've been requested to come investigate and act as a security detail in case of separatist forces being on the planet. And if there's no threat? Steve asked an obvious question. Could it be something else? Can't be, sir. Rex said. Last that was checked, that planet's uninhabited. Sam and Steve shared a look, thinking over those words. Well, who knows? Sam said after a moment of silence. Life always finds a way. Before anyone could say anything in return, the gunships landed with its doors opening to give the occupants a full blast of the icy winds of the planet. Stepping out, the assembled crew was buffeted by cold winds. "And this is the planet's tropical zone," Obi-Wan said in mirth. "It sure isn't Tatooine, that's for sure," Anakin Riley commented, looking back to his first-in-command. "Captain Rex, have your men survey the area and set up as many sensor beacons as you can before dark." "Right away, sir," Rex responded. "You heard the general, boys. Spread out and stay in sight. This blizzard can get you lost in an instant." As Sam and Steve trudged through the snow behind the Jedi, the former of the two couldn't help but bring this up. "Hey Cap, you sure you're okay with being here?" Sam asked jokingly. "Don't wanna wind up having to unfreeze your ass again." Steve took in stride. "Funny Sam. It's lucky there's no giant plane for me to crash, so I should be good." Sam only chuckled. Off to the side, the two droids spoke with one another in regards to their current situation. "Why would the Republic want to have an outpost all the way out here?" 3PO inquired, not at all comfortable with the blistering cold. It messed with his joints. R2-D2 let out a few beeps and whistles. "The chairman of Ordo Plutonia requested it," 3PO said in bewilderment. "Why?" Speaking of said chairman, another LAAT gunship landed not far from them with a familiar young Pantoran being accompanied by 3 other older gentlemen from her species with 2 clone guards. Obi-Wan noticed their arrival, turning to address them. "Chairman Cho, Senator Chuchi," Obi-Wan said respectfully. "I suggest you wait here until we can secure the area." The chairman however had other ideas in mind. "I respect your judgment, General Kenobi, but I will go where I choose. This is sovereign Pantoran territory." Right off the bat, Sam found himself frowning, finding the chairman's rather brash statement to Kenobi a bit rude. "I thought this place was uninhabited, therefore unaligned," Anakin pointed out. "Our moon of Pantora is the only civilization in this system," Chairman Cho countered. "I'm the one who asked the Senate to protect this planet. This wasteland belongs to us. This wasteland belongs to them." Sam scoffed a bit. "Geez, get a load of this guy, Cap." Steve only remained silent, watching the exchange go on. "With all due respect, Chairman, this is for the Senate to decide, not us," Kenobi said, remaining cordial. "Ah, but the Jedi report to the Senate, do they not?" Cho said, gesturing to row beside him. "Which is Senator Chuchi right here?" Said senator stepped forward. "Technically speaking, Master Jedi, the chairman is correct. Since the planet is uninhabited, the moon of Pantora reserves the right to continue as a protectorate." Anakin and Obi-Wan shared a brief look, with the latter of the two acquiescing to the chairman's point of view. "Point taken, Senator." Obi-Wan turned to address Anakin when Chairman Cho spoke up once more. "Begging your pardon, Master Jedi. But might I inquire who those 2 men may be?" Cho asked, giving Sam and Steve a suspicious gaze. Chuchi recognized them right away and with a much more lighter tone answered for the Jedi. "Those are the men who saved the lives of many senators and civilians on Naba when the separatists attacked, including my own," Chuchi said with a smile. "They are members of the Avengers. That's Captain Rogers and Lieutenant Wilson." Hearing their names, both Avengers stepped forward. "It's good to see you once more, Senator Chuchi," Steve said respectfully. "Looks like you're all the way out here in this frigid weather," Sam said, much more casually to the senator, which rather irked the chairman a bit. "I am relieved to see you here with the Jedi and troopers," Chuchi admitted honestly. "With all of you here, I feel our time spent in this tundra will be considerably shortened." "We plan on it," Kenobi cut in. "Anakin, stay with the senator for now while we secure the area and the base." "I'll tag along." Sam stepped forward. "Red Wing can help scout the deeper parts of this base." "Much appreciated, Sam," Kenobi said. Sam, Obi-Wan, Rex, and the Chairman Cho all stood before the entrance to the Republic base with the metal doors opening after one of the clones bypassed the security codes. The soldiers all held their weapons at the ready in case of anything coming out to attack them. Obi-Wan on the other hand had his eyes set on a rather ominous display before them. Within the base was a line of poles embedded into the ground with clone trooper helmets on each one. Nice housewarming gift, Sam remarked, grimacing at the thought of how these troopers perished. I don't get it, Rex stated. What's the point of this? It must have been the Separatists, Cho declared confidently. I don't believe so, Obi-Wan said. Never seen droids do something like this, Sam commented while wordlessly deploying Red Wing and sent it out to fly deeper into the base, telling the clones to follow behind the drone and stay at a distance. This is some tribal-type crap. They began to walk further into the base with Sam's drone relaying him information in regards to the base. There were no clones left alive. Disgruntled and somewhat angered by this information, the Republic forces soon arrived at the main control room of the base. No survivors, Rex said dejectedly, looking down at a fallen clone. Is it possible that the Separatists are building a forward base to attack Pantora? Cho inquired from the elevated control panel of the room. Not likely. Look at the computers. Obi-Wan gestured around. They are completely untouched with no traces of data being taken. We're not dealing with Separatists. Then what are dealing with here, Obi? Sam asked. We've got a base full of dead troopers. The Jedi didn't have time to respond as Rex, who had left the room, momentarily returned. General Kenobi, my scouts have spotted a droid base on the other side of the ice ridge, Rex reported. It looks abandoned. Outside, Chuchi and Rogers had caught up with one another since their last encounter at the Senate building. I've been hearing about some of your most recent exploits, Captain Rogers, Chuchi said pleasantly. You've been quite busy. It appears you're just as busy as I am, Steve remarked. Didn't expect to run into a familiar face out here of all places. The galaxy can be a small place, Chuchi simply stated, looking over to Anakin momentarily. Master Skywalker, correct. Anakin's head perked up at his name being spoken by the senator. Senator Chuchi. Padme has spoken about you, Chuchi said friendly. When she had heard that you along with Obi-Wan Kenobi had been selected in accompanying me and the chairman to Ordo Plutonia, she was both relieved and exasperated. Exasperated? Anakin said in amusement. How? She mentioned something about having your usual plans immediately fall apart and resulting in improvisation, Chuchi said. Constantly. Anakin couldn't help but snort at the statement, with Steve giving him a wry smile which made him laugh. Yeah, I just have that kind of luck, Anakin said. Anakin. Steve. Both men turned to see Obi-Wan had returned with the others. The bark speeders are being prepped right now, Kenobi informed them. A droid base was spotted not far from here. What's the status of this base? Anakin asked. All dead, Sam said grimly. But secure for now. Obi-Wan then addressed the Pantoran senator. Senator, it is better you stay here for now with the rest of the men and the chairman. We shall be back in a short amount of time. Chuchi simply nodded in agreement to the suggestion while the Jedi, Avengers, and a squadron of clones rode across the snowy plains over to the droid base. Upon arriving at the base, they were immediately greeted to a familiar sight of droid heads being propped up on pikes. Well, least they didn't discriminate, Sam said dryly. Looks like we're dealing with the same attackers as our base, Anakin said. So they attacked both bases, Steve surmised. Not playing for either side. Then we'll need to find out why and what do these potential enemies want, Obi-Wan mused. Let's not rush in and get ourselves into another galactic conflict. I hear that, Anakin concurred. Rex, let's set up some more sensor beacons. Steve, mind coming with me? Steve nodded, walking around the base with Rex. Guess we'll do the same sweep again, Sam said, deploying Red Wing once more. Indeed. Obi-Wan nodded. Torrent Squad, with me? Breaking off into their groups, the base was found relatively unscathed, though with the caveat being that all of its personnel were destroyed. Rex, Anakin, and Steve entered the base soon after, with everyone noticing the droids in the base all missing their heads and bodies frozen solid in place. More pikes were littered in a similar manner to the clone base with heads on the tips. Whoever did all this was thorough. Steve noted. And skilled. Rex added. No other bodies other than the droids here. No casualties then. So a surprise attack. Anakin surmised. Up ahead, the Jedi Knight saw Obi-Wan and Sam exiting an elevated door. Did you find anything? Obi-Wan called out to them. Nothing outside. Anakin said, glancing down to the ground where he saw a particularly strange shape indented in the snow. But there's a large footprint here. Have one of your men make a cast. Obi-Wan said. Soon enough, they were assembled in the main control room of the droid base with Obi-Wan fiddling with the security footage. Sensors are all in place. Anakin notified his former master. Good. Kenobi said, entering some commands. I think I found something. Looking up, the Jedi was annoyed to see nothing working as he pressed a few more buttons until Anakin simply hit the transmitter with his fist, activating the footage. 685 to command. Was the first thing they heard, displaying a droid firing at many different directions. There are too many of them. They've overrun the base. We need reinforcements. Ugh. The final clip showed a large furry creature pounce upon the droid from behind, ending the footage. What was that? Steve asked in bewilderment. Looked kinda furry. Sam noted. Our attacker, it appears, and a good one at that. Obi-Wan said. The droid's log indicates they were investigating the Southern Canyon. Rex spoke up. Then that's a good place to start. Kenobi said, pulling his hood over his head once more. Rex, return to base and notify the chairman and senator of our findings. Right away, sir. I'll head back with them. Sam announced. Be their eye in the sky in case whatever that was in footage comes back. You sure, Sam? Steve asked. I'll be fine, Cap, you just keep those two safe. Sam said, shooting a teasing grin at Anakin, who only rolled his eyes though smirked nonetheless. With the trio departing the droid base for the Southern Canyon, Sam, Rex, and the rest of the clones returned to their own base. Upon returning to their base, they saw most of the 501st already working to re-establish the base in working order. Chairman Cho was directing the troops whilst Chuchi stood off to the side looking rather despondently. Hey! Sam greeted her, snapping the senator out of her stupor. Oh, Lieutenant Wilson, you've returned. Chuchi said. Where are the Jedi and Captain Rogers? We found out what attacked both our bases. Sam said, making Chuchi's eyes widen at the information. They went out to investigate who or what it was. So it wasn't the Separatists then? Chuchi asked, getting a shake of the head from Sam. I knew it. Chairman Cho was determined that it was the Confederacy. Well, whatever it was must be from around here. Sam said, looking out into the endless snowy tundra. My guess is, either they were defending their territory from foreign invaders or expanding. But my guess is on the former. So there is a chance for peace then. Chuchi said determinedly. Hope so. Sam agreed. Don't want any more soldiers dying for nothing. Dying for nothing. An outraged voice said from behind. The Avenger turned to see Cho approaching with a scowl on his face. How is this dying for nothing? Chairman Cho said, gesturing his arm over to several clones moving one of their deceased brothers to be buried. It is clear to me that whatever it was that attacked these men, that they wish for nothing but violence against the Republic and the people of Pantora. What makes you so certain that this will be brushed aside so easily? Sam didn't like how the man brazenly went up to his face so challengingly, stepping up to the Pantoran. I don't like these men dying any more than you do, but if there is a chance for this to be settled without any more bloodshed, I'm all for it. Sam shot back. Are you not a soldier, Lieutenant Wilson? Cho countered. I thought you of all people here aside from the clone troopers would understand the need for retaliation against a clearly aggressive species. I was, but now I'm an Avenger. Sam rebuked. Which means I adhere to a different set of standards. And that I don't have to take orders from you. Gentlemen, please. Chuchi stepped forward in between them both. We are all on edge here. We do not need to turn on one another here. Chairman Cho only sneered in aggravation, whirling around to leave with a flourish of his cape. So that jackass is the leader of your kind? Sam bluntly said, making Chuchi gasp slightly at the Avengers' crude description of her elder Pantoran. Lieutenant Wilson, please. Chuchi said. Chairman Cho has been leading my people long before my own birth. Oh yeah? Then why is he not the senator that represents your race? Sam asked in return, actually making Chuchi pause with a serious look of contemplation on her face. I was chosen because... Chuchi was at a momentary loss for words. Now that she really considered those words in her position, why was it that she, a young upstart of a Pantoran, was selected to be the representative of her entire sector over so many other, in her opinion, more qualified individuals? It honestly bothered her for some time, as while accepting the position with great humility, there were times of self-doubt. Thankfully, she had made friends like Senators Amidala, Organa, and Mothma, who had been very supportive of her political career, but they were not here right now. She was glad that she was accompanied by Chairman Cho, yet the moment she second-guessed the cause of the clones' deaths, Cho shot her down rather harshly. He was all for war and conflict with those that did not align with the Pantoran people, yet she felt it in her heart that a better, more peaceful way was possible. All the while, Sam stood beside her and felt himself cringe a bit. Look, Senator. Sam said sheepishly. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. Chuchi blinked, hearing his apologetic tone, making her quickly shaking her head. No, Lieutenant Sam, you have given me a great deal to think about in regards to my position of Senator of Pantora. Chuchi said with a now more determined expression. Though, if I may, Lieutenant, I would like to hear if you have another thought in regards to this situation. Now Sam was put on the spot, surprised by the young senator's forwardness with the question. Crossing his arms, Sam thought for several moments until finding an answer. The way I see it, he represents your people at home, but you speak on behalf of your race to the galaxy as a whole. Sam stated firmly. That means, you have a greater duty to this conflict than he does. Chuchi smiled up at the Avenger. Thank you, Lieutenant. You have given me much to think about. You could thank me by dropping the Lieutenant. Sam said good-naturedly. Call me Sam. The senator's smile widened in return. Then I insist on you calling me Chuchi. Deal. Sam said with a grin. Meanwhile, Steve, Anakin and Obi-Wan went about investigating the southern canyon. The trio stood together in the center of two large icy canyons, all with their binoculars in hand. There's some sort of reflection up there. Pulling up his own set of binoculars, Anakin looked towards Obi-Wan's line of sight. And sure enough, he saw the same thing. Wanting to see for himself, Steve was about to look when his eyes caught onto something reflective as well, in a totally different direction. They're signaling each other, Steve said, pointing to where he spotted the reflection. What do you mean? Obi-Wan asked. Look. Steve helped position Obi-Wan's viewpoint to be able to spot the other reflective light in the distance, and no sooner had he done so, the Jedi Master spotted another one. Well, they know we're coming. Obi-Wan said. Haven't attacked us yet. Anakin added. I guess we have yet to make ourselves a threat to them. Kenobi surmised. Let's keep it that way. Hopping back onto their speeders, the three rode across the snowy terrain for quite some time. In what felt like forever, the trio turned and entered a darkened canyon. And once making halfway through a rocky bridge, they saw signs of a village on the other side. I think we found what attacked the bases, Steve said, spotting several of these large furry bipedal and dual set of eyes creatures wielding spears. Talts. Obi-Wan said in complete surprise. I was unaware that they have a settlement here. Sorry if I'm not fully knowledgeable in your galaxy's vast array of species, but mind filling me in on what's going on? Steve asked. The Talts are a species native to Alzak 3, it's actually a substantial distance from this sector. Anakin explained. Wonder how they got here. And better yet, how long have they been here for? Kenobi asked, with the three men dismounting their speeders and walking into the village. Passing by a good number of huts and the surrounding residents, Steve voiced a guess. By the look of things, maybe a century, or more. I don't see a lick of tech around here at all. Force knows the answer, sadly. Anakin remarked. Should have bought 3 Po with us. He speaks their language. They soon stood before the largest of the huts in the village. Question, how are we gonna talk with them? Questioned the Skywalker. We'll have to improvise. Steve said with a shrug. Ah, one of Anakin's favorite forms of action. Obi-Wan couldn't help but quip. Oh, haha. A moment later, a large Taltz exited the hut and engaged the three men before him. After a few seconds of silence, the Taltz before them spoke through a series of clicks and warbles while holding his spear over his head until slamming it into the ground. Well, say something. Oh, shut up. Steve merely rolled his eyes at their small banter. Let me try something. Grabbing his shield, Steve figured that they would understand a similar gesture and slammed his shield down in front of the spear. The Taltz appeared satisfied with the action and gestured for them to enter into the hut. Kenobi gave Steve an approving nod with Anakin doing the same, and the three men entered into the hut. It took some time for some communication barriers to collapse for the three humans, but they ended up getting what they needed, starting out with the resident chief's name being Tyson. Several of the Taltz held up drawings of the droids and clones and showed an illustration of them provoking the village into attacking in retaliation. More so of the droids while the clones were dragged into the fallout. What do you think? Steve asked the two Jedi. They may have figured if one base was willing to attack, the other could do the same. Anakin guessed. Seems to be a solid theory. Kenobi said, looking back to the apparent head Taltz of the village. All we want is peace between us. Taking a page out of their book, Steve put his artistic skills to use and quickly made a rough sketch of a human and Taltz shaking hands. Peace. Steve said, holding out the drawing for the Taltz chief to take. Taking a moment to study the picture, the Taltz nodded in agreement. By the time the three humans left the hut, it was really dark outside with only the fires lighting up the area. Turning to bid farewell to the Taltz, Obi-Wan was surprised when the village leader pulled him into a bear hug, greatly amusing Anakin and Steve. Ah, you made a new friend, Obi-Wan. Anakin remarked. Would you like to be in my spot, then? Anakin didn't have a chance to respond as he too was then hugged by the Taltz with Steve sharing the same fate. Once back onto their feet, Steve had to rub his lower back. Not as bad as one of Hulk's or Thor's hugs, but still. They now stood around their bark speeders, preparing themselves for the journey back to base. We're gonna need to report this back to the others. Anakin clicked his tongue as he fiddled with his console. Too bad long-range communication isn't working, due to the storm brewing. Then we must get going. Obi-Wan said. Sooner, the better. Scene cut. Chuchi was pacing about the base's command center with utmost worry. If you keep walking like that, we'll see a trench here made by you. Sam joked, hoping to ease the tension in the air. Apologies. Chuchi said. I'm just worried for the Jedi and Captain Rogers. You're not the only one. Rex commented as he kept checking the comms for anything. They should have reported back a while ago. You guys have got nothing to worry about. Sam said assuredly. Then again, Steve hasn't had the best luck when it comes to snow. Both Rex and Chuchi shared a look at the joking tone of the Avenger when the base comm sent out an announcement of the return of the Jedi and Cap. See? What did I tell ya? Making their way to the hangar, the trio was soon met with Chairman Cho as he too wanted to speak with the returned humans. Rex was the first to greet them as soon as they started coming out of their speeders. Glad you made it back, sir. Rex said to his commanding general. It's getting worse out there. You don't know the half of it. Hey Cap, made it back not in a block of ice. Sam said with a grin. Like I said before, no plane for me to crash. Steve shot back. Master Jedi, Captain Rogers. Chuchi greeted. I am glad to see you all have returned from this blizzard. Before any of them could respond, the head of the Pantoran government made his presence known. Being rather demanding as usual, Chairman Cho spoke. What did you find? It seems we have stumbled upon an inhabited planet. Excuse me? Inhabited? Cho spat out. Impossible. It is not. Anakin spoke up. There's a settlement of Taltz here on this planet. What are the Taltz doing here? Chuchi asked aloud in utmost confusion. They don't have any colonies registered this far away from Alzic 3. They appear to have inhabited this planet for some time now. Kenobi said. That is utterly ridiculous. Cho spoke up frustratedly. The people of Pantora have been exploring this desolate rock for centuries, never once finding any life forms here. Then I think your explorers didn't look hard enough. Steve commented. Despite the utmost lack of technology and outside communication, they're rather smart in not wanting to talk with your people, until now, that is. Cho's brow twitched at the statement, finding the captain's words rather infuriating. Be that as it may, these savages have invaded Pantoran space and attacked a base of the Republic. Cho snapped. Captain Rex, ready your men for combat. Whoa, hold on a second. Sam stepped forward. This isn't something that's gonna fix whatever problem this is. This planet belongs to us. Cho spoke out. Everything within this whole system belongs to us. The Talts don't belong to you. They are a free people, Chairman, not property. Anakin said with a surprisingly tense tone. They've been here for some time now, probably before your people became space-worthy, and haven't bothered you since. They still stand upon sovereign Pantoran land and attacked our base with spears and stones. Cho vehemently argued. It is clear to see that these savages are unaware of the rest of the galaxy's conventions of civilization. Being apart from their kin must have degenerated their thought process. That's out of line, Chairman. Steve now said in a louder voice. We promised the Talts there will be no further retaliation and they wish to make peace. Anakin added. They even wished to make amends to the clones and give them their own proper burial as amends for their mistaken attack. Before anything else could be said, Cho-Chi stepped in. Chairman Cho, if what is said to be true, the Senate has to decide what's to be done with the Talts here. Even the representative from Alcaz 3 needs to learn of this before anything else could dash. Yet the Pantoran chairman wasn't having any of this, interrupting his people's senator. Are you questioning your superior, Senator? But Chairman Dash. I will not ask again. Are you questioning me, Senator? At this point, Sam had grown increasingly annoyed with the chairman's disrespectful attitude. What the hell is your deal? Sam asked, now getting in Cho's face. She wants peace. We all do here. There's no point in provoking a damn fight for no reason. How dare you Dash? As much as I disagree with Sam's tactics in speaking to you, I do concur with his mentality. Obi-Wan said in an even tone that brokered no argument. We will not send out our troops to die in a pointless battle that will leave both sides with loss. You will go out to the meeting location and you will make peace with the Talts. Yet the Pantoran chairman once more showed his undying stubbornness and pride. It's obvious this Talts colony are nothing more than animals. As such, they can't be trusted. Therefore, they are not covered by the convention of civilized systems. The Talts are a species recognized to be a part of the Republic, recognized colony, or not. Obi-Wan said with a more curt tone now. As such, this falls upon the shoulders of the Jedi and Senator Cho-Chi more so than your own, Chairman. We are in my sector Jedi. The Pantoran was unrelenting. Therefore, this falls under my jurisdiction, not yours. Be that as it may, you will come to the talks between Tyson, leader of the Talts. Kenobi stated. We must leave now if we can make it to the arranged time. Good. Cho snorted. That'll give me ample time to put these savages in place. With that said, Cho went off to prepare for the eventual meeting. That guy must have the biggest stick up his ass. Sam said the second Cho was out of earshot. Couldn't help but think the same way, Sam. Rex said in agreement. Here. Anakin also said. Rex, prep the boys, but under no circumstances are we attacking. If Chairman Cho wants to go to war, he can do it himself. Of course, General. With the snowstorm brewing outside, we won't be able to take out any of the gunships. Sam said, before looking over the speeders. And there's not enough bikes to take all of us at the present time. We'll make do. Anakin said. Leave the rest of the men here in the base in case the storm lets up. Scene cut. The storm was starting to get worse and worse with time passing by. Not a lot of light was brightening up the land by the time of the arranged meeting. The large contingent of speeders soon arrived at the meeting point, with the location being the former droid base. Chairman Cho immediately got out to survey the area. "Captain," spoke the chairman towards Rex, "have your men stationed by that ice ridge. Once the savages arrive, we'll open fire on all of them." "What the hell is the matter with you?" Sam yelled, stomping right up to Cho. "Are you really so determined to get us all killed? Also, you can keep this planet uninhabited." "He is right, Chairman," Obi-Wan said much more sternly. "There will be no battle or war. We are here to make peace, and we will do so. You will do as I command. Everything within this system is under my jurisdiction. Not everything can be controlled, Chairman. Besides, the Talts are already here," Anakin said, and true enough, Talts mounted upon their quadrupedal mounts arrived over the many snow hills surrounding them, with more of them popping out from the snow itself and between the troopers. "So I believe your little ambush will not be happening anytime soon," Steve stated. "Rex, have our men lower your weapons," Anakin ordered. "We're not here for a fight." The clone captain nodded as he quickly gave out the order, while also retelling them to not follow any coming from Cho's mouth. With gritted teeth, the Pantoran chairman walked beside his armed escort up towards the Talt's chief, with C-3PO following not far behind. All the while, Senator Chuchi was growing more and more worried about her superior's current string of actions. Anakin and Obi-Wan came into the droid base first, greeting the chieftain respectfully. Steve did the same a moment later. The chieftain nodded at the three of them, thumping his fist to his chest in recognition of keeping their word of the promised meeting. "Chieftain Tyson," Obi-Wan said with a bow. "We've returned with Senator Chuchi and Chairman Cho as promised." Chuchi walked forward with 3PO by her side, but Cho walked forward and cut her off from making the first greeting. Thankfully, 3PO beat him to the punch and spoke with the Talt's leader in his language. "Chieftain Tyson welcomes you to his home and hopes that you have come in peace," relayed the protocol droid. "He wishes that you can be good neighbors, but hopes you can vacate the planet in a timely manner. These savages have no rights here." Cho snarled under his breath. The Talt's head spoke once more, with 3PO translating. He is aware now of the war that is plaguing the galaxy and wishes to remain neutral and live in peace away from the conflict. Cho, however, was having none of that. Roughly grabbing and turning the droid to face him, Cho spoke in an aggressive manner while glaring at the Talts. "Listen here, droid. You are to repeat every word I say." Hearing this, Chuchi spoke. "Chairman, we need to be delicate here. I can be more than willing to represent our people here on this matter. We can't afford to dash." "Not on your life, Senator," Cho harshly said. "There will be no diplomacy this time." Cho went to walk forward, but was stopped when Steve Rogers placed a strong arm against the chairman's chest. "Take your hand off me, Captain Rogers. You will not instigate a war here, Chairman," Steve said with a fiery look in his eyes. "Master Kenobi has said it before, the Talts are recognized by the Republic. And that means, Senator Chuchi here represents your people, not you," Sam added, crossing his arms defiantly. "He is correct in that matter, Chairman," Obi-Wan said cordially. "Well, no longer." Cho roughly shoved Cap's arm away. "This is now an internal Pantoran matter, meaning the Republic nor the Jedi have a say in this matter." "We do, however," Sam said, glaring at the chairman as he now stood beside the chieftain Talts. "Consider us a third party." Steve now stood by the Talts as well, basically daring the chairman to make a move. Cho growled before shoving his way past the Avengers and harshly speaking towards Tyson. "Listen here, you savage. This planet belongs to the moon of Pantora. And as the Supreme Chairman and exalted ruler of Pantora, you do not command me to leave this planet or do anything else. If you do, then I'll do whatever it takes to remove you all." Chairman Cho left after his impassioned rant, leaving a rather dumbstruck Chuchi and disgruntled Jedi and Avengers. "All right, that guy is just asking for a foot up his ass," Sam grunted. "Question is, who will deliver it first?" Anakin said. "You or I? Maybe the Talts could oblige." Even Obi-Wan was finding the chairman's actions utterly deplorable. Hearing all this, Chuchi turned back to Tyson, who seemed ready to leave after hearing C3PO's translation. Chieftain Tyson. Chuchi spoke out to the Talt's leader. Please, allow me one more moment. The protocol quickly relayed the message, halting Tyson and his guards in their tracks. Turning around, they saw the Pantorian senator approach them. Looking at the C3PO, she spoke a quick command for him to translate for her. What Chairman Cho had spoken to you was out of bounds and shouldn't have been said. Chuchi began. He does not speak for all of my people. Please, allow me more time and we will depart this planet in peace. The Talts regarded her for a moment as 3PO spoke on her behalf when he nodded before departing. Stepping back outside, the others saw Cho was already barking out orders to the troopers. So now what do we do? Sam asked aloud. The chairman wishing to attack is highly illegal and immoral. Obi-Wan said. We shall require someone to supersede his authority, as it appears he refuses to heed Senator Chuchi's advice or role in the matter overall. Chuchi contemplated for a few seconds when her eyes lit up in realization. The head speaker of the assembly. He has the power to overrule the chairman's decisions. Looking towards the sky, Steve spoke up. Then we better contact him now while the weather is letting up. Agreed. Obi-Wan said. We must get back to base, post-haste. General. Rex addressed Skywalker. What should we do for now? Stay with the chairman but do not engage under any circumstances. Anakin instructed. Set your weapons to stun and be sure to be on the defense. We'll get this mess sorted out in the meantime. Yes, sir. Rex relayed the orders to the rest of the 501st whilst the others left to hastily return to base. Scene cut. Chairman Cho rode at the head of the contingent of clones, eyes scanning the terrain for any Talts. Behind him, some of the clones privately spoke with one another. Wait, why are we doing this again? Fives asked. Because Bluehead there wants a fight. Heavy said. We're not here for a fight. Captain Rex firmly stated towards his younger clone brothers. We are to keep the chairman alive and only use stun. The general's orders were clear. We are not to provoke the Talts any more than they already have been. Do you understand? A chorus of yes sir was echoed by the clone squadron just as the Talts made themselves known. Defensive maneuvers. Rex shouted, the clones all using their speeders to create a defensive perimeter. What are you doing, Captain? Cho asked in anger. Following orders. Rex retorted, firing a stun shot at a Talts that attempted to pounce on him. Back with the Jedi and Avengers, they stood back as Senator Chuchi spoke with the head of the Pantoran Assembly. In light of recent events, the Assembly has decided Chairman Cho's actions are out of order. Therefore, his position as chairman is suspended for an allotted amount of time. Spoke the Pantoran Assembly Speaker. Senator Chuchi, you have been given the authority to negotiate a settlement for peace between the sovereign planet of Pantora and that of the Talts colony. Of course, Speaker. I will not let you down. As the transmission ended, Obi-Wan ordered the pilot to speed up as he hoped they could make it back towards the others in time. Senator, Steve spoke, getting Chuchi's attention, now that you've gotten the authority, how will you settle this problem with the Talts? Fumbling her hands a little, Chuchi eyed the Jedi first before the Avengers. Well. I was hoping for one of you to do so, in Pantora's behalf. Each of you have much greater experience than I do. Sorry Chuchi, but that's not why we're here. Sam spoke up, making Chuchi frown in worry. He's right, Senator. Anakin said respectfully. We may be peacekeepers but this is something you must resolve yourself. It's your people, despite how few it is, that are having conflicts with the Talts colony. Obi-Wan pointed out. Therefore, this falls upon your shoulders to resolve. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but Chuchi knew they were right. Remember, you represent your people on a galactic scale. Sam said, making her eyes widen momentarily until steeling herself with resolve, giving the aviator a nod of thanks and appreciation. Arriving where the conflict is at, the gunships landed not far away as everything seemed to die down. Stepping out, the assembly of clones, Jedi and Avengers approached the main platoon where many clones were wounded, and slowly dying, all because of one man's actions. Stand down everyone. Anakin ordered aloud. Get the wounded onto the gunships now. One of the wounded was none other Chairman Cho, who was trying desperately to remain standing and face the Talts. Despite his blurred vision, Cho spotted the senator walking up to him. Reaching out for her, he spoke. You must avenge me. As chairman, I order you to destroy Dash. I'm sorry, Chairman, but I shall do no such thing. Chuchi said calmly and determinedly. Under orders of the Assembly, you are hereby removed from office due to negligent and erratic behavior that does not reflect the Pantoran people whatsoever. Cho couldn't form any words coming out from his mouth, either from the shock or the blood loss he was having. But all he could mutter out one word. I am possible. It wasn't long after did he fall limp in the snow and lay unmoving. A clone bent down and checked his pulse, only to find nothing at all before stating that the former chairman of Pantora is now dead. Seeing Cho dead was not a pleasant thing to see for the young senator, but she had to look away and focus on what needed to be done. Turning to the nearest clone, Chuchi asked for the rifle of a clone and pulled out a ceremonial garment from her coat and wrapped it around the barrel of the rifle. Walking past the defensive line of speeders, she approached the waiting Tyson, who held up his hands for his people to stay in their places. Accompanying Chuchi was 3 Po. The two species representatives now stood before one another. Not waiting for anything more, Chuchi held the rifle she had taken aloft. The Talt's chieftain eyed her warily until she slammed the rifle down into the snow. To die for one's people is great sacrifice. Chuchi said cordially, though her tone carried a strength to it that Tyson noted. But to live for one's people is an even greater sacrifice. I choose to live for my people and shoulder the burden that they have entrusted to me. What do you choose, Chieftain Tyson? After a series of clicks and grunts, Tyson rose up his spear and appeared to possibly strike down the young senator. Chuchi held her ground and was unmoving in order to show she will not abandon her beliefs. Instead of attacking her, Tyson promptly struck the spear down next to the rifle. Chieftain Tyson also chooses to live for the sake of his people. 3 Po stated, bringing a smile to Chuchi's face. From this day forward, the people of Pantora recognize the sovereignty of the Talts on the planet of Ordo Plutonia and entrust its leader Tyson to a prosperous relationship between our people. Chuchi said with great relief. Tyson responded in kind, 3 Po translating. Chieftain Tyson wishes the same for your people and hopes of a long and peaceful relationship. The Talts then surprised Chuchi with a crushing hug, though she found herself laughing at the gesture, patting him in return. Setting her down, Tyson said one last thing, which 3 Po translated again in a more humorous voice. The chieftain says that should the senator wish to visit, she is free to do so at any given time. The Talts will always welcome your presence here. Chuchi only beamed at Tyson. Stepping back, the two people bowed to each other as the contingent of Talt's forces prompted their steeds to bow for them. Raising back up, the two groups went their separate ways, with peace being forged through this brief conflict. Once Chuchi made it back to the Republic forces, she saw the last of the clones piling on the wounded into the gunships, with the handful of dead clones set aside to be properly buried elsewhere. You did a good thing over there, Chuchi. Thank you, Sam. It's something that had to be done for the future of our people. As the group headed towards a gunship to depart the planet, Obi-Wan spoke a piece of advice. Now that you have made peace between your people and this Talt's colony, you need to know one crucial thing. Which is what, Master Kenobi? Making it last. And being a good example for others, so that this war and others will be done with less conflict than it needs to be. Chuchi straightened her posture, a determined glint in her eyes. I will do everything in my power, Mazer Jedi. Alright Wu, let's keep sending them out. Jebist as per usual was instrumental in helping me get this chapter done, so a big thank you to him. Lot happened here, but there is one thing I know many of you may be excited for, so I will ask you personally. Of all the Avengers, regardless of how they fight, which of the lightsaber forms suit them best? And I mean, involve all the heroes from Earth, both current roster and soon to come. Go nuts with them and be creative and detailed why you think so, or not, that's okay. It would be fun to see what you guys would believe best suit each Avenger if they used a lightsaber form. And they can have more than one, of course. Oh make. So tell us again why we're here. Heavy asked as he and many of his clone brothers of Domino Squad and the 501st stood nearby. Real simple, you guys. Scott said confidently, walking around a rectangular table with a green pasture of some kind, 6 holes, a triangle with 9 brightly colored balls inside and 1 white ball. This here is called billiards. Or pool if you're one of the cool kids. Sam spoke up, holding out his stick. Cut Up scratched his head in response. I don't get it. It's probably something the Earthers say. Fives jotted in. Yeah, I don't really know how the pool name came around, but it just stuck. Rhodey stated as he polished the stick tip with a piece of chalk. So what is this then? A random clone asked. This is a game that forges the bond of brothers in Brahmanship that dates back to the dawn of civilization. Scott said dramatically. Oh, like that game dated back that far back. Scott merely rolled his eyes. Ignore Sam and let's get into this, shall we? What's the objective of the game then? Heavy asked. It's real simple. Rhodey said, removing the triangle that held the colorful spheres in place and shape. The more you play it really. You gotta use the white ball to knock the other balls into the pockets. Bending down, the war machine readied his pool stick and carefully lined up the shot. Pulling back, he shot forward as the stick's end struck the white ball with it soon colliding against the 15 colored balls. They rolled all over the place and spread out accordingly. Trajectory, calculations, power and process ion can be either your best friend or worst enemy in this game. Sam said as he took his turn next and struck the white ball to hit the solid yellow 1 ball into rolling into a corner pocket. He then went after the solid blue 2 ball, but he couldn't make it roll away from its previous spot. Yeah, it's all about the angles really. Scott added. And it isn't just about knocking the balls in. There's more to this game. Echo asked. There's a lot of variations to it that you learn on the go. Sam said. The main one being the use of colors and the dreaded 8 ball. All clones looked to said 8 black ball which remained in its original place by some miracle. What's so special about it? That ball makes or breaks the game. Sam stated. You can be on a streak and just by chance you knock the 8 ball before it's time to do so. Instant loss. Rhodey said with finality. The 8 ball pretty much needs to go in last for your set, whether you're stripes or solids. And you gotta need to calculate your shots in order to move around the 8 ball so you don't screw yourself over. To emphasize the point, Scott bent down and saw his designated ball was right behind the 8 ball. Turning a little, he eyed an available opening before striking the ball in the right precision. Once hit from a certain spot, the white ball swerved around the 8 ball and struck the striped yellow 9 ball as it rolled away and almost went into a nearby pocket. The clones processed this information until Sam merely tapped the bottom of stick on the ground to gain their attention. How about you guys just watch the first round or so, then we'll see who here is a hidden talent. Scene cut. Anakin walked with his Padawan Ahsoka and former Master Obi-Wan and Captain Rogers, with the older 3 recounting their recent tale in Ordo Plutonia. Sounded like a hassle with a guy like that, Chairman. Ahsoka stated sympathetically. You don't know the half of it, Snips. Anakin said in annoyance at the memory of the chairman. That guy had no consideration for our men, ready to throw their lives away even after seeing how many of them were killed by the Talts. I'm just grateful Senator Chuchi resolved the problem. There will always be politicians out there who will be so focused on their line of thinking that they'll believe anything else is beneath them. Steve stated. Steve then heard something in the distance, tilting his head up. Do you guys hear that? The Jedi looked to him until they too heard a rather strange sound. Cheers and laughter. Is there a celebration we missed or something? Anakin asked in bemusement. And we weren't invited. Ahsoka said with puffed out cheeks, yet her eyes were playful. Let's see what this is about then. Once reaching the source of it all, the 4 of them saw a peculiar sight with a large grouping of clones placing bets with either credit chips or rations they had on hand. Fives, fives, fives. Rhodey, Rhodey, Rhodey. Come on, Rhodey, this is our game. Sam cheered on. You can't let this upstart beat you just cause he's got a lucky strike going on. You got this, Fives. Heavy patted his fellow squad mate's shoulder encouragingly. Show them why the 501st is the best in the galaxy. Coming up to the lot, Ahsoka voiced the resounding question in Anakin's and Steve's mind. What's going on here? Standing off to the side, Scott was counting off the credit chips and rations before addressing the new arrivals. Oh hey guys. You're just joining in on something special. Which is? Anakin asked. Billiards. The three Jedi adopted questioning looks before hearing Steve snort. And when did you guys get all this set up? Been working on it for a bit now, actually. Scott admitted bashfully. Hope and Tap helped me out with the schematics and got the first one done. Plan on making more for the other clones to enjoy. It seems to be quite an interesting game. Obi-Wan said with intrigue. And you guys made this for the clones? Ahsoka asked with an approving grin. How thoughtful of you. They need something else to do to kill time in between missions here and there. And it's not just for them. Sam said, walking up to them. Been thinking a lot about our Earth games and... Sam adopted a mischievous grin. Well, since none of them exist out here in space, maybe we could license and sell the rights to make more to get ourselves some credits of our own. Like what exactly? Anakin asked, now interested in what other games and entertainment there may be on Earth. Too many to list down at the moment. Sam said as he eyed the game before jotting down the other credits and rations. Would have done poker, but you guys already had a version of that here, so that's out. Selling ideas, eh? How very stark of you. Steve said with a wry grin. Hey, gotta stay alive somehow, Cap. Sam said with a shit-eating grin now. Gotta represent our nation's capitalistic way of life somehow. Steve couldn't help but laugh aloud at the statement. Wonder if I could have a go at it. Anakin said as he soroti pocketing a solid red 7-ball into a corner pocket. Seems rather fun with how hyped everyone is. You could, but there's a list waiting on you. Sam said. Oh, and no force powers allowed. And why not? Anakin said, slightly pouting. Cheating, obviously. Sam deadpanned. That and it wouldn't be all that fun if you used it as a crutch all the time. What? Anakin gasped in false offense. Cheating? Me? Pfft, Sam, come on, I wouldn't cheat to win. Looking over, the Skywalker saw Obi-Wan and Ahsoka looking at him with deadpan stares. You know, Snips, I get Obi-Wan, but you're the last person to give me that face. Anakin said knowingly. Ahsoka gaped, puffing her cheeks out. Hey, I wouldn't cheating against the boys. Sure you wouldn't. Anakin said with teasing grin. Please, Sky Guy, the only person I'd cheat against would be you, cause I know you'd do the same. Aha. So you admit it. Master. And that's game. Fives bellowed out as he laughed after pocketing the 8-ball before Rhodey making the colonel groan while the clones who bet on him cheered. All right, as general of the 501st, I call next. Boo, no cutting in line. And where's my credits? And my rations? Scott laughed as the clones came over to him as new bets were made with the credits and rations handed over as the new players were set. Check the description for the links to the author.